Let's call the meeting to order and call the roll.
Alder Balde?
Yes.
Alder McKinney? Alder Palm? Alder Skidmore?
Here.
Alder Verveer? Alder Wood?
Here.
Mayor Soglin?
Here,
You have quorum.
we have a quorum, so we will go through our normal process, which is to take a moment to see which items we want separate. And the ones which we will have separation on are items 11 and 12, for starters. And now I'll ask the rest of the committee, do we have any other items in which you want separation? I'm not seeing any response. Yes, we're doing separations. We've separated 11 and 12.
I have a question on 5 and 6, please, Mayor.
5 and 6. Anything else? Seeing none. On that matter then, Alderman Walden, could we please have a motion to suspend the rules to take up the adoptions of items 1 through 4 and 7 through 10?
We'll move a motion to suspend the rule and adopt those items.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
There is. And now your motion to adopt items 1 through 4 and 7 through 10 pursuant to the recommendations on each of those items, please.
So move.
Is there a second? There is. Discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. That takes us to item number 5. Can I have a motion to adopt, please?
Yep, I'll move item number 5.
Is there a second?
Second.
There is. Alderman Verveer, your question on 5.
Yes, perhaps I'll start with Dave, although he might turn to others to answer the questions. First, Dave, I appreciate your email of earlier today on this topic. My general question was if you or your colleagues could estimate for us generally how many more items will no longer have to deal with the various reforms in this ordinance amendment. So for example, how many fewer affirmative action plans will there be? How many less contracts will the mayor and city clerk and all others have to sign? How many less resolutions will the council see?
When we looked at the data for, I think last year, there was about 800 or so contracts between 25,000 and 50,000.
I'm sorry, did you say 80?
800.
That's a lot.
Yep.
And those would all be applicable to here. So for example, those don't include public works contracts that aren't covered by this.
That's correct. Yep. Now, some of those may still come to the council because of sole source and things like that.
As per your
Right.
That's a lot more that you'll have the authority to sign for. And then about how many would be between 3 and 5 years in terms of service contracts that no longer would be
I
going
don't
through
have
the
the numbers.
process?
It'd be a lot fewer than that, but those are primarily in the information technology area. So.
And I see that Norm is here. Norm, if you could answer a question or two. I don't know if you have anything to add on my general question about perhaps how much less work this will be for DCR staff. Maybe I'll ask you that first. Will it be a substantial reduction, and then will your staff be able to do more than they've been able to do in the past because of this reform?
Yes, of course. So, yeah, there are hundreds of contracts individually that would be affected, but our ordinance is unique in that it covers the aggregate annual business. So if a vendor has multiple contracts for amounts that exceed $50,000, they might fall under, fewer than the threshold individually, but in the aggregate, it could still require an affirmative action plan. So we'll keep a close eye to make sure that all of those vendors that are receiving more than $50,000 in a calendar year still file those plans. It will be a reduction in the number of plans that we have to review. And so that will allow us to do more training as we've been doing this year for those contractors that need to understand how to file, and those that go from year to year but may not be showing the kind of progress that we need to see.
Thank you. And the other question I had for you, Norm, is just really, well, these are all curiosity questions. I very much support the ordinance amendment, so don't misunderstand why I'm asking the question. But I was curious about the change in the liquidated damages. How often do we actually pursue liquidated damages with the contractor for AA violations?
Yeah, so once a year we have a process whereby we call the record and determine those contractors, vendors that have received, well, under the old ordinance, $25,000 or more, but have not yet filed an affirmative action plan. We go through a process of reminding those vendors, contractors of their obligation to file a plan. The ordinance has a very extensive process, communication process, whereby we notify them of their demand to cure the default. And then for those that were not able to get compliance from, we work with the individual contracting agency to try and leverage compliance. And for those that ultimately either fail or refuse to comply, then they're offered a hearing before the Affirmative Action Commission. And the commission, probably, I want to say just a handful, maybe 3 or 4 vendors annually are found in noncompliance, and there's a debarment order for those vendors. And in certain cases where there's been no effort by the vendor to comply, then liquidated damages are levied for the vendor.
And how often, from your experience, do we pursue then the
So it
liquidated
happens,
damages?
that process happens once a year, and I would say half a dozen of those vendors are actually have the liquidated damages levied.
Oh, really? So about 6 a year on average?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Okay,
Alder.
very interesting. Yes,
I just want
Dave.
to correct the number I just gave you. That 800 was a 4-year number. So in 2017, the number was about 230.
Okay, that makes more sense. 800 seemed kind of eye-popping to me.
Yep.
I didn't think we see anywhere near that many resolutions. Okay. Thank you both very much.
Any other questions? Discussion? Excuse me, Alderman Baldick.
So, Norm, can you speak to the impact this may have on small businesses that do business with the city?
Well, so small businesses actually get an exemption through another clause in the ordinance. So businesses that employ fewer than 15 employees are exempt regardless of the dollar value that they receive from the city. So this change in the ordinance is really about the volume of work that a contractor gets in the calendar year. And so you can be small or large, and you may receive, $1 million, or you might be a large company and maybe you don't even get the $50,000. So I don't, when I looked at the data, I didn't see a disparate impact or any kind of difference for small businesses based on the dollar threshold.
So can you or David speak to like how many of these under $25,000 contracts are given to bigger businesses as opposed to minority businesses or other businesses, smaller businesses?
We don't have data on that we can present you right now. We could maybe do that research and get back to you.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions, Alderman Revere?
I thought of one last question, please. Thank you, Mayor. I actually had a conversation with Laura about this last week. And I know that you mentioned it, I think, in the end of your email today, Dave, and that is, when was the last time that we've been able to figure out that these thresholds were last raised? Has anyone attempted? I know Laura said that it was certainly pre-Legistar's creation.
Yeah, Laura Manella in the city attorney's office attempted to find it, and she could not find the ordinance change, so it's decades.
She's been here since the 90s.
It's my recollection that we were at $5,000 throughout the 1970s, and when we got to the early 90s, it looks like we were at $25,000.
Okay. early 90s then.
sometime between 1980 and 1991.
Very good, thank you.
Norm?
The record that I was able to find was 1992.
Oh, very good, just like the mayor recalled. Thank you very much.
Anything else? If not, we'll come to a vote on this item. All those in favor of adoption, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Item 6. Can I have a motion, please?
I'll move item number 6.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, before we go into this item, there's some additional information which is more political that I want to share with you on this. You may have noted recently when the Supreme Court provided a ruling that said that internet and mail order sales taxes could be collected by state governments, that Governor Walker indicated that if that was the case, well, Wisconsin would collect those, I can't remember how much money it was. So it was close to 500 million or so, I can't remember. It was hundreds of millions of dollars, that the state would comparably reduce other revenues so that the revenue expenditure would not change. In other words, this would not become a new revenue source. Well, that philosophy is what is driving the Volkswagen mitigation program in terms of how our state is treating it. Other states are taking their Volkswagen mitigation money and using it to expand mostly non-polluting transportation endeavors, adding to fleets of electric vehicles and that sort of thing. What our administration, what the Walker administration decided to do was not allow this to be an extra revenue. And so while they're making the funds available for transportation purposes to ensure the stifling of innovation and the stifling of taking advantage of this revenue, the decision was made that comparable or almost comparable revenue sources to municipalities would be cut. And then that leads into the analysis that Dave Schmidtke provided in the email to Alderman Rummel, and I think some of you got copies of that. So from there, you're Alderman Brevier.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to say I don't recall the email from Dave, so I apologize if I got it and I didn't remember seeing it.
It was only sent to.
Oh, it was only sent to her. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay,
You
thank
might
you.
have to expand on it then for others. Go ahead, please.
So my main question, maybe this is for Tom, because I don't see Metro representatives here, but I guess I was looking for staff to give the argument why we should do this when you look at the last line of the fiscal.
That's what's in Dave's.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
I was wondering, is it like, speaking of politics, Mayor, if it's wishful thinking that there might be a change in DOA leadership come January, and this is just approving an application, we're not actually accepting the money if we receive it, but.
So you want a description of the program and how it would work? Is that the
No,
question?
no, it's really, if I understand the fiscal note, it seems like we're losing money on the deal if you look at the,
No, so overall, the city, when you look at the effect.
in terms of the loss of shared revenue.
We would lose shared revenue, but in return for that, we are in effect getting a 25% subsidy on the cost of the buses. That's what the VW settlement money would provide. If we were to go down this path, we also would avoid having to issue $7.5 million of GO debt to purchase 15 buses at $500,000 apiece. And so, and then to pay back the 75% of the cost that's not subsidized, the city's share revenue would be reduced by that amount for a 10-year period. So in effect, it's a no-interest subsidized loan. Compared to what our cost of borrowing would be, it's roughly over the 12 years, because we're buying the 15 buses and 5 bus increments over a 3-year period, so it'd be a 12-year period, we would net a benefit of about $3 million. Now, the trade-off is, as you said, we're in effect giving up some operating budget capacity by giving up the shared revenue, and we can't levy that back. In return, we're getting those benefits I just said about no debt being issued and avoidance of interest cost.
I see. So how does this affect ERP then?
That's exactly the operating budget effect, is that we're trading what would be a debt service cost to the city, and that's a deduction under expenditure restraint, for an operating budget effect of the shared revenue. So we would get, in effect, when it's for roughly an 8-year period, about $500,000 of what we would otherwise have under expenditure restraint would be gone, because we wouldn't have that debt service from the $7.5 million. Instead, we would be losing the shared revenue.
I see. So in terms of your office, you do believe that, again, I wasn't privy to the email, so you were
just read the email to
okay,
you,
so you were
so-
recommending adoption in the bottom line in your email?
It-
The way the fiscal note is worded, it makes it sound like, well, maybe this isn't the best deal for the city.
Well, it's definitely a trade-off. There's an operating budget effect, but it's more than outweighed by the overall, avoided cost for the city. So it's a policy decision for.
The
you and the
25%
council.
subsidy?
Yep.
Yeah, I
And
understand.
the avoidance of the interest.
Yeah,
Yep.
which, as you say, is
Combination-
$2.9 million
Yeah,
in
combination of
GO
those two.
debt service.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
It's certainly one of the worst utilizations from the standpoint of a municipality of the Volkswagen mitigation program that you'll see in the United States. If this was many of the other states, what would happen is there would be no change to our shared revenue, and the state would use the mitigation money as a chance to get ahead of the curve and really get us invested in energy-efficient vehicles.
Alder Rummel sent a question, and I answered that question. I didn't send it to anybody else other than the mayor, so I can forward it to the
Why
finance
don't you do
committee
that?
members. That's no problem.
Yes, Alderman Verveer.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and I certainly agree with your commentary on this. I had one more question perhaps for Dave, and that is the way that, and I presume this was drafted by Metro staff, but the way that this is worded, it was our friend, my former colleague Judy Olson, very good. Well, I know your department's in favor of it then. Just kidding. So anyway, the way that Judy had drafted this, it says that for Wisconsin municipalities with populations exceeding 200,000, the state requires blah, blah, blah. Is this another example too, where Madison and I guess Milwaukee are being penalized even further than
Yes.
the other municipalities in the state?
It was set up this way by the legislature. Smaller communities are getting a much larger subsidy from the settlement dollars.
Thank you.
Further discussion or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, aye? Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. That takes us to item number 11. At this point, no, item 12.
We're
gonna do
11 first.
Oh, we're going to do 11 first?
Yeah, go into closed session and we'll come back up.
Okay. Let's do 11 first. Can I have a motion to go into closed session? And we'll, oh, I'm sorry.
The body may meet in closed session to consider the following agenda item or items in pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 19.85, subsection 1E, for the purpose of the investing of public funds, conducting other specified public business, wherever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session. And 19.85, subsection 1G, Wisconsin statute for the purpose of conferring with legal counsel for the governmental body who is rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy, to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation in which it is or is likely to become involved. If the Finance Committee does not convene in closed session as described above, upon completion of the closed session notice, notice is hereby given that it may convene in open session to consider the following items without waiting 12 hours pursuant of Wisconsin Statute Section 19.85, subsection 2.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
On the motion, we'll call the roll.
Could I ask a question before
Yes.
I ask it?
Before we call the question, Mayor, I was just curious, are there registrants to speak on the budget that are with
There are.
us? Would it be perhaps more appropriate to just have a public hearing on the budget and then take this item up, table this item,
If you would like,
rather than ask
if you would like.
these
I would
community members to wait in the hallway?
like
and
to
come?
make a motion to table this.
I would move to place upon the table.
Is there a second on tabling, not debatable? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Item 12, a motion would be in order to take this item up and refer it to tomorrow's meeting.
And which item do we refer to tomorrow's meeting? Item
12.
12? All right, so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
There is. We now have 12 before us, and first thing is public speakers. We've got a group, I understand, everybody would like to do this as a team, so it's Danette Carter, Paul Terranova, Nikki Conklin, LaToya Greer, T. Banks, and Alex Shabazz. Don't worry about it.
Hello, everybody. Hope you are having a good evening. My name is Alex Shabazz, and I've had the pleasure of being co-coordinator of Neighborhood Organizing Institute for the past 3 years. Some of you might have heard of Neighborhood Organizing Institute. If you have not, we are a leadership development organization or program from Lucia Center and Goodman Center. We're a partnership. We help develop the leadership of grassroots leaders in Madison, and specifically in Madison's low-income communities of color. This is our third cohort, and we hope with your support to be able to continue to build grassroots organizers in Madison. I do have some information, more information here for you all about the program, as well as our sister program, and I do want to take the opportunity to say thank you. You all are one of the very, very few municipalities who have decided to invest into community organizing. It is something that is rare, and we only exist as a program because you all decided to invest in community building and engagement. And we hope that you all continue to invest into community building engagement. When we invest in community building engagement in low-income communities of color, that has the greatest impact, more of an impact than jails and police and more kind of punishment type of things. We really think if we develop leaders in the community, if we develop folks who can have a voice for their community, if we develop a community sense of self-efficacy, that would create better communities. Excuse me, I'm a little bit flustered, but I do want to read a quote. A short excerpt from the intro of Robert S. Sampson. He did a study about the impact that community organizing and community building has on low-income communities. So It said it is hypothesized that collective efficacy, defined as social cohesion among neighbors, combined with their willingness to intervene on behalf of the common good, is linked to reduced violence. This hypothesis was tested on a 1995 survey of 8,782 residents of 343 neighborhoods in Chicago, Illinois. Multi-level analyses show that a measure of collective efficacy yields a high between neighborhood reliability and is negatively associated with variations in violence when individual level characteristics, measurement error, and prior violence are controlled. So basically, it says if you invest in communities, if you invest in leaders to create a common sense of self-efficacy where people feel accountable to their neighbors, where people feel a common interest in the overall social good, that leads to less violence. And so we are hoping that you all will help us continue to do that, help us have another and more cohorts to be able to train, because grassroots leaders are the ones that are going to change our communities. Thank you, and I would like to make space for some of the neighborhood organizers who have either been in cohort 1, 2, or 3, or a couple of them, who will share some of their experiences. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is LaToya Greer. I am a part of this this most recent cohort, cohort number 3. It has definitely been an honor to be able to work with and be able to just learn with the people that I have been working with, as well as meeting people from the other cohorts who are now very active members in the community. One of the reasons that I wanted to come up here and support NOI is because NOI has helped me to flourish in ways that I didn't even expect myself to flourish. I knew that I wanted to do things for the community. I knew that I wanted to be a part of the community. I knew that I seen changes that there could be for the community, but I didn't know how I could do certain things. I didn't think that I would be able to do certain things, and I just didn't expect myself to be able to be in a space where I wouldn't know how to do certain things. And being a part of NOI has actually helped me to do that. NOI has helped me to be able to see that the things that go on in my community are actually my responsibility to be able to go out, to be able to help people, because it has given me a way to reach out to people, to be able to connect to people who may not even live in the community, but because they feel passionate about the things that we do in the community, they'll be willing to come from their community to my community just to help me to assist the people that I live near, just so we all can be safe. NOI has definitely been a strengthening process for me because again, I didn't have an idea of things that I would be able to do. It has given me people to reach out to, a few people that are here today I've met just by the things that NOI has had me interactive in. I've never seen myself being a part of anything within the community, but being a part of NOI has allowed me to see, like, I wonder what I could do to be a mayor or to be the alderman, or what I could do to put myself in a position to be one of you all so that I could be able to give back, to be able to help people like myself who started not being able to know anything or not having a way to begin. And that's what NOI is doing for people in our communities. They're giving them a way out to see something different. It's opened my eyes to see something more for myself and for the people around me. I want to say thank you all for taking the time to listen to us and to just give us the chance to be able to not just give back to ourselves, but give back to the people around us. And thank you all for just being the awesome people that you are, because, man, this has definitely been an awesome experience, and I definitely know that there's so much great work to do. And even if we have to get out here and fundraise just to make sure that NOI stays strong, then that's what I'm willing to do, because this is definitely worth everything that we have to give, because it's helped me, and I know it's going to take another cohort for me to even be halfway prepared for the journey that we have to come along for. So thank you all, and have a great day.
Hello, my name is Nikki Conklin, and I actually live in the Wexford Ridge community, and I have been in that community for about 7 years now. And once I moved over there, I had recently found out about the Lucier Community Education Center, and being involved with that has really given me a lot of opportunities. And so when NOI came about, I wanted to be involved with that, which I was. I was part of cohort 2, and now I'm part of cohort 3. And it's given me so many opportunities, because if it wasn't for NOI, I wouldn't know how to use my voice as power. And that's really what NOI has taught me, how to organize, how to get people together, build my core, build my base, and improve my community. And since being in this group, I have formed a group at Wexford Ridge for the tenants there. And we've actually made changes within our complex of we were having problems with the office staff and getting people's cars towed for visiting hours and a whole list of things. And we actually organized and got together and met with the property owner manager, and we actually got changes done, and things have improved. Our living conditions have improved, and it's been such a great honor to be a part of this and to know that we can make a difference if we all come together and you guys put your heads together and understand that we need this in our community to thrive, to get better, to improve, and to be all that we can be in our community. Thank you for funding us all this time, and we really hope that you will continue to do so. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paul Terranova. I'm the director at the Lucier Community Education Center. I also want to thank you for the opportunity to create the Neighborhood Organizing Institute. This has been a dream of ours for a long time, that idea of supporting the folks who are in low-income communities of color already doing work and really putting some investment there. We do a lot as a community where we treat people as clients or as customers. We do a lot where but we don't do as much where we invest in people and say, there is talent here, there is knowledge here, there's perspectives here, people who know their own community and can decide what needs to be done. And if we work with people to build their own power, a lot of good things are going to happen. I wanted to thank the Community Services Committee for putting funding of the Neighborhood Organizing Institute and Programa Bienestar from Centro Hispano onto a B list for you all to consider for an amendment. To Alder Bedar-Sila for being willing to put that forward, and some of you for being willing to, having shown some willingness to co-sponsor that. You're going to hear me talk both about Neighborhood Organizing Institute and Programa Bienestar from Centro Hispano. They are not here with us tonight because I think we all know some of what they're facing over the last couple of weeks, and so we've agreed to be the ones who will mobilize in support of this. But we've provided you both with information about our program and theirs, and want to urge support of their work as well. I think folks have already said that kind of talked about a little bit about how important this investment is. It's a long-term investment. The forces that grind down on people in low-income communities of color are not short-term forces that are just here for a moment and gone. They're continuous, and so we also have to continuously support the development of leaders and organizers in those communities. So. I'm hoping that you all will both support the new projects that the Community Services Committee recommended for funding under the guise of community building and engagement, and build on the successes that we've had so far from the Neighborhood Organizing Institute and Programa Bienestar. We know that will cost about $115,000 a year, and that, just so you understand, that's already the Neighborhood Organizing Institute taking about a 20% cut. So we're kind of thinking about how do we move those things forward, trying to build partnerships. We've been in conversations with the school district about doing some work with them on their parent leadership, as well as some work with the university. So we still see this community building engagement. If you think about the whole thing, if you fund the full amendment, it would be about $220,000 of the city budget. If you think about that compared to the investments that there are in services and the investments that there are in interventions and enforcement, I think it's a really modest investment, but a really, really important and effective one. And so thank you very much for your consideration of this.
Thank you. Any questions of any of the registrants? Alderman McKinney?
Thank you very much. Paul, stay at the...
Yeah, I'm here.
So first, I'm going to ask you about your experience in terms of community organizing and what do you bring to the table in terms of community organization?
So if you don't mind, I'm going to answer my experience as well as Alex and Cliff, who are the lead staff people.
Yes.
One of the most exciting things for me about this is that we come with a variety of experience and come from different approaches in organizing, and we've been able to work together for 3 years and really give community members a rich array of differences. My background in organizing, I look at my work as organizing work. Everything I do is putting people into relationship with each other so they can do more together than they could by themselves, which is, for me, the definition of organizing. Lots of people have different language that they use. And so I've been doing that for 25 years or so. Alex Shabazz has been organizing, and many of you have seen Alex, and she has done amazing work. Many people only know Alex with a bullhorn. We talk about there's Alex with a bullhorn, but I hope you guys get a chance to see, to be a part of one of Alex's trainings, to be a part of a meeting that Alex is facilitating, because she's an incredibly talented woman doing this work. And then Clifton Davis, Cliff, is he is the staff organizer at the Goodman Community Center. So Alex is half-time with us at Lusher, and Cliff is half-time at Goodman. And Cliff started Brothers Align Coalition. I was thinking about the first.
Brothers Effort Against Social Turmoil.
Yeah, Brothers Effort Against Social Turmoil was spelled BEAST back in the 1980s on the Willie Street neighborhood, and has been active and involved in getting grassroots folks doing work in their own communities ever since. So I think together we're easily at 60 years of organizing experience in different ways, of different kinds.
So, and thank you very much for being inclusive, because what I'm trying to do is to understand the foundation that you're building upon. And so when I look at this handout, it says the most important influence on a neighborhood's crime rate is neighbors' willingness to act when needed for one another's benefit, and particularly for the benefit of one another's children. Have you seen this in the community organizing? And thank you very much. I appreciate knowing how the participants are applying the knowledge that they're gaining. So I really want to know what programs and you're participating in. But I want to know how this fits, because we are sending a lot of money in terms of reactiveness, and so this is proactive. So could you say more about that, please?
Sure. I mean, I think that when I think about the kinds of the different kinds of efforts that people have made, you definitely see a number of Neighborhood Organizing Institute members who have spent time on kind of grassroots cohesiveness, community dinners. We've probably held community dinners and of a variety of kinds in, I don't know, 6 or 7 neighborhoods over the time that we've been. And some of them have been, in Teresa Terrace, it's pretty much been every month. Similarly at the Lusher Center, and some of them it's been more sporadic. So there are those kinds of efforts where let's try and bring people together. But there have also been very specific, one woman was trying to organize a support group for women, single women with young children. And found out basically when she called it a support group that didn't work, but when she called it a book group, suddenly she had a dozen people there. And so there's a lot of that kind of learning that happens. And then so when I think about the kinds of organizing that happens, you've got that kind that is, let's do something ourselves, self-determination. We're going to create a book club. We're going to do, many of you may know Nikki Cooper on the Southwest Side, very active, has been organizing line dancing for women of color as a way of coming together and building relationship. So a lot of that is kind of recognizing that willingness to step out for each other and that willingness to stand up for each other comes from having a relationship, right? And when neighborhoods are fractured and we don't have relationship, that's when we sort of hesitate and go, well, I'm not going to say anything to their kids because I don't know what's going to happen, right? So that's a lot of what happens. And then there is the other end of the spectrum also that Nikki Conklin was talking about, where you identify an issue. She underplayed a little bit what was happening at Wexford Ridge, but there were literally dozens of cars a week being towed. People were waking up and finding their cars in Windsor. and not being able to get to work in the morning. And it was a big deal. And we had 40 or 50 people show up at the center to talk about it. And to be able to sit down with management and have them change the policies was a big deal. And it's not exactly standing up for children or intervening with children, but it's a particular thing that says, hey, actually, we can do something about this in this community.
Okay. My final question, and either one of the speakers can address it, is that I've noticed you bringing in a group into our city council meetings, and so I'd like to ask how has that been incorporated into your overall training and what they've gathered from that? And so not from you, from
Not
them.
from me, right.
Yeah.
Yes, so to answer your question, Alder McKinney, so we wanted to educate our community organizers around all the different types of organizing. And so that includes advocacy, and that includes interacting with your local government. And we wanted people to have a basic knowledge as to if they want to get something done, how do you go to the city? What does even a county board meeting look like, right? How do they talk about things? We did that not just for the city, but also for the school board meetings. We want people to feel comfortable being able to talk to their school board. We know that there's a big barrier when it comes to people showing out and interacting with their local government. And so what we're trying to do is kind of break down some of those barriers, make it more accessible by teaching people that it seems scary, but it's not so scary, right? And so going as a group, talking about it, debriefing it, talking about the flow of power and how does a bill get passed and all the things like that has really helped people be able to figure out how they're going to get things done in their community. And so it has not happened yet, but we foresee that somebody in their community is going to say, we want a stoplight. I'm making this up. Or we want a crosswalk right here. They need to know how and who they need to talk to get that done. And so that is part of the reason why we incorporated you all's meetings. You've seen us sometimes whispering a little bit too loud, sorry. But that is why we do that. We want people to feel comfortable.
Okay.
Can I just say one other thing about that, which was we did get a comment back that we never stayed, like we were here for half an hour and then we were gone. And part of that was because we have monthly meetings, we have members who have kids and family requirements, and so responsibilities, and so we have people from 5 to 8. We'll gather before your meeting, and we get a conference room here. We'll eat. We'll talk to someone from the city, depending, sometimes staff person. We'll come in, and really it's about getting comfortable in the space and feeling the space, and then go out and have another conversation with, often it's been with Tarek Sakaf, Dion Carruthers, Nancy Saiz. And a lot of what we're saying is we're not going to teach you enough so that you know all the ins and outs of city government and how to move something through. That's too big. But if you know, this is how it feels in this room, and here are some people that you now know and have a relationship with, so you can call Nancy Saiz up and go, Nancy, you know me, I know you. Tell me about how I would do this. That's the way you start the process, right?
Okay.
So,
Thank you. And for the record, full disclosure is that I participated in one of the cohorts. And I wanted to see firsthand, what was happening in those cohorts. It will not in any way affect how I vote, but I want to make sure that I have full disclosure with that.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add that I want to reiterate what Paul said about us having a wide range of organizing skills, different schools of organizing. That was intentional and continues to be intentional. And so we are always looking for more resources. We do not feel like we are the experts of all the community organizing that ever existed, but we want to be able to facilitate a process where people can learn from each other. So sometimes it is that we have a speaker come in and teach us about something, right? And so we also would like to invite you, if we have another cohort, as alder folks, to Is that weird? Older folks, older people. I just call people folks, so I just added it to it. But we'd like to invite you to provide some of your expertise about what it is to specifically navigate city government to our organizers. So thank you all for listening to us. And again, thank you for your initial support.
Thank you. Further questions or discussion? Seeing none. At this time, the motion that would work best is to remove item 11 from the table.
Okay, we'll make a motion to remove item 11 from the
Is
table.
there a second?
Second.
Matter, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Motion before us at this point was to take a vote on the motion for the closed session, correct? So can we take that roll call right now? The aye vote is to go into a closed session.
Alder Balde?
Yes.
Alder McKinney? Yes. Alder Skidmore? Here. Alder Revere?
Aye.
Alder Wood?
Okay, now we're going to closed session. So we have to unfortunately call the meeting to order. Please call the roll.
Alder Balde?
Yes.
Alder McKinney?
Here.
Alder Palm?
Here.
Alder Skidmore?
Here.
Alder Revere?
Here.
Alder Wood?
We have a quorum back in session. Alderman McKinney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I would request that I be excused for a period of time to attend the full board meeting for the Madison Public School District. Tonight, they will be considering the recommendations from the ad hoc committee. I've been sitting on that committee, and I'd like to be present for that.
Thank you. Thank you. It'll be so noted in the record.
Thank you.
Where do we go from here? Presentation. Who's going to do the presentation?
So we'll start off talking through the operating budget with a quick overview presentation, and then move directly into the agencies that we have scheduled for this evening. So in regards to the operating budget, when we start out by looking at the revenue budget, property taxes continue to be the biggest share of general and library fund revenues, representing just shy of 73% of total general fund revenue. When we look at what has changed from 2018 to 2019, we're seeing growth in our pilot payments. So those are payments in lieu of taxes. This is primarily those payments are projected to increase by 7.1%, driven primarily by the payments from the water utility and parking utility. If we look at the fines and forfeitures piece of the revenue budget, those are actually going down by just shy of 2%, driven primarily by continuing trends in declining moving and uniform citations. In regards to In regards to licenses and permit revenue, that is up by 9%, driven by strength in building permits as well as street opening permits in that category as well. The next category is what we call ungrouped revenue. That is kind of the miscellaneous category. The biggest change there is in the area of our investment income. That's projected to increase by over 100%, and that's driven primarily by what is happening around the market interest rates. And then finally, state aid payments are projected to increase by 6.3%. That's driven primarily by an exemption for personal property, which decreases what we're able to levy for on the property tax side. So that's being made up for from our state aid payments. When we look at the expenditure side of the budget, overall expenditures in the general and library fund are up by just over $17 million, $17.2 million in total. That's about a 5.48% rate of growth. The primary drivers of that $17 million increase, first is in employee compensation. So those costs for employee wages as well as their benefits, those are increasing by $8.5 million year over year. So in the executive budget, we actually saw where the city's share of health insurance costs are going to be going down. So with the employers contributing, that's going to generate about $6 million of savings in the general and library funds. And then that is used to pay for pay increases for our general municipal and sworn staff. There's a 3.25% assumed pay increase that would start at the beginning of 2019, and the cost associated with that is $4.7 million. Other areas of growth on the expenditure side are in the areas of fuel and equipment. So for both the city's general fleet as well as Metro's fleet, we're seeing we have a lock for Metro's diesel. We don't yet have a lock for the diesel and fuel for the general fleet, but those two pieces overall will be going up by about $2 million. When we talked about the capital budget, you saw two new capital programs where we were shifting costs that were previously in the operating budget to the capital budget. So you do see those savings. That's about $1.1 million worth of savings in the operating budget. The first of those items was in the finance department, where we're creating a new program that's associated with the administration costs associated with managing the capital budget and CIP. That generates about $400,000 of saving annually. And then the next piece is in the library budget, where we've shifted the additions to the library collection from the operating to the capital budget, and that will save $700,000 annually. The other big rate of growth in the operating budget on the expenditure side is related to debt service. So when we look at debt service year over year, that's projected to increase by $8.1 million. So when we talk about, as I mentioned when we were talking about the revenue, the property tax makes up about 73% of the total revenue that supports the general and library funds. If we look at the year-over-year increase in what's proposed in the executive budget, the levy will go up by 4.8%. That's higher than the 15-year average of 4.6%, but the rate of growth is the same as it was from 17 to 18. At this proposed levy in the executive budget, there's still $412,000 of levy capacity before we would max out the levy under the levy limits program. So in regards to how that translates to taxes on the average value home, under the proposed levy, our residents would see approximately a 2.6% increase in their property taxes, and that's about $71. The average value home, we've seen in recent years, the residential assessments continue to be strong and grow year over year. So when we look at the average value home, it's up 5.8%. That too is consistent with the rate of growth from 17 to 18. The higher assessments will drive down the overall mill rate by 3%. And if we were to max out the levy, that increase on the taxes on the average value home would be $76 compared to $71 in the executive budget. I'll let Dave talk through this slide.
So this slide just kind of talks about debt service and the interaction with the expenditure restraint program. And just a reminder that under expenditure restraint, the city receives $7 million of state aid in return for holding the rate of growth of our operating budget for the general and library funds to a rate of growth that's a combination of inflation and 60% of the net new construction amount. And so in order to create enough room within the expenditure restraint limit to do all of the operating increases that are in the budget, we in effect reduced the amount of premium that we got from the debt service or the debt issuance last week that we're applying to debt service, and then that has an effect on creating more levy limit room. And then under city ordinance, we take that levy limit room and we appropriate it for capital projects. So we've reduced that amount by about 2 million less than we would otherwise be able to do, which is about 3.6 million less than last year. So all put together, that creates this room so that we have, we can spend the amount that's proposed on the operating budget side, including the pay increases and so on. And we still have about 1.5 million left over of expenditure restraint room if in the event that additional appropriations are made, either the 400,000 of additional levy authority or other appropriations later in 2019. This is a one-time effect because we are carrying over unused premium dollars to 2020. We have to eventually apply those, and we'll get probably new premium in the future. That gives you a sense of that interaction of those two programs and the changes that had to be made to make sure we had enough room to hit the spending amount that's in the budget.
And so this last slide here just gives you another way of looking at how the 2019 general and library fund was balanced. Again, I mentioned that revenue and expenditures are up by just over $17 million. So if we look, the top half of this chart just shows the changes on the revenue side that I walked through. If we look at the expenditure adjustments, so in addition to the pay increases and the fuel piece that I mentioned earlier, we've reduced the amount of revenue that's budgeted in agency budgets by about $160,000. That's really truing up those amounts with what we are actually seeing year over year. I talked through the growth in salary and benefits. Supplies and purchase services are up by just over $1 million. A portion of that would be the fuel, and then the other rate of growth there would be in areas like the community agency contracts in the community development budget that would reflect a number of new initiatives included in the executive budget. The executive budget also increases the contingent reserve to ensure that that source of funding is growing at the same rate as the general fund budget to ensure we have sufficient authority there to deal with risk throughout the year. And then this last category, transfer out, so that's funds that are used for local matches. So that's up by about $6 million. That includes our subsidy to Metro. It also includes the city subsidy to the public health department, as well as any grant matches. So in the fire department, the SAFER match, in the planning division, our local funds for the MPO, et cetera. So all in all, that shows how the rate of growth along with the path to balance. So with that, our first presentation for this evening is from the assessor's office. So we can have.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Prior budgets had a chart that showed debt, the percentage of debt as a percentage of overall budget expenditures that showed prior 5 years projecting out 5 years or some kind of, there's nothing, that isn't in this budget.
Yep, that's shown in the capital budget. It's in the summary to the 19 capital budget.
That debt?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Dave, will you put that over there?
Sure. Just hit the clicker to run it through.
Hello, I'm Michelle Drew. I'm the interim city assessor.
Didn't I put that in?
Okay, good.
Hello.
Yeah, okay.
I'm Michelle Drea. I'm the interim city assessor. We're going to walk through my budget today. So budget summary, we have pretty consistent numbers, nothing unusual. We're not changing any staff members, so no changes there from last year. Budget highlights this year. We did, in startling news, have a recent Supreme Court decision that was actually interesting about tax law and assessment law. The unfortunate piece of it is going to impact our data collection practices a great deal. So we're going to have to pivot to some online desktop review to capture data for our assessment practices. So that's the biggest highlight this year, is a pivot in resources from a little bit from our commercial side to our residential side. Again, it's a rather seismic shift that's going to require some ingenuity in data collection. The case held that inspectors, when we go in to inspect a property, that we're subject to the Fourth Amendment, which is different. Prior to this case, property owners couldn't avail themselves of the Fifth Amendment due process at BOR unless they allowed inspectors into view. And so the Supreme Court in a recent case said you shouldn't have to cede your Fourth Amendment rights to gain your Fifth Amendment rights. And so they held our inspections to be subject to the Fourth Amendment, which is a very big shift. So now our practices are going to have to change, and that's going to require some creativity in our office and data collection. Supplemental summary, we requested a property appraiser, residential property assessment appraiser. The city's thriving, and it's wonderful news, but we're growing, and our assessment staff hasn't grown with it. In addition, when we're pivoting from commercial a little bit to residential, we're in need of some extra staffing, so that was the impetus for this request. The second request was change detection software, which is the online desktop review. Pictometry is a platform that they'll do flyovers and we'll get great data online, and they have an application wherein they will show from one year to another what's changed. So we can tell if you have a deck, we can tell if you change your roof line, if you attach something. So it shows us where the changes are, which allows us to be mindful and efficient with our resources. And to confirm data that we get from building permits or from sales questionnaires and that sort of thing. Allow for a lot of efficiency and really addresses the Dover implication that will sort of restrain our use out in the field. So our service goal is the goal of the City of Madison Assessor's Office is to determine the accurate property assessments to ensure fair and equitable distribution of property taxes. Our planned focus in 2019 includes the following: to discover, list, and value all taxable property within Madison, including but not limited to the following services: residential appraisal, commercial appraisal, personal property appraisal, real property listing, conducting boards of review and assessment, property tax litigation, exemptions, and other services related to property tax administration as required by statute. And that is all I have.
Questions?
Yeah, so were your supplementals funded?
One was not, and one we found in current budget authority. So the
Okay.
pictometry application was funded.
Was funded, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Alderman Rivera.
Thank you. Welcome, Michelle. I believe
Thank
this is your
you.
first time before
It
the
is. I'm trying
Finance
hard not to
Committee
throw up.
Since you started in June. Please don't. We're a friendly bunch, so please don't feel nervous by any means. So welcome. We didn't have the pleasure of having you here for the capital budget, of course, because the assessor's office doesn't have their own capital budget, unlike some other departments and divisions. But one of the things that we talked about in the IT budget at capital budget time last month was the continued delay of the CAMA system being upgraded. Mm-hmm. And I believe the rationale given by IT at the time was that obviously we have a change in the leadership. Mark retired. You're here as interim. Mm-hmm. We don't know, at least I personally don't know, when we'll have a permanent assessor named. Was your office supportive of the delay in moving forward with the CAMA system? Because Mark has talked about upgrading CAMA for like a decade and talked about how urgent it was in the past. Can you speak to that?
Sure, I can say that a new CAMA system is definitely required, but because of the bumps that we've encountered in the past, I would, and my staff would mirror this, urge caution. I think we need to move slowly to vet CAMA vendors. That's an area of technology that's rapidly, it develops quickly. So you already have this year, we have 2 new vendors. I came from the State Department of Revenue, and we had 2 new vendors already in the past 12 months that demoed their products that didn't exist the prior year. So one of the things that you'll see is emerging technologies. So I think that would urge us to go slowly to truly vet everybody that's out there. And the second component to it is you do have this big shift in how we collect data, and I think that needs to be addressed before we before we address how we're holding it. Right now, I think collection has to come first when we're looking at prioritizing resources. And then the second component, right now nothing is broken, it's working, but it won't work forever. So I do think that within the next, I would say 2 years, we need to be on board with a new vendor. But if we do that now at a time when we're already going to be having to upend our practices in terms of data collection, that would be problematic.
I see.
That's too much at once.
I see. That makes sense. So obviously you and your colleagues downstairs support the holding off on the decision on the new
Correct.
vendor.
Yep, I'd say within about a year, we should be actively researching that and then looking to fund it after that, if that makes sense.
And then my recollection is last year when Mark was standing at that podium, he told us that he was seeking 3 additional FTE positions for the office, the residential, commercial appraisers respectively, and a technician position. You requested 1 for residential, as I understand your supplemental. How do I put this? So obviously you've only been with us since the summer, but from your perspective and given the changes that you've noticed, do you believe that it's just simply 1 residential appraiser that you need? And as a follow-up question, I'd ask you to, I'll just throw this into the mix, the somewhat recent changes in personal property tax assessment, in fact, which was one of the dot points, obviously, in the earlier slide. Has that affected the workload of your colleagues in the office, those that were responsible for personal property appraisals?
I can address the personal property first. We have 1 staff member who is responsible for personal property in the city. He does a wonderful job. So what Ken did well was, while the machinery, tools, and patterns exemption did create a problem, that exemption reduced the amount of taxes or the assessments that we could make, but he did find a lot of new accounts in the other field. So there's a few other schedules that you can have for personal property, like office equipment, that kind of thing. So he did a wonderful job of going out and finding new accounts to really balance out any difficulty. I think we came out maybe less than 1% behind overall, which is wonderful. And not just so you know, across the state, not many municipalities had that luxury. They were hit pretty hard by that exemption.
So in that score, so you still have 1 FTE that
Yeah, I
is
have 1
personal
full-time.
property?
And so it did, so his job didn't get smaller, it shifted because he had to go find new accounts and really sort of see what's out there in an accurate way in the city. And I have been pulling him into about 50% time on residential to help with our data collection process. So it's been a benefit to have him on staff because he has short-term time where I can temporarily reallocate him. But I would say that with the current exemption, he would still be as busy. Now, if we see more exemptions happen, if you see personal property be done away with, that obviously shifts, and his position would be available to move to a different spot. And in terms of adding more staff, of course, I would always like more staff. We're a growing city. I think more staff means better assessments, more thoroughness in what we can do. But truly, our commercial staff hasn't been impacted by Dover or the subsequent Act 68, which really did change our residential practices. It doesn't touch commercial, so that staff is adequate. Techs are always useful because that's more data collection, but I'd say right now if I had to pick, and I did, I chose residential because that's where we have the most need.
I appreciate that. Again, it was interesting that Mark last year thought you needed another commercial appraiser, and that's with the full resources of having outside consultants for commercial appraisals as well.
Yeah, it was, I think, you have these 2 shifts recently. Since Mark asked for that last year, you've had the Dover decision and Act 68, which really changed the landscape. So I'm not negating what Mark asked for. I am saying it's changed. That need is more acute right now than our commercial staff.
I appreciate that. And this probably won't surprise you, but us alders, I think, hear fairly frequently from our constituents, especially in April when assessment reevaluation occurs each year, that they feel that at least downtown, I hear that they believe that, when they receive their reevaluations, it seems like they're increasing perhaps every year at a significant rate. Again, I'm thinking of downtown condos when I speak to this,
Sure.
particularly, but they wonder, looking out their window at the hotels and multifamily residential buildings that, especially last year in the newspaper, received a fair amount of coverage at the Board of Assessors and Board of Review, that those, finally, we took a hard look at those properties, increased their values, and then saw that the values were lowered in public meetings that, at least one journalist noticed. So could you just, this will be my last question, don't worry, can you just give me some assurance that when my constituents believe that the, large-scale downtown commercial properties aren't being reevaluated as frequently or realistically as residential, that you still have the staff capacity to do that and you are regularly doing that?
Absolutely. There has to be parity on both sides. If there's not, my certification, I'm both an assessor and an attorney, and my certification on both sides would be on the line if there wasn't parity, right? I have a statutory duty to ensure that that happens, and I take that very seriously. So the commercial valuation and the residential evaluation have to be, there has to be parity, it has to be uniform in every category and every class. So, and Madison actually across the state is one of the best at doing that. We're consistently within like the 98th percentile for the DOR in terms of how accurate our assessments are. And that's something we should be very proud of. I have a feeling with your constituents, I'd love to come out and speak with them because I think it's more about public education about what assessments really mean and what impacts their tax dollars is not our assessments necessarily, but it's something like a dark store where you have the tax burden shift or that personal property exemption. That was certainly a tax burden shift. And connecting those dots for constituents, I think, is really paramount because otherwise they're talking to me and it's not effective. I don't change that, right? So what they want to do is talk about their taxes, and there is a more meaningful way to do that, and I would love to be a part of those conversations, just education and getting out there and speaking to them also about the importance of getting in and getting accurate data. I hear a lot right now from property owners that say, we don't want to let you in because our taxes are going to go up, right? So I hear that all the time, and that's just not true. So they feel as if that choice to not allow us in to get accurate data is the same choice as saying, my taxes are going to be lower. And that's just misinformation. That's just simply not true. And I would like to go out there and talk to people about it, engage in that conversation, because I think everybody would feel better in the long run, right? Accurate information can lead to effective change if that's what they're looking for.
Thank you very much, and
Yeah,
I
you're
appreciate your offer to come in person and speak at neighborhood meetings. I very well might take you up on that offer, and
I would love to. I was going to put it out in an
appreciate
email.
that. That would be great, Michelle. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks
you
a
bet.
lot.
Further questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll go on to public health.
Good evening. I'm Janelle Heinrich. I'm the Director of Public Health. Here with me tonight is one of my colleagues, Doug Fagley. The rest of my team wasn't able to make it tonight, so let me make sure I'm going over. I was waiting for that one. And Doug was the only one of us who is a former city employee.
I've noticed.
So what you see in front of you tonight represents primarily the dollars are the city's contribution to the public health budget. Our total budget is a little over 18 million. The tax levy support is split equalized value by the city and the county. The city's contribution is 45%, totaling 5.369 million. We don't have any changes in positions for this year. So we're staying steady from last year. We're approaching 2019 as a planning year. We have a lot of things in front of you that you've been hearing about a little bit and that we hope to speak to you more about that may have an impact on our 2020 budget once we kind of figure that out. Some of which I could talk a little bit about now and a little bit more later are our efforts related to violence prevention. our mandated responsibility to conduct a community health assessment and a consequent or resultant community health improvement plan. And we're also doing some analysis of our retail food establishments to assure that we are actually delivering services that are appropriate for the population who are owners and operators, and that we're not seeing any disproportionate impact on violations because of the fact that perhaps folks are not native English speakers or we're not providing services in the best way. Moving through kind of a snapshot of what each of our service areas are focusing on in 2019. This may look a little bit different as we work through kind of what our service proposals may look like and how they're defined for 2020. But for 2019, our administration is technically our operations division, and they're responsible for all the infrastructure support, administrative support throughout the department. It's where our health and racial equity work live, and they are responsible for managing our application and our accreditation process. And the things that are in that process are very well aligned with the city's efforts on results-based budgeting, performance excellence, and so on. So they're working really hard to align all our efforts so that we're kind of seamless in how things get presented to you in our customer service. In animal services, we are responsible for all animal complaints and concerns throughout Dane County. We have 7 officers and a supervisor. One of the things that we would like to improve upon in 2019 is figuring out ways to improve licensure. It's pretty low. It's a hard thing to do. It's pretty low countywide. It ranges from 5% in the town of Madison to almost 95% in the village of Rockdale, where there's only like 48 dogs. And in the town of Madison, there's 1,500. In the city of Madison, we're at about 21%. We'd like to get to a county average of 30%. And so what we'll need to do there is to really figure out who the stakeholders are that can help support licensure, vets, and retail establishments and otherwise, and working with the municipalities. In 2020, this may be where you see the biggest changes in service lines, where we kind of break things out in a more specific area. But for right now, this basically represents all of our community health division, who is responsible for communicable disease control, maternal and child health, programming, and family and reproductive services. So we have started this past year, and we will be continuing in 2019, identifying ways to improve breastfeeding rates. And we have identified throughout Dane County, but we've started within the city of Madison and on the south side, where we've identified South Madison as a first food desert. And what that means is that there are not many places that are available, public spaces or employers that have spaces to support women in breastfeeding. And so education, we can do all the education we want to try to get those rates up, but if there aren't any places that support women in their ability to breastfeed, then it kind of goes by the wayside by the time we are done. So we are looking to establish new places there. And then really focusing on, we've long had a fetal and infant mortality review, and I'm summarizing this, and you can ask me more questions if you have, which really focuses on fetal and infant deaths. We've spent a lot of time in the data phase, and there's a lot of really amazing work that's happening in Dane County right now, and we really want to be able to connect that data to action and kind of leverage activities that are happening in a variety of sectors, primarily with the Health Council and then with community partners. In our emergency response, this is our what if. What if there's a disease outbreak? What if there is a flood? What do we do? What if there is a novel condition that's happening? So what we are focusing on is, in the event of an emergency, we would be responsible for assuring that all 500,000 plus individuals in Dane County receive vaccine or other treatment, prophylaxis. And what we are focusing on there is identifying locations, large businesses, organizations throughout Dane County to support so that they could be their own distributor of vaccine or prophylaxis in the community for their business and their employees. So that takes some of the burden off the 150-person health department and being able to do that within what's generally 48 hours. For environmental protection, this is really when we're focusing on our groundwater. And one of the areas that and household hygiene and otherwise, but a major area of concern is reviewing and responding to septic failures and working to get that installed properly. Where we have a lot of steel tanks, there's about 162. We don't generally know if they're failing unless there's seepage that's happening, or we might find out that there's groundwater that's contaminated kind of down the line. And so trying to work a little bit upstream of that to mitigate that from happening in the future, as well as working to allow for our plumbers primarily to be able to have better access to permitting. And we've been working with City IT to get that application system online. For our lab, I won't read the service goal to you unless you'd like me to, but in 2020, we are working with the Dane County Land and Water, 2019, Land and Water Resources to review kind of the Great Lakes standards and see how that applies to inland bodies of water to improve water safety and quality, and see how we could develop some criteria that may end up resulting in recommendations to the city and the county and other boards around practices related to algal blooms, total coliform, fecal coliform, and so on. And then a couple years ago, we adapted our pool frequency monitoring according to CDC standards, and we kind of reduced that. We'll be looking at how do we where we're not seeing any illness from that, we're actually seeing more coliform in the water. So we're going to be adjusting our response, our sampling frequency to support operators and better outcomes there. For licensed establishments, this is our inspection of all food and hotel and other facilities throughout Dane County. I spoke to our health and racial equity goals around that. And then we will be conducting a fee analysis that may, an analysis of the fees that may result in increased fees in 2020. And finally, our policy planning and evaluation. I think it's mistitled in your the bigger document. It says policy programming and evaluation. It's policy planning and evaluation. It's kind of the TA and the data hub of public health, and supports both internal programs as well as community partners, and using data and translating that into appropriate prevention and intervention programming. I can speak more about the violence prevention work, but I think we'll be having a presentation in a couple weeks on that, so we can get a deep dive there. Staff were just finally hired in July, so our work plan's kind of being refined now that we have staff fully on board. And then the community health assessment. And we received Department of Justice funding to do an overdose fatality review. We were one of the first 5 counties in the state to receive that funding. There's now 10 or 15 more. We're a little bit behind our timeline there, trying to manage some data use agreements. But that would allow us to kind of pull multi-sector partners together to do a better analysis of why where the kind of gaps and breakdowns were in the system that resulted in fatalities. While we've been working on these overdose fatalities, while we've been working on working through those data use agreements, we've started some pilot questionnaires with families of individuals who have died from an overdose, and that seems to be going well. We're establishing relationships with a bunch of partners, and we're about to launch what we're calling the OD map. It's an overdose map which allows for real-time data to be shared when an overdose happens across multi-sectors in the community, and we think that that could be really helpful. When there may be, in quote, kind of bad batches that could have a negative impact on multiple individuals, and it also gets that information out to service providers as they're interacting with community members to let them know what's happening. So tried to make that really quick at a high level, and I welcome your questions.
Alderman Palm.
Oh, sorry. I had a question. I didn't realize I was first. I have a question back to the food policy highlight that you had.
This one?
No, the earlier.
The highlight?
Yeah, the highlight, analysis of retail food establishment in Dane County to ensure that PHMDC is providing service reflective of our commitment to health and racial equity. Can you, I'm trying to understand what you're doing there.
Sure, yeah, I can turn it over to Doug.
Thank you. What we're trying to do is that we anecdotally have information that our inspections may come with some bias when we go into establishments that are owned by persons of color or perhaps English as a second language. So what we want to do is verify that and see if that is in fact true. If it is, then work on biases that we may have, but also then look at different interventions that would be more equitable to the operators. If it's different oral communication, if we need to look at translation of some of our rules and regulations, or if we need to make better use of interpreters. And so we want to solidify, first we need to know who we're working with, and then try the different interventions to see if we can ensure that everyone is receiving the same service, even if we have to provide additional assistance to. I mean, the goal is food safety, so however we can communicate that and get that across, that's what we're looking for here.
So, first off, I mean, how do you go about doing that? I mean, it seems to me that potentially biased people with biased people get biased results. So, is that a contractor, or you got people from other parts of the public health? How does that?
Yeah, we have a UW population health fellow that will be coming in and designing the sampling plan and assisting us throughout the whole investigation process and set up the whole study, more or less, and work with that person to kind of help inform what we're doing and that we're communicating correctly.
We're also kind of engaging with the Safe Food Advisory Committee, which is, well, you can speak better to that.
We have a Safe Food Advisory Committee that is 9 operators that operate throughout Dane County and Madison, and they help inform us on how we're doing our job. So we meet with them on a regular basis to make sure that we've got a good working relationship with our operators. And this is something that they thought would be worthy to take a look at as well.
Sure. Does the committee have a racial equity, or?
It does now.
It does now.
It did not previously, and one of the things that we did last year were to change the language to ensure that we do have racial equity on that Safe Food Advisory Committee.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Gotta figure out who's who. Alderman Fair.
Thank you. I'll ask a question that I'm assuming maybe there'll be some discussion about, and that is if you could just go into a little more detail on where you're at with the violence prevention work. Last year we had quite the discussion about it, so I know there's high interest amongst the folks here, which is great, but where are we at, and what are the steps coming forward in 2019?
Thank you. So I can say y'all were right. We were really optimistic that we would be able to get staff hired and kind of a work plan developed. I mean, it's our goal always to be as responsive as possible. We didn't actually get our full kind of team, in quotes, hired until mid-July of this year. So that doesn't mean that there wasn't work happening, but the ability to actually kind of dig in deeper than having staff from a variety of different places provide support and start developing a framework it hasn't happened. We've been working very closely with the community safety intervention team and a variety of partners that are there and supporting kind of their use of evidence into practice, I would say, related to community engagement and evaluation of their efforts. We will have kind of taken that plan that we had started to develop earlier this year that probably got pushed to the side a little bit in the absence of having a team available, and are revisiting that and should have that available in like any day or within the next month. And then that's what we hope to be presenting to y'all on in the next month or so.
A plan that'll sort of lay out your, or a document to lay out your plan.
Kind of the work plan of what we're trying to accomplish and the development of, there's a lot of work that staff are engaging in identifying stakeholders who may want to be part of a violence prevention coalition at large, right? So that would help support kind of bringing folks together. One of the things that we heard primarily from stakeholders throughout the county is that there's a lot of good work, they know what's happening, but they don't know how to coordinate their efforts, so that the goal would be to help support bringing folks together and engaging them in a more collective fashion through that coalition, as well as perhaps advisory to the creation of a violence prevention framework so that we can do align efforts around the response, prevention, and mitigation of violence in the future. So that's where the work plan is being built on both how do we develop that coalition, what can we expect at what point in time, what different roles and responsibilities of different sectors may be, as well as really trying to move towards prevention, which starts, as we heard our NOI earlier, much sooner and at a community level.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I gotta figure out who's who here. Yeah, I think that's
Thank you.
Alderman Vidar.
Thank you. I'll continue on the violence prevention, and then I had some other questions. So help us understand, as you expressed, the last year's original budget was optimistic about what could be implemented in 2018. So there is additional now resources being allocated to this very important topic for what year are we? In 2019. So help us understand your time frame. You said we would get a plan within the next month or so. And how is that new existing money, which is now being allocated to FIC, and then the new kind of funds that are through CDD, how is it
Let
working?
me interrupt, please, because that gets us into the exact confusion that we came into last year's budget. FIC has got nothing to do with what public health is doing.
I wasn't asking about FIC. I just said that FIC had gotten the money. There's no additional money that is about prevention. And so how are you working with community? What I'm trying to understand is how is your work and the work that Jim O'Keefe and his department are doing kind of coming together in allocating those funds?
Yes, we are coming together. I would say that there's a variety of things that public health staff are doing to support and work alongside both the recipients of those funds as well as community development in how kind of outcomes are being developed to support what the funding is being used for. But I will defer the question and kind of the new dollars to community development. I think it's built primarily on the premise and the assumption of what's working for peer response, and I'm looking at Jim and Laura to help me out here a little bit, could be improved with additional resources.
Okay, well, we can come back to ask Jim that question when we get there, so I don't want to, I won't forget. So the next question that I had for you is, we had quite a bit also of discussion last year on this public health boots on the ground, which now has become this line that says a partnership with Dane County Human Services, joining forces for families. Public health nurses will assess community strengths and areas for opportunity in order to identify gaps and prioritize areas for action. Can you tell me a little bit more about what does that look like from a on-the-ground
What
perspective?
it's actually doing. I think there's a lot of daily work that's still happening to manage expectations and provide clarity to that. I would say where that started was built on perhaps an understanding, assumption, or expectation that perhaps public health would be providing some more direct clinical service at a neighborhood level. And through more conversations and planning with human services, we have, I think, been able to clarify that that is not the role that public health will play at the clinical service provider in a neighborhood setting, but to help build a better understanding of kind of what the health of a neighborhood may be. In a more, we have a lot of high-level data.
Micro.
Yeah, we have a lot of high-level data about, we know what are the big disparities in health outcomes, what health status looks like at a global level, but really we don't have a really great handle, I think anyone does, about what that looks like at a community level, a neighborhood level. So it will help support engaging with service providers and perhaps community members to get a better sense of what they're experiencing and what their challenges to being able to be healthy might look like.
So have those positions been already hired within the 2018 budget?
Yes, they were hired through a reallocation, reclassification of 3 formerly vacant but funded public health staff positions. And I believe the final offer was made today for the 3rd position, and then 2 staff were recruited internally.
Is there a position description? I'm assuming it's a county position description?
It's a general, what we've done is we've updated our public health nursing position to be a more competency-based, aligned with industry standards, public health nurse position. So and then we take that and apply it to the type of work that an individual might do. So despite, independent of being a communicable disease nurse or immunization or whatever, there's a certain set of expectations we would expect every public health nurse to be able to respond to. So I can easily share that.
Yeah, and I guess I'd be interested if it's already available, like a plan, like what does it look like? So now we have this nurse that we've hired, and they're going to be sitting next to the, like literally, like how does this operationalize themselves? Are they going to be in the Joining Forces for Families office 8 to 5, Monday through Friday? What does that look like, and what's the expectation? I think it would be really important to understand that, so that as people are talking about what these rollouts, we're all as policymakers clear about what they are supposed to be doing.
And I can provide as much clarity as it develops. Yeah, it's still moving, so happy to do so.
Thank you. We'll have one last question, which is about the community health assessment. So what's the funding that's allocated to do the community health assessment? Is there like separate, I mean, there's staff clearly that are working on it, so is there a separate funding allocated to it?
So what we, yes, I mean, not yes and no. So what we have done for kind of where we are through 2019 is we receive prevention block grant dollars from the state, pass through from the feds, and to that will be used to support the community engagement component, but we do have staff who are part of our department that were hired with the intent of them providing the support to do so, because it is one of the core mandated roles and responsibilities of all local health departments in Wisconsin. So it's both, there's 2 different streams.
Let me ask Alderman Badar, a lot of the questions you're asking goes to what's being driven by county human services. Would you like to see if we could see if their director, Lynn Green, could be made available? And perhaps we could put her first on the agenda tomorrow, if that's possible? Because
Yes, Mayor, I think either Lynn or Martha Stacker, either one, to explain like what are their their expectations, because I think at some point we're going to have to make sure we all have the same understanding.
Okay, excellent. We'll try and do that for you. Thank you. Alderman Verveer.
Thank you. Switching topics, Janelle. Could you, I'm curious if you could share with us what your approximately current unassigned fund balance is today? You know, it's something that we've talked about over the years that you have
Yes.
the benefit of this great.
So I believe, and I'm going to look at finance to help me out because I don't know if I pulled that through, but we applied $2 million of, I believe, an over $4 million to 2018.
Current year.
Current year, if I have that accurate, and then we're applying $750,000 in 2019. I think that brings us down to below $3 million. And it may be lower if I might be mistaken on that, so I can.
And is that what, as per the IGA, 5%, is that approximately what 5% is?
We have been over the 5%, which is.
For several years?
Right, correct, which has resulted in this year applying, in the 2018 budget, applying more fund balance to the operating budget than what you see in 2019.
While Dave's getting that, could I ask just how generally has it been that public health has been able to accumulate such a large unassigned fund balance over the years?
Can I answer that so that?
Sure. I mean, is it because of county personnel timelines?
Yes. I don't want
to put Janelle on the spot as a county employee.
I don't want to put her in a difficult position, so I'll answer it. The county and the city have very different practices in regards to hiring and filling positions. And I wish I could recall now the timelines, but when we have a vacancy in the city, we fill it much, much quicker than does the county. And this is just universally true when we do a comparison. We've asked the county about this. We're concerned about it, if for no other reason that going back to some of these initiatives, we want them started faster. The county seems to, it's the only way I can account for it, seems to have an ongoing process of accumulating salary savings by slowly filling positions. When the city has that, when the city has financial problems, we will announce that there's a hiring freeze. I think it's happened 2 or 3 times over the last 30 or 40 years. We do not use vacancies as a mechanism for accumulating cash. And we expect in our partnership and with the agreement with the county that for at least those positions that serve the city, we get a prompter response. I'm not happy about it, just to be mildly phrasing it. I could be stronger in terminology. It is disrupting our plans to move these programs faster and respond quicker to what we think are very urgent needs. Is there anything you want to elaborate on?
And we thought we had that assurance last year from the county executive's office on the violence prevention initiative, but
it got tied up in negotiations with their human services department on restructuring certain positions, and our stuff got held up in the process. Alderman Fair?
Just as a member of the Board of Health for many years, I just want to chime in on this. We've as a board found this very frustrating and maddening, I guess would be the word almost. So we looked into it, we got some information and about how long the average, these positions take, and we asked to get some feedback and actually have people come in and speak to us, and they figured out how not to be there, essentially. So we have had a hard time getting them to come and speak to us and have a conversation about this. So it's an ongoing thing, that discussion that we have at the Board of Health, and hopefully we can report back at some point with better news.
Thank you, Alder Fair.
Let me just add, the Board of Health is not responsible.
Absolutely.
This is an administrative matter.
Yeah. I appreciate that, Alder Fair and Mayor. Dave, you had the figure or is Janelle gonna?
Well, the
cite figure?
5% is about 860,000, so the application of 750,000 will take it right down to about that 5%.
Oh, okay. So exactly
So we
that.
would have, in effect, exhausted that excess fund balance
Thank you.
in 2019.
Thank you. And then Janelle, was there anything more you wanted to add on that? Is it, in your estimation, it really is just the HR process? So in other words, the accumulation of unassigned fund balance is
I can
because.
assure you that with
you haven't-
few exceptions, when we're doing some additional analysis, that when we have vacancies, we kind of turn them around fairly immediately with the hope to fill them in a very short period of time. There are some times where we might take a little extra time to do some analysis to determine if the position that's vacant is the one that we need to refill, or do we need some different option. But we have been facing some challenges with the length of time that positions hold, not necessarily because of the goals and the intent and the vision of the department.
Thank you, I appreciate that. A different question, but an example where you were able to use your unassigned fund balance to fill the gap is the loss of the laboratory contract for about $200,000. Can you explain to us what that contract was?
Sure. We have had a long-standing contract with the City of Madison Engineering Department to do their landfill testing. Excuse me. And so this year that went out to bid. I would say that we have probably offset that contract a bit, and we're not able to put out a bid that would allow them for us to receive it, because there's services available in the community that are less costly than ours and doesn't compromise the ability of services. So we're no longer doing that contract. It's not affecting what engineering is able to accomplish and deliver, and it resulted in us kind of reassigning staff internally from the lab to our license establishment program, and then what we'll be doing in from now through 2019 is determining if there are additional ways to make up that $75,000 application of fund balance through not renewing certain, sorry, I forget the names. Yeah.
We're reducing some of our PEs and some of our sampling that we will no longer be needed because of the reduced landfill sampling. So there's a cost savings in time and in certifications.
When did City Engineering Division make this change? It already went into effect?
Earlier this year.
So it's been several months?
Yeah.
I see. I'll ask them about that tomorrow night probably then. Thank you for explaining that. And speaking of the...
If I might add, I would say, if I could just add, I mean, it doesn't really impact what the lab is able to do with regard to our response to public customers and to how we're responding to water quality concerns overall, which is the primary concern we have in the public health department.
Of course.
For what are the things that could have the greatest potential to create illness, it's really through the water. So.
Thank you. I appreciate you adding that. Thanks for assuring us on that, you know. This is probably for Doug, but I wanted to ask you a couple questions about the license establishment program, which was just mentioned. And you might recall over the years I asked you about the fee schedule. One of my favorites. So you probably were prepared for the question. So anyway, since it's apparently been 3 years or so since you've last looked at the fee schedule, can you give us exactly how you go about determining whether or not the fee schedule is supporting all of the services your area provides, and what's the timing of that review?
Right now we are running a bit of a surplus, so there's not been a need to change our fees for the past few years. However, with all the building and everything that's going on in the city, we're adding new establishments all the time, so that is going to require an additional staff person, and that's why we're looking at 19 for an addition in 20. I also do want to just make sure that you know we did split up that category into 2 different categories to make it more fair between the 1 and 5 million. It's 1 and 2.5 million and 2.5 to 5 million. So we did take that suggestion and put it into ordinance. So we've done that. So I look at the number of establishments. And I try to keep the workload for each sanitarian to 225. So when we're looking at our total number of establishments with our staff, and we start to get up around 250, 275, that becomes unattainable. And then at that point in time, we're going to look at increasing the fees to add that additional staff person.
And as you say, that would be in likely 2020 is your estimation.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, us alders, as you know, thanks to the ASALA program, receive automatic notifications whenever a license is applied for downstairs or issued. And so I certainly can say anecdotally, I've never had as many swimming pools downtown as I have today, thanks to all these high-rise luxury multifamily buildings. But the area, of course, that we see more of is the success of your social host compliance work. So could you take the time, Doug, to update us on the work? I presume is it Donna that's still doing it?
Thank you to the Room Tax Commission. They did renew the contract, so we are working, continuing to work with host compliance. We're at 114 right now, non-compliant. We'll continue to be working on that number. We did have a LTE that was working that program, so it's we're trying to find the capacity. We're a couple staff down too, that to get that person that can manage that all the time and be more hands-on with that program all the time.
Could you explain that a little more? I'm sorry to interrupt, but so I know she was an LTE position. Is she not? The position is no longer funded because it was LTE. Or?
She took another job with another city agency. And so we lost her. Right now we have another individual that right now is just trying to keep up with inspections and new licenses coming in.
So that's a full-time sanitarian that's taking it on? Or?
That's correct, yes. Yeah. Well, I shouldn't say not the full position, and a portion of that sanitarian's position is following up on the TRHs, tourist rooming houses, which are usually Airbnbs. So we will continue to, as I've got a couple of staff people coming on in the next few weeks, I'll start moving some capacity to ensure that work is continuing. It has been very successful. We went from approximately 400 down to 114, so it's working.
Right, absolutely. I mean, we certainly see that in the room tax collections as well. I mean, obviously in large part to the Airbnb agreement. So when you look at the budget highlights, it says that you include funding for a sanitarian position and public health specialist position that were added this current year, though neither one of those dealt specifically with host compliance or with the transient.
No, unfortunately, we've had retirements. Fortunately, they had a great career working for public health and retired. And with some of the issues, looking at the lab and the fiscal implications of that, and as Janelle said, moving a staff person over to the lab, we're short a couple positions that are just in the final hiring right now. So I was down 3 sanitarians at one point in time. In the next, by the end of the month, I'll be full staff except for a supervisor.
So, and I think with the host compliance, our goal for this past year was to kind of start with an LTE position to determine the full caseload of that. And then with the variety of other staffing transitions, we did not move forward another position specific to that as we're trying to do that more comprehensive assessment, building on the work of the LTE as well as kind of doing the evaluation of the sanitarian workloads. So that may be something that you might see for 2020.
I appreciate that, and not to pile on the issue of vacancies and salary savings and so forth. I don't want to revisit that, but can you give us assurances, Doug, that inspections of establishments were still kept fairly consistent in terms of how many months between the annual inspections? I mean, I can't. I mean, I would think you must have lost ground with being down 3 FTEs.
We did, but I have some actual wonderful sanitarians that were able to get the initial licensing, the pre-inspection, so those were all taken care of. We're hitting the complex and the moderate establishments very heavy in this, the first quarter of our licensing year, which starts July 1, to make sure that those are taken care of. And then as we get new staff, there'll be the less complex inspections that they can complete. So, well, yeah, we're working behind it. We will be able to meet the state contract.
And I would say from a timing, it's never good for us to have any vacancies, but probably for Doug's division, having the vacancies, kind of the bulk of them happen after our contract deliverables were due in July, allowed a little extra leeway with what we needed to turn around right away and respond to starting this new year, which for us, for that program, is July 1 to June 30th.
I appreciate that. Actually, I thought of one last question. I'm sorry to keep you, but wearing my vending oversight committee hat, we continue to hear that more and more food carts are abandoning being licensed by your office. And I guess technically licensed by the city clerk's office, but as you know, inspected by your office, enforcement by your office. Could you give us the current kind of trend? Is that accurate? I mean, do you have any or many food carts left that you folks inspect, or has the industry pretty much all moved to go to the cheaper route, if you will?
Let me just say,
and maybe you should explain for those that don't know what I'm talking about too. So.
It used to be that a mobile cart vendor, if they operated in Dane County, had to have a Dane County license. The Department of Ag, Trade and Consumer Protection changed the contract that said if you operate anywhere outside of the county, that you could get a state license. So what's happened is that we've got a lot of cart operators that are saying they operate outside of Dane County and going to get the state license. There's a draft email in my Outlook right now to yourself and Alderwood because there is some difficulties with the cart review process and the health inspections. And I think some of that is driving some of the people to go, because if they go to a state license, they know that most likely they may not get an inspection.
Oh, okay.
With us, there's going to be an inspection, and there quite possibly could be some violations on there. So.
And is there much a difference in the fee structure as well?
Not too much. They may be a little bit less expensive, but not like hundreds of dollars.
Okay. I was thinking it was more a fee issue, but it's really more in terms of the quality, I'll say, of the inspections.
I would say that with your local health department inspecting, you can guarantee that you would get an inspection at least once a year, and that may not happen quite as regularly if the state's conducting the inspection.
Understand. Okay. Thank you both very much for your responses.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much. Monona Terrace.
Good evening. I'm Greg McManners, the Executive Director at Monona Terrace, and this is Jeff Boyd, our Business Manager. And we're here to present the budget for Monona Terrace in 2019. And yet a lot of slides. So if you take a look at our revenues projected for 2019, you'll notice that there's not a significant increase year over year from 2017. It is strong, but we are feeling a softening of local business as a result of, it seems like an endless supply of small event spaces opening in the marketplace. And the amount of competition has certainly risen over the last couple of years in regards to local business. We are not projecting any increase in the amount of employees for 2019 as well. In next slide, the cost allocation methodology. And this is a little bit incorrect, so I'm going to correct it here. Along with the COLA increases that the city is projecting, resulted in an increase of cost of about $270,000 in our budget in 2019. These are the payments for the cost allocation are payments to the city by Monona Terrace for services rendered to Monona Terrace by other city departments. To balance our budget, we increased our revenues by a corresponding amount. While the 3-year average of revenue supports this number, currently our forecasts do not project revenues to absorb this cost. The use of reserves are also budgeted, and they are presently earmarked for various software programs, a study to support the Nolan Waterfront project, as well as an impending retirement. And the budget reflects a cost to continue without any new initiatives or increase in the number of employees. We have no supplemental requests. I would tell you that our service goal, as you can clearly read, is be a place for business, a place for learning and fun, and an inclusive facility that's welcome to everyone. Our planned activities are to continue community engagement efforts with the patrons of Monona Terrace, including guests, clients, visitors, and tourists. And finally, I think in 2019, we are a beta test for maybe the city. We are conducting an outreach program. The intent is to encourage staff to give of their time to Madison nonprofits, which are socially, politically, or religiously, which are not politically or religiously controversial. And the plan allows for employees to work up to 16 hours a week at nonprofits in lieu of 2 normal working days. And this program has tentatively been approved by HR and Risk Management. Any questions?
Thank you. We'll move on then. I got to figure out who this is. Now all kinds of people are coming in. Alderman Bedar, you're next.
Sorry. So you said non-controversial. Who's going to define that? I was just curious.
We're going to go through a screening process to make sure that we look at each agency and each request by employees. So there's an actual approval process that employees have to go through. And so it would be either the manager or the senior manager of the organization or of that department that would oversee that.
Okay. I'd be curious to know how that works.
So will I.
Because what's non-controversial in one person's eye, it's certainly in
Agreed.
somebody else's.
Agreed.
Alderman Verveer.
Thank you. Greg, you already mentioned the increased competition and the fact that Monona Terrace is holding fewer events for the community. But can you elaborate for my colleagues on the flip side of our success?
Sure.
In terms of our bottom line and
Sure.
the you know, obviously you know what I'm talking about, but the amount of spend
Right.
per event, particularly in AV.
We have, I mean, we do a pretty good job of, I would say a real good job of budgeting year to year. I think we came in 2017, we were within 4 or 5 events of the number of events that we held in the building. This year, we're down over 30 events in the building, and then most of them are all local. Yet, as Mike was, or as Alder Verveer was saying, we are up significantly in revenues. We're almost up $600,000 in budgeted over budget. And that's because of the bigger events that we're hosting, as well as the amount of spend that each event is hosting that's coming into the building. So we're seeing a real transition from what we would consider a typical convention or conference, and that transition is food and beverage used to be our #1 revenue stream, and now it's audiovisual services. And we've gone from overhead projections now to almost Hollywood productions in regards to what corporations and events and want to host. And it's more about the message these days than it is about the food and beverage that they get when they come to the facility. So in some cases, we've seen conventions from out of town spend almost their entire budget on the presentation and not spend any money on food and beverage, and they allow their patrons to go out into the community and buy their lunches at food carts or some of the restaurants in downtown. So there's been a real transition there, and by year end, and I think I said this, we said this previously at the capital budget, by year end we'll have spent almost $400,000 just on rental of AV equipment to support these different types of conferences and conventions. So the spend is really strong, and that's why we're hopeful that we can absorb these costs based on the spend next year. But that's all about having a good economy and it continuing over the course of the last, we've been to the benefit of that over the course of the last 2 or 3 years.
Great, thanks, Greg.
Alderman Wallace.
Thank you. So, Greg, maybe the IT department can answer this, but are your software not packaged through the IT department?
I'm sorry?
Your software, is it packaged through the IT department, or you?
It
buy
is.
them
It's part of it. It's we share our payroll software. We share with Streets. So that's our payroll software. We're having that updated next year. Munis is also an update next year. I think we have to pay for a portion of that. We also have USI, which is a proprietary software for our backbone as far as running the facility. That's all scheduled to be updated in 2019.
So this is not reflected on the IT budget? Is this just you?
Right, it's on ours. Because even if we do something with IT, typically we'd have to pay for our portion of that upgrade.
Okay. So also the fewer events by the community, don't you think you are pricing out the locals to an extent that our own convention center is not being used by our community and now mainly by corporations or wealthy?
You know, we have 21 years of history at that facility, and we've always been host to a significant amount of events. I mean, we host over 650 events a year, of which probably, I think it's fair to say that over 500 of them are local events. Our pricing structure is very competitive with the market. We do a market study each year to make sure we are competitive. We do not want to price ourselves out. But what does happen is we do give priority booking to those bigger events that want to come in versus we give them priority booking over smaller events, meaning we want to have multiple day, multiple space events in the building. That's what Monona Terrace was built for. And then we build in around that all the smaller events. So in some cases, when we have a real strong event year that brings in a lot of conventions and conferences from outside of the community, there's less space to book. Okay? But it's not about pricing so much. It's about availability of space. In 2019, we're not seeing that. We're seeing availability of space, and we're not seeing the robustness of the local business. But again, I think it's primarily due to the fact that there are so many event spaces that are opening up in the community. And you look at anybody who has 3,000 square feet of flat floor space, they're doing events. I know MMB was even looking at 260. Can we host events there? So we are in competition with so many different venues to host local events that it becomes more difficult, especially if you're the more established, longer operated event. You know what you're getting at Monona Terrace, you might want to try something new. So we're seeing that kind of activity happening, and we're also seeing a lot more less cost or less expensive weddings taking place. So they're looking at barns, they're looking at, I think Lucier Community Center just added a space, and I was talking to them on Friday night, and they're hosting weddings there now. So everybody who's in it, who has space, is renting it for events that may be in and above what their normal core business is. That's our core business. That's what we want to do, and we will continue to host that, and we'll continue to be competitive. But it's a very competitive marketplace.
Do you have any system or mechanism in place where if, for example, a repeating event is not coming back, for you to find out why they are not coming back?
Oh, for sure. We actually, our repeat business over a 2-year period is about 60%. We establish relationships with each one of our customers. If they don't come back, we reach out and find out why. A lot of them are very honest and upfront about the fact that they like to rotate. They like to give other places a chance. Some of them simply aren't meeting that given year, or over the course of a couple of years. Maybe some of them even, corporate events even take their business out of town. So we do follow up on that simply because of the fact that we develop those relationships the moment they walk in the door, and we want to keep that relationship over the long term, and our return rate is about 60%.
So you think the same reasoning is
Except for weddings.
Okay.
Greg, why don't you mention all the surveying you do and how stellar our survey results are?
Yeah, we very much we survey and get a significant amount of feedback from our customers. So it's pricing surveys, it's service surveys, it's availability surveys, it's how they were treating at the parking lot, even though we don't own the parking lot. So we try to get as much information as we possibly can to weigh that and to try to determine what our customers are thinking and what they're looking for. Quite frankly, I think some of our softness is due to the fact that Wilson Street's been torn up a good portion of the year. Judge Doyle Square does create a obstacle for people to get downtown, and Monona Terrace isn't the easiest access place to get to. So we do look at data significantly. We measure that data year over year and look at it from the perspective of not only by Monona Terrace as a whole, but by agency or by department within that facility, and we follow up with our customers if we haven't heard from them for a while.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Alderman Powell.
Hey, Greg. I mean, I do think that there's a certain swath of the community events that do get priced out with Monona Terrace. I know you're competitive with places that are similar to yours, but you're not competitive to, as you said, the barns or you know, community spaces or the library or you know, MMB. So I mean, it's a tough one because I mean, community is something that we want to support using the Monona Terrace, but it's simultaneously your structures are just designed to support the more sizable events that ask for more amenities.
I can't argue with that at all, and I think each convention center in every city struggles with that same thing. I mean, there's been convention centers that have actually gone to dual pricing, those for people that are coming in from out of town, because they consider us extremely inexpensive, and then those folks that are living and residing in that community, and they look at us from the standpoint of, you know, we're on the upper end of the scale.
So on that end, you actually do sort of have, there are community pricings for certain community rooms. What's the booking like on those types of?
I'd have to take a look. I don't want to speculate on that. I think, you know, we do not have a dual pricing. We do have some discounts based on who they are, what they are, but it's about 10%.
There was, a number of years ago, there were certain rooms that were community rooms.
Right. If you're a nonprofit, the Hall of Fame room is free for use.
Okay.
But otherwise, it's a pretty competitive situation where, you know, the room rental isn't the problem. It becomes when you start adding food and beverage and audiovisual costs.
So I know the Convention and Visitors Bureau assists with out-of-town. Is there anything locally that helps if someone's interested in an event and trying to, I mean, because, you know, you in many ways, you've got partners. If we're, I mean, the library, Olbert Gardens, I mean, there's 5 different places, Tenny, not Saloon, Tenny Lagoon. You know, there's Warner Park. There's a lot of places in this, our very organization that are connected. So is there a local way that matches sort of like the Convention and Visitor Bureau?
You know, the interesting part about this is, I would have to say that we're more in competition than we are in cooperation. And we don't necessarily look at each other as far as what we can do because, you know, we're not within close proximity to any of those events or any of those facilities. So our attendees don't necessarily want to get on a bus and go to Olbrich or get into a vehicle and go somewhere else. They want to stay downtown. They want to stay in that location. I think it's worth the discussion, though. I mean, as we grow, and at one point, Garber Feed Mill was being considered for an event facility. I mean, as we grow and we grow our own city facilities, do we really want to be in competition with each other? Or do we want to be complementary to it? But I can tell you right now that that conversation isn't taking place.
Okay. How would that conversation start, do you think?
Well, I think it's worthwhile talking to Eric and whoever else might have a facility and discuss how we can be cooperative. I just had a conversation with Gene Hoffman about how we might be able to use MMB 260 for some of our events. And I think we have to have that conversation just to say, is there any way we can be more cooperative and complementary to each other versus competition?
I'd recommend that. My last question is about so you said you spent $400,000. I must not have caught this, and I asked a lot of questions at capital, but I apparently didn't catch yours. You said you spent $400,000 on renting equipment for use in Monona Terrace?
By the end of the year, we will have spent $400,000.
And do you have, is there any percentage of that that would be logical to bring in-house as a purchase? And
actually,
have you considered that?
That's a really good question, Alder Palm. We look at every piece of equipment that we purchase. We look at that rental stream that we get off that piece, and if we can pay that piece of equipment back within 3 years, we will purchase it. And that was actually a significant amount of our capital dollars this year is going to be targeted towards those types of equipment. But we look at a 3-year payback, especially when it comes to technology, because it's so it gets outdated so quickly. But if we can get a 3-year payback, we'll typically purchase that and bring it in-house and have a dollar rental will come right back to the facility.
All right, thank you.
Anything further? Thank you very much. Room Tax Commission.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just run through this very quickly. As you know, the Room Tax Commission allocates and makes decisions on 70% of room tax revenues. Room tax revenues are expected to total about $18.8 million in 2019, which is a 4% increase over the estimate for 2018. And the large share of the allocation goes to the subsidy for Monona Terrace, goes for the subsidies for the zoo and Old Brick Gardens, and to the Overture Center subsidy.
Yeah, I don't see, I'm following online.
Are there any slides for?
There's no slides, so this is just a verbal presentation on that slide.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
And Overture Center subsidy is $2 million. It's about a $100,000 increase from 2018. The Room Tax Commission also allocated dollars to the Greater Madison Convention and Visitors Bureau pursuant to their contract. And based on that contract, which has an increasing share of room tax revenues, their amount will increase from about $4.2 million to $4.9 million in 2019. In terms of city tourism marketing, the commission also provided a new program of $20,000 for downtown temporary art installations and increased the Make Madison music funding by $5,000. Under a 4% increase in the room tax, the amount that will go to the city's general fund will increase by roughly $220,000. So that's a quick synopsis of the Room Tax Commission.
Questions? Thank you very much.
Are we going to have a written document on this, or text or slides is added, or no? Or is that
I won't do the slide, it's all in the budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We do have to correct one item under the room tax highlights. The increase in the revenues is incorrect. It should read about 700,000 rather than 2.5 million.
All right.
Thank you. Next, library. Samba.
Got you right here. Good evening, I'm Greg Michaels. I'm the Library Director for Madison Public Library. I'm joined this evening by Chrissy Wick, our Director of Public Service, and a wink and a nod to Alder Verveer, despite early retirement rumors. Susan Lee is here to support us as well.
I already welcomed Susan when she entered the chamber because I was so pleased to see her.
As you can see by budget by fund, our 2019 executive budget shows a slight dip from our 2018 projected. And the highlights will give you somewhat of an explanation of why that is happening. Highlight one is we're looking at a reduction in revenue. So we've got a roller coaster going in 2019 for the library with reductions in revenue and yet some additional expenses. And so this reflects the challenges in our 2019 budget. Highlight one shows that we had a reduction in projected revenue from our cataloging services of $50,000. May not be known, but we do provide cataloging services to 52 libraries across 7 counties. We receive compensation for that, Part of our contracted services was reduced, so therefore there was a reduction in $50,000 toward that. In highlight 2, we have a reduction in projected revenue for library funds. We're just getting way too good at giving people notice ahead of time that their library materials are coming due, and that continues to decline. So the $30,000 is a realistic projection of what we can expect in 2019. In highlight 3, that was a new feature introduced in the CIP, that $700,000 would be removed from operating and recognized as a capital expenditure. In highlight 4, this is an increase to our payment that we make to Douglas County Library Service. Each year there's a formula that's used, and it depends on who checks out materials from where. And ironically, someone might be picking up a Madison Public Library book at Verona Library, and Verona gets the credit for that, even though it's our book. So if you do use a library, please make sure it's in Madison. And a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people have approached me and said, I was at your Middleton branch today. And so we do try to educate people toward that, and it does end up costing us.
And going to Douglas County is how?
Okay, we had 4 supplemental requests. The first one was restoration of Sunday hours. When we were looking at balancing our budget, we had a slight gap in our budget, and the only way that we could balance it was through surrendering or putting at risk our Sunday hours. Very appreciative of the mayor and particularly of the finance department to find a way that we could restore those Sunday hours. That was very important to us. It's an extremely important equity service that we provide. A lot of families only have the opportunity to use our facilities on Sundays, particularly school children, since our Sunday hours run during the school year. Our second request was to restore page hours. Again, this was an instrument that we used to help balance our budget. Again, we'll be working with the finance department to find a way in order to restore those.
Greg, can I just make a correction to, we were making a last minute modification on this slide, and it says that it was not funded, and there is funding to continue hourly funding for pages at the current level in the 2019 budget. That is an error on the slide.
Okay. So that's a yes. We're planning on that. Our third request was to add a library assistant position at Meadow Ridge Library. We've experienced just tremendous gains in our connection with what we've been able to achieve with our partnership with the neighborhood center there and with different community organizations, where our ask was based on being able to build on that capacity to deliver those services and continue. But that was denied in the executive budget. Our fourth ask was to add another community engagement librarian at our Goodman South Madison location. To give you some perspective on this, if we look at how the equity issue is addressed within our budget, we see some disparity between our Goodman and our Meadow Ridge Library. Our Meadow Ridge Library right now currently has 4 librarians. They have 2 community engagement librarians, 1 teen services librarian, and 1 youth librarian. At Goodman, which addresses a lot of the same challenged neighborhoods and other populations, vulnerable populations, we only have 2 librarians there, 1 community engagement and 1 youth services librarian. So that was the reason for our ask. We also have plans upcoming in 2019 that I'll address later as far as addressing better the Latinx population, particularly the one on the south side near our Goodman South Library. Our first segment is collection resources and access. basically, that's our stuff. And as you can see underneath the planned activities, we're going to look at marketing better some of our non-traditional library collections, including online resources. I pull out that we're looking at providing collection support for at-risk populations as well, expanding on that in 2019, particularly homebound or assisted living. It's a segment of the population or senior population that sometimes is an invisible population, and we're recognizing that and expanding our services to address that. So there's a real focus on access as far as that goes. And then I'd like to point out collection analysis. We're getting very good at looking to see how our collections are being used. We're able to determine areas that perhaps in the past we wouldn't be able to pick out. To give you a great example of that, some of our recent reports led us to look for an expansion of our street literature. I don't know if you're familiar with that genre. I'll look back at Enos Ragland. He'll probably recognize Robert Beck, or maybe Iceberg Slim, also known as that. That takes you back to Chicago in the 60s, late 60s, early 70s. That was really, Iceberg Slim was a pimp, and he wrote about his profession. And that was really kind of the origin of street lit and what that's about. Nowadays, you'll have like Nikki Turner or Sister Souljah, but back then, that was the origin. Our next main activity is community engagement. And this carries a lot with it. First of all, we're, as I mentioned earlier, we're looking to expand our reach to the Latinx community. A lot of programming is already going on where we're trying to target this particular aspect of our community. To give you an example of that, we're in partnership with 4Cs, where we're training Latinx caregivers. And what we're trying to offer to them is training in literacy techniques. And where it's important is we're working with licensed daycare providers, but we're also focusing on unlicensed care providers. And what we're finding from that is that we're able to reach parents of undocumented parents, or reach children of undocumented parents that way through these types of programs and advance early literacy. We're also looking to expand on our Making Spaces program in conjunction with Madison Metropolitan School District. This is a national program. We've been working with Google on this for about the past 3 years. We've been the only and remain the only public library associated with this national program. The additional members are all children's museums that work with it. And with the success that we've achieved through the Google Making Spaces, we've received support from the Smith Futures Foundation, and they're looking for us to expand our work in this area. And then we're also working on the Northside Early Childhood Zone. And again, where we find true benefit is teaching the teachers, and where we can really deliver to the various care providers in that area techniques in early literacy. Our next service area is that in facilities. Basically, that's just keeping our places welcoming and up to date on that. We do have the Rindle Park project that we're still focused on and beginning to focus community conversations in 2018, and we'll be continuing that. We've had conversations so far with a variety of individuals in that area, as well as presentations already to neighborhood associations. So we're beginning to identify the stakeholders in that area and finding out where to continue those conversations to develop a scope for that project. And then secondly, with the energy efficiencies and sustainability, I do want to give a shout out to city's engineering and public works. for their leadership and support in this area. They're really helping us make our facilities far more energy efficient. And Public Works, this is the lion's share of the work that we perform for the city. Our plans activities, again, are expansion of our access to programs and services. And what this is going to look like, it's something that I get questions about all the time. We're going to, in 2019, reintroduce a bookmobile. It'll be operated by Dane County, but it will be our bookmobile with staffing that will provide support in. In 2019, we'll be taking it to Vera Court, Kennedy Heights, Park Edge, Park Ridge, the Rindall area, and Allied Drive. And in 2020, we have plans to expand our bookmobile services to Leopold area. So this is something that we've assessed a need in the community and looked for a solution that we could mobilize that and think outside of our buildings, that we're bigger than our buildings, and bring services to the community in those areas that have challenges in reaching our libraries. We are also very much focused in the area of early literacy. And with that, we continue to develop programs that we partner with community agencies. It got darker to read my notes. And also in that area, I wanted actually Chrissy to step up and talk about this. We're developing parent survey tools and also potential app that we're developing.
So we're really looking at how do we assess two things. What does learning look like in our programs? And that's where we're working as part of the Google Making Spaces project to develop an app specifically around making and learning and what that looks like. But once we get the platform set, we'll also be able to extend that to what does early literacy learning look like, and also our Anji Play program that we do in the parks, we can also use that to assess learning at that program as well. And then we're also looking at how we can measure behavior change, because what we're trying to do at Storytime is to teach parents skills that they can take home and use on a consistent basis. And so we're working on developing a survey tool to see if parents, what they have learned, and then if they would opt in to receive ongoing text support from us so that we can text and give them tips on how to read with their children. And there's actual texting tree technology that we're working with, so it can be like they're having a conversation with library staff to get that ongoing support.
So a parent, for instance, might receive a text, "Have you read to your baby today?" Just really poignant reminders. And what those initiatives were a derivative of was our work in Results Madison, where we're being very intentional about looking at what our services are and what our deliverables are and how we can measure that in a meaningful way. Which again takes us on to our third point with the importance of early literacy. And one thing that I wanted to mention out, I noticed earlier in the conversation, earlier in the meeting, Alder McKinney had pointed out the importance of community engagement and the relationship with crime, of getting community involved. What I would also stress is the importance of early literacy and what the impact of that is in that area as well. And if you look at like the World Literacy Foundation that provides statistics, 2/3 of students that are not reading at grade level by grade 4 will either be in jail or on welfare. 2/3 of those students. And where we see the responsibility for the public library for our community is to change that trend. And the best way we can do it, the most impactful way we can do this, is by doing it through early literacy and to make sure that more children are prepared and are school ready when they begin school. If they start behind, it's always difficult to catch up. It's not impossible, but we see it as a mission critical for the library in early literacy to try to get to move that needle so more kids are prepared and ready for school. And then we're looking at MOST, or Madison Out of School Time activities. Probably one of the key features with out of school time is over the summer. We've developed with the Read Up program. We're proud to say that the Read Up program is now expanded to be included in all 12 of the summer school programs now across the school district. And what we're discovering with that program is the students, through pre-testing and post-testing information, again, looking at our deliverables, looking at our metrics, that we're finding about 80% of the students that participate in our program either maintain their reading level or improve their reading level if they participate in our Read Up program. So we're really seeing terrific results through the efforts of that program. We're also looking at strategically partnering with a lot of community partners. A great example of that is going to our Meadow Ridge Library. We recently started working with Aaron Perry, and he's developing a program called Black Men Run, Brown Boys Read. And it's a partnership that we're developing. And there's a focus on health, but there's a focus on literacy as well. And what this is it's just not a one-off. It's not like a pickup game to shoot a few baskets or let's go for a run once in a while. It's really a commitment by the Black Men Run Association to really partner with the youth at Meadow Ridge Library, to do the runs, but also to have conversations with the youth and to begin mentoring. The Brown Boys Read part was the obvious. There's going to be a reading component as well as the running. So I think it's those types of partnerships that we look for in the community, that we really try to strengthen and build on our capacity to reach youth in new ways and to engage them. Another way is just our library staff at Meadow Ridge Library, Abbats, who's one of our library assistants. I was there the other day and he was sharing a program that he does on Friday nights, which is a gaming program. So kids come in and they get to game on Fridays. And I said, that's great, but how does that connect with our literacy achievement? And he says, well, the only way they can participate on Friday is if they log reading each day the week before. And so we keep track of it. He said, we only started with 10 minutes a day, but we're finding students now are finding the joy of reading through this program and the carrot to be able to attend our gaming session on Friday, and they discover they're reading longer than 10 minutes and they don't realize it. And when you're talking about moving the needle and making an influence on a child, one of the things, if you look at the literacy statistics again, if a child reads just for 15 minutes a day, they're going to perform better in school. And there we are.
Questions for Greg? Lawrence?
It's a very impressive program. I mean, it's just overall to not just serve people who are already readers, but to reach out for people who are not readers and to interest them in library services and make those services relevant and available it's a lot. I mean, it's like a whole nother program in creation to do that. But having said that, this on the issue of people using out-of-system library materials, my question is, what percentage of the materials that are checked out are LinkCat ordered materials? I'm almost entirely a LinkCat user, sorry to say, because so much of that comes from out-of-system material. So sort of where are we at now in terms of the percentage of materials that are, of the total of materials that are checked out, what percentage do you think is LinkCat?
Well, I wouldn't focus it necessarily on the percentage of materials. It really comes down to where materials end up being checked out from. And so what this reflects with the somewhat of the disparity sometimes that we see with our neighboring libraries is, for instance, Verona. People live in a part of the city that's more convenient to go to Verona than, say, to Meadow Ridge Library. The same holds true for Middleton and Fitchburg. In the past, we were always a big gainer as far as, but as the other surrounding communities started adding libraries, that's impacted that. Where we're working and the conversations that I want to have for Sound Central is to re-examine that formula, because everything in the past was always based on circulation. And what you can tell from my narrative tonight is that a lot of our work now is based on our programming and our outreach. So we might be working with populations outside of Madison that come in for our story times, that come in particularly like for our Wisconsin Book Festival. We get a lot of individuals from that. So I want to initiate that conversation that we look at how that formula is created.
Which is our library. I know a substantial number of the people who use Penny are Cottage Grove residents, town, village, and even perhaps further east from there. As they're coming into town, they use Penny as their local library. How do we bill? How do we bill Cottage Grove? Or
that's all calculated in the formula. For Cottage Grove, we probably experienced some gains from that usage of Penny Library.
Yeah.
And then all in the wash.
Yeah.
We might be paying out more to Verona.
I just want to make sure they're paying their share.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, DePong.
I guess just I had my own question, but then follow up to that. Obviously, the one thing when we were citing the Alicia Ashman branch, in many ways we were chasing those dollars, and I'm still not necessarily sure we placed the Alicia Ashman branch in the right place. And so I say to you that some of this stuff is 130,000 is a pretty cheap branch. So we got to also consider the fact that, if we were to just place a branch near Verona and a branch near Middleton and a branch near wherever, we'd be spending millions of dollars. And so while we have to consider that these are Madison taxpayers receiving a service from a community library that is in our neighbors. And I agree with you, the encouragement to try and have people use our own branches, if anything, because that brings them into their community center, is important. But let's not lose sight of it's a big dollar amount, but nevertheless still might actually be fiscally prudent for us to support.
Just, that was an increase.
Yeah,
So
no, I got it.
The total amount that we're actually paying right now is $400,000,
Yeah.
which actually is how much it costs to operate Alicia Ashman. So just to put that in perspective, that's why it's
Right.
kind of getting us to a point where we're promoting our use a little bit more than
Sure.
we had in the past, because we used to make the same argument to ourselves that
Right.
we could never operate a branch this cheaply, but now it's starting to
But
bump into
the
branch
the
territory.
challenge with that is you're splicing. How much of that comes? I know your data can tell you how much goes to Verona. So, and that's not 400. That's not 100% of the total there.
Right, right.
And so you have to be careful that that we're applying these things logically instead of just, oh God, we're spending all this money. Let's just put in another library. That might not be the most. I remember. Years ago, we had like dots on the map that were like literally next door to the library that they were doing, and I was sort of like, well, no one's going to win on this scenario, and so I'm glad you internally have that and you're paying attention to it, but I just thought I'd mention that. Can you, back to that whole discussion about the librarians at Goodman South and Meadow Ridge, is there a way for you to email, I guess, the council, the numbers of those librarians at each branch, and relative to the however you want to use the circulation or population or some equitable value that we can assign to each branch as to, you know, how many people it served or however. Just because that's an interesting, you know, it's always going to be an interesting debate about how many people should service what region or what branch. And I don't want to right now micromanage and be like, oh God, 2 less, that's crazy. I want to be able to look at some data before I make some decisions. So
No,
thank you.
we can provide that.
Thank you. President Balday. Hi, Greg. I wanted to start my questions with the exciting news about the return of the bookmobile to the city of Madison. Can you elaborate further? Is it it's a new vehicle, and you mentioned it would be Dane County again that would be involved. Could you go into more detail as to the funding and operation of it? I mean, you highlighted some neighborhoods that would benefit from the service again, but beyond that.
I'll start the conversation, but I'll probably bring Chrissy in to fill in the details.
Sure.
But operationally, we were looking at the advantages and disadvantages of bookmobile services. And, you know, the clear advantage is to be able to reach particular populations that have significant barriers to reach our facilities, and or our ability to deliver programs and services to those neighborhoods in a meaningful way. Where it started at was Dane County does provide bookmobile services, but they provide it only to cities or towns that don't have library services. So even though we reached and we said like Allied Drive, for instance, would be a terrific place if we could provide bookmobile, initially that didn't fit within the parameters of where they deliver services. We convinced them to try that on a trial basis of bringing the bookmobile to Allied, or Owl Creek, right? I always forget, confuse those two, to Owl Creek. So they started delivering services to there, and we saw tremendous value in that. So we approached our foundation to see if they would support this in a meaningful way. One, the cost of purchasing a vehicle is significant, and then the maintenance and the staffing, the operation of that. So we're looking at a 75-25 split with the county. What we get in return from the county is they'll store the vehicle, they'll service the vehicle, and they'll provide one staff member to drive the vehicle for us. And then we're paying the other 75% of the operating costs for it, and the cost for the vehicle, which we covered through grants with our foundation. But Chrissy can give you more detail about the entire program.
So the foundation has pretty much raised all of the money. Dane County has added some of their 25% of ongoing operating costs into their regular operating budget. The vehicle is between $200,000 and $250,000, and then the ongoing operating cost for our portion is about $50,000 a year. So we have raised the entire amount needed for the vehicle and 3 years of operating expenses. We're working with each of the neighborhoods to determine which day of the week, what time, and what exact location the stops will be, because we want to make sure that it's someplace that people can get to. There, like the Vera Court Kennedy Heights neighborhood, we may end up actually doing 1 hour at the Vera Court side and then 1 hour at Kennedy Heights, so that Northport isn't a barrier. But everywhere else, it will probably be in one location for a 2-hour visit every week.
That's great. So just so I understand, the brand new vehicle would only serve the city of Madison, so Dane County would keep their other vehicle? So there would be 2 in the county, but because we're funding 75%,
yes,
it would only be within the city limits.
And if Dane County would like to use the vehicle when it's not on the regular schedule, they can. And we also have the option of using it for additional sites with our staff driving it. It won't require a CDL, so there will be multiple staff that will be able to drive it.
Oh, great. And you already answered the question about parking, because that was an issue with the old vehicle downtown, was parking, and with the renovation of Central. So it'll be parked at a county facility.
Yes,
Yeah.
off of Stoughton Road
Okay.
is where the Dane County, they're using an old, I think, fire station or EMS building, so it has the nice bays that they can store the vehicles.
Oh, great. So speaking of the Public Library Foundation and the amazing work that they do, and I'm sure that this was probably in their newsletters or solicitations I receive, and I don't remember reading about it. They're fundraising for the bookmobile. Can you, and I don't know if this is a question for any of the three of you, but when I look at on page 180 of the budget book, the contributions and donations estimated for next year, is that entirely from the Madison Public Library Foundation, or does that include other sources as well in that line item, contributions and donations?
I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I would say that'd be an aggregate number with a lot of it coming through our foundation, but we also receive a lot of unsolicited donations from the community that are part of that as well. Or
That don't go through the foundation, Greg?
Friends groups.
Oh, yeah,
or
friends
a prime
groups.
example of that through their book sales.
The book sales.
Or other fundraising contribute to that. Does that include our grants as well?
Yeah.
It does. It is just an
Okay.
estimate based on the last 3 years.
And that would include funds from grants. So the money that we receive in conjunction with Making Spaces, the one example I gave with the Google, or the SMID Futures would include that as
That
well.
would all be in that line item.
It's a fairly conservative estimate,
I'll
so
say.
just to give us the budget authority to start the year, and then we usually end up having to get an amendment.
Yeah, because-
once additional funds come in.
Yeah, I mean, looking back, you've always greatly exceeded the amount that's proposed in the executive operating budget. In the current year, it seems like you're doubling it based on the projection. And I know that Jenny and her colleagues and the board do a phenomenal job. I don't, in terms of what they do. So I was curious, what that number was, and I guess Susan answered it. That's a 3-year kind of average.
And
But-
trying to be conservative, as Chrissy said.
And
based
clearly
on
conservative.
Advice from finance as well.
You have the breakout in your submission. Do you want me to?
If you want that.
So in the submission material, so it's broken out as $85,000 as the annual donation from the Library Foundation, endowment donations from the foundation at $40,000, and the Madison Library Foundation donor designee donations at $70,000, the Friends donation at $95,000. Beyond the page, easy donations, $9,000, and then unsolicited, $5,000. So would you like me to
Great.
send that to you?
No, it's fine. Thank you very much, Laura. I appreciate
And
that.
Just to add to that, to give you some comparison when we talk about conservative, in 2018, the foundation was very successful, so we're actually received about $190,000 in additional support from them as compared to what our original claim was. So that kind of gives you an idea. And also this is an opportunity that there's still tickets available for the Ex Libris event on November 2nd.
Oh, when are they not highly successful? When you just said the foundation's highly successful. I don't know how they do it. I mean, and speaking of upcoming events, the whole Wisconsin Book Festival that was just kicked off at the Capitol Theater.
Right.
I mean, it's
James Patterson.
right. I mean, I can't say enough about the amazing work that the Library Foundation does. I wanted to ask you some questions that probably are perceived as being parochial to Central. I'll confess, and that is, speaking of the foundation, I presume that they fund a portion of bubbler programming expenses. But so anyway, my question isn't how much does the foundation, if any, supply for bubbler, but I know in the past you've asked for additional funding for bubbler because of the loss of grant revenue. And so I wanted to ask you, in terms of Central, both how bubbler is continuing level of services in this proposed budget. And then also, I'll just ask you now, too, if you could comment on, speaking of Central, the experiences you've had in the last year now that Catholic Charities has had the Beacon open for the last year, and the level of homeless services you're able to provide, and realizing that, you know, many of the, like, case management services went to Beacon and so forth. So if you could just comment on both Bubbler and homeless services.
Sure. To begin with the Bubbler, actually in 2018, we were able to operationalize a lot of the funds to support our Bubbler programming. So we did receive city funds for that purpose. We continue, though, to supplement those with additional giving through the foundation or private donations given toward that. To give you an example of that, Scooter Software, for example, supports our Making Justice programs, where we take Bubbler program to the detention center and our work with at-risk youth. Scooter Software saw tremendous value in that, and they've funded that program last year and continue the next 2 years to fund that. So we do receive additional support besides the funds that we receive in our operating budget for the Bubbler. And we continue to receive additional grant funds as well. We're part of an IMLS grant through Buffalo, actually, brought us in as a partner, and we're part of that. So we continue. We appreciate that the city is putting operating funds for this initiative now and support it. But then we still do supplement it with outside funds. There's a lot of people throughout this community and outside of our community that recognize the value of what we're accomplishing with our Bubbler program and continue to support it, like Google, like Smith Futures, as well as local agencies like Scooter Software. So it's been very successful in that regard. As far as services to individuals experiencing homelessness, we have seen a noticeable decline in the population utilizing Central Library, but we still have a core group that continues to use our facility. What we're starting to see in the conversations we've been having with Beacon lately is that their facilities are being overtaxed. It was a program designed for about 140 visitors a day, and they're probably close to 200 visitors a day now. And we're beginning to see individuals starting to come back to Central Library. And so that's one thing that we're keeping tabs of. We continue our conversation with all the agencies in the downtown area in regard to that vulnerable population. What we've noticed lately is something I was just in a meeting today with, was a slight uptick of people sleeping outside the library. And that's definitely becoming an issue for us. And that's something way outside of what the Beacon's territory is. And this is an issue that we're meeting with the Welcome Home. We're having conversations with the individuals that are sleeping outside our doors now and trying to determine why that's happening and what alternatives we might be able to provide. So even though the Beacon has been a tremendous resource and we're so happy to have it, we could use a second one actually, but we're so happy to have that. It has lessened the demand on the Central Library, but it hasn't eliminated demand on the Central Library. It's still a critical issue. It's still, we're recognized as a social agency for this population.
Yeah, absolutely, Greg. I can tell you that I think we've all observed the increased number of folks sleeping outside of Central, and for that matter, across the street at the Overture Center. Right. And, you know, partly it's, I'm sure, because of the elements, and, you know, there are overhangs available, and the top of State Street isn't as attractive as it once was for some reasons. And then another reason I've heard, actually, from at least one person when I was leaving Central was because of the Wi-Fi availability from both Central and Overture, that, you know, they can use Wi-Fi there as well, you know, even, you know, when the doors are closed. So just, and I'm in the building all the time, mostly for meetings, admittedly, and I hear announcements all the time over the PA system about services for the homeless and transportation in particular, or Friends of State Street family being in the building and so forth. Does your budget actually include any more, much if anything, in the way of programming specifically in terms of homeless services per se?
No.
It would be nothing. Okay. And then, not that this is tied to homelessness, but it certainly is to some extent in terms of the drug opiate epidemic. I read in I think it was your most recent monthly report to the library board that a group of staff have volunteered to be trained in the administration of Narcan because of the large number of overdoses. I'm sure it's not just at Central, but certainly we see them at Central. In Chief Koval's daily blog, he often mentions overdoses at Central. And so could you explain a little more about that program for us and where the funding is coming from? Is it from your operating budget? Is Safe Communities Coalition able to provide you through their grants that they've received for Narcan distribution? How is that working financially and operationally, please?
Well, first of all, I'd like to start out that I'm very proud of our staff stepping up in this area. I know this was something that the mayor emphasized to city departments, particularly the public-facing departments like the library. In conversations I had with Steve Davis, the fire chief, about the need for this and the expanded access to Narcan. So at our staff day recently, we had public health present a program on how the drug's administered and what the process would be, what the expectations would be for staff. And we told staff that this is completely voluntary, that there wouldn't be any demands or expectations, that this wouldn't be part of it. And we had over 50 staff members step up and say they'd want to be trained and involved in seeing this as, again, another resource for the community, despite whatever's attached to it. But it's a resource that's needed. And as far as identifying funding, we haven't received any, we haven't identified any funding for the purchase of that. It's a relatively inexpensive investment by us, and I think we can find the funds to support it. The fire department's been very good at providing guidance to us, and they're providing the training for free for us right now, our initial training, which is very generous of them, so that we can operationalize this at all of our library facilities. And then as we maintain the drug, since it does expire, they'll come in and they'll replace it prior to its expiration, so we don't have to worry about that. They're able to circulate the drugs a lot quicker, so we don't have to worry about expiring drugs. So
you're actually receiving it from the fire department through their medical supplies?
Well, through their guidance. We're not receiving it through that. They're showing us where to go to purchase.
I see. Do you have an approximate cost out of curiosity? I know you say it's very minimal in terms of your operating budget impact.
I don't right off. Well, I think it was, we estimated about $40 a dose. I think we want to maintain at least 2 per location. So we're looking, or probably a little bit more at Central. So we're looking at maybe 20 to 30 doses at 40. So it's really not an insurmountable amount.
Mm-hmm. Well, I agree completely with the decision of your administration and moreover the dozens of your colleagues that have voluntarily agreed to be trained and administer the life-saving medication. So kudos for that as well.
For context, Alder
Yes, thank you, Laura.
Revere, we budgeted $10,000 in the police department for their annual supply. So I think
Thank you.
for the library, it would be a smaller dollar.
Much less, yeah. Since every commissioned staff I know carries Narcan in the police department. So thanks again, all 3 of you. Thank you.
Alder Palm?
Yeah, sorry, you mentioned software company, and then I was like, whatever happened to Your Hire Music? How's that going?
We're working on it. What we hope to do is probably reimagine that, in that, oddly enough, although we developed the platform, it's been more successful across the country than it has been here in Madison. And I think part of it is getting the correct parties to work with the initiative and reimagine and repurpose how we're going to do that. Anybody that's not familiar, Your Music Library is a catalog of local music that we provide through our online website so that you can either download or stream local music. And we do pay a licensing fee to each of the artists that participate in the program. So,
Also available in Lincat.
also available in Lincat. Yeah, this was a platform that we developed with Murphy Music, a local software developer here in Madison. As we developed the program as an open source platform, it's now currently being used in Nashville, Seattle, Edmonton, Pittsburgh, Austin, Portland, and a couple others. It's really expanded, and it started all here in Madison.
So one of the strategies was we were going to derive revenue from distributing it. Did we do that?
No.
I didn't think so.
Well, sort of. We're not really deriving revenue. We're not being charged what other libraries are being charged for it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that was the last person on the queue. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Next, we have building inspection.
Good evening. I'm George Hank. I'm the director of the City of Madison Building Inspection Division. So our proposed budget is just over $4.7 million. There is no change in authorized positions. Budget highlights, they are fairly small. We have an increase of just over $9,500. That's being derived from state seals and inspector training. And those increases are to be consistent with past trends. On the other side, we have some minor increases on spending for hardware supplies and software maintenance. And those are based on that $9,500 in increased funds. We had one supplemental request for additional funding. While it wasn't actually funded, it was approved through existing budget authority. That's something I'm very pleased about. What this supplement was for was to provide rugged tablets to the new construction inspectors. It allows them to have real-time access to our data, where right now they have been using a simple tablet, which allows them to upload their inspection results, but they cannot check, say if they're following up for another inspector, they could not check what the previous inspector's notes were from the day, or letters of approval, or historic property records. This will allow them to basically have complete access, similar to what they would do at their desktop. For some of the things that we look to do this year in the consumer protection, we are going to review Madison General Ordinance Chapter 22, governing weights and measures, to provide greater clarity and ease of use by the business and public. We are also going to update the fee schedule for annual licenses and eliminate some obsolete items that are in there. You know, I'm trying to think probably the last time we actually saw a platform scale and a few others. So we're going to eliminate and consolidate those to make it easier. We're also going to adjust some of our fees that we collect to have it accurately reflect the workload that we are doing with those devices. Health and welfare, these are the property maintenance inspectors, snow in the winter, tall grass in the summer, graffiti. For planned activities, we're going to identify and review major thoroughfares and blighted areas for the property maintenance violations. And then we're going to proactively conduct more field observations during historic downtimes. In the fall, when the grass has stopped growing, before it starts to snow, usually we have a bit of a low period of activity. Same thing in the spring when it stops snowing and the grass has not started to grow. So we are going to make a concerted effort to do some proactive inspections at those times. Inspection, this is basically landlord-tenant conflict, housing complaints, issues like that. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead in my head. This is inspecting new buildings as they are being built. If you look around, we're still very active with it. All the tower cranes and that are around. And what we're going to do is utilize housing inspectors to conduct minor inspections such as footing and foundations, decks, garages, and other minor projects. This will allow the new construction staff to concentrate on more in-depth inspections, things of that nature, and allow us to do that with less overtime and also without the need to expand staff to cover those type of inspections. Systematic code enforcement. This is where I was headed before. We're going to review and re-coordinate the way systematic inspection areas are identified and completed to really reflect compliance with the recent changes in state law. They have done a lot to limit what we can do. So they haven't taken it away completely, but they've made a lot of hoops for us to jump through. So we're going to work with the city attorney's office to make sure we are doing it right. The last thing we want to do is poke them over there. Zoning and signs. This is something that Matt and I are very excited about. We want to establish a formalized pre-application process and schedule application submittals for land use applications, such as conditional uses, demolitions, and rezoning requests. We want to get to people at the very beginning to outline what they need to do so there's less confusion at the back end when people are actually trying to get their projects finally approved. We want to set them on the course at the beginning so that they're successful. That's all I have. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Any questions? Alder Fair.
Thanks. George, I was just wondering if you can give more info on, so this is under the health and welfare where you said in that downtime you're going to look to do some more proactive field observations. So can you just tell a little, like, where that might be or how that would play out or how you think that might look?
I think we will end up more in blighted areas and also major corridors. The major access points to the city, when maybe trash has been sitting out or has arrived early, or they put out large items when it wasn't the right week. We'll start with education like we always do. Try and make sure that they understand that, no, you can't put that couch out at this time. You have to do it the next week. And then work to make sure they understand that. And so I would, again, envision this being major thoroughfares in and out of the city and areas where you may, where blight is an issue.
Okay. Kind of along the same lines, or not, maybe not exact same lines, but if you could just go in any more detail on how you're going to re-coordinate systematic inspection. I know your hands are tied a bit, but if you just...
Well, there's actually an approval process where we have to designate areas, and we'll have to come back here with a resolution and have them approved by the council on where we want to go. And so it typically involves blighted areas that we have to focus on. So we'll have to do some type of study to determine where those will be. We will pick areas, maybe 4 or 5 that we will sequence, and then we will come here, and part of the process is getting your authorization to go into those areas.
When you say blighted areas, I mean, how do you, based on complaints you've gotten in the past, based on just observation?
Those will certainly be a factor in that. Certainly complaints that we have received, if we start, plotting them on maps and we see an increase in, say, failure to shovel sidewalks, failure to cut grass, trash in yards, a lot of complaints for broken windows, peeling paint, things of that nature, and we would use those areas to help identify blighted areas and then move forward with that process.
Okay, thank you.
Olivier?
Thank you. George, I'll follow up on Alder Fair's question about systematic, as you know, something I often ask you about at this time.
Sure.
At the podium there. So my recollection of the changes in state statute were that we really, don't like using the phrase dodged a bullet, but I'm using it. Anyway, that compared to what was previously originally introduced on behest of many landlords around the state, was ultimately watered down, and what was adopted and signed into law, at least, that's my understanding from Nick Zavos and what I've read. Can you recall for us specifically what actually was enacted will require you to do differently? Because when you mentioned a moment ago the Common Council resolution being considered by us, that's something that you've done a couple of times since we've been here.
Correct.
Where you've in the past, had the council go on record as to what areas would be targeted and how many years you think it will be before your inspectors can get into each rental property. So what could you give us other examples of what's different under the new law?
Again, what was originally proposed was basically would have eliminated
Right,
systematic
it was
inspection
draconian.
completely.
Right.
And we would only been able to respond to complaints. What they did was they allowed us to pick areas pretty much because of blight and other problems like that. We will develop a program, we'll get it authorized, we'll do inspections. And what's also in there is that if there are no violations on a structure when we look at it, we can't look at it again for
so
I
many
think
years.
5 years. Okay, which I can live with that.
Systematically, though, right?
Yeah,
That's
I can live with that.
that's the resources you've had have
Exactly.
never
So
allowed us to be more frequent than that.
In some ways will allow us to target areas that I think we will get good benefit from. One thing that I will have problems with, we have areas where probably blight is not a problem, where we have large porch structures, 3-story porches on front and back of buildings that may not be in blighted areas. We'll have to see how that happens, or how that works out. And that's one thing that makes me nervous. They ask me, what do I lose sleep over? And it's that 3-story porch loaded with 50 people. And I'm afraid that we may end up with some areas we might not be able to look at those. So we will be more dependent on the occupants of the building or the neighbors to bring that to our attention, file a complaint, where we then can go and look at the property. So I hope that answered your question.
It does. This is parochial, of course, but so you're saying that some areas of the downtown that have had systematic inspections for decades, you don't consider blighted anymore?
Well, no, I'm not thinking downtown. You know, you get further
I hate
out.
to
You get further
brag
out
that,
and you
that
have
I
some
represent a
areas.
blighted area, but when you're talking about storage overload on porches, of course, I
Yeah.
think of the annual inspections your staff does in the Mifflin Street Block Purdy area.
Correct. Those I'm not worried about. I think when you get further east, further west, in some areas, it might be a little bit more difficult to get to a level of blight where we're going to do systematic inspections on them.
I can see that, because in the past, we've included pretty much the whole isthmus, and I can see
Exactly.
why.
When you
that
get to the edges of that, it may not be as easy.
I get that. Thank you for that. So are you, in what you're saying, are you saying that your staff has put a halt to systematic inspection since the law was enacted?
We're finishing up on ones that we had in process. So we're still doing some, but we need to formalize this process as we move forward.
Well, I hope you and Kyle are prioritizing that with the assistance of the city attorney's office, because I'd hate to have a long pause button on our systematic program.
We've been talking with ACA Brist regarding this, because he was the one that did some of the reviews of the ordinance, of the state statute changes, and we've been working with him on this.
Okay. Well, again, I hope it's prioritized by all parties concerned. I appreciate that. So if I could ask you about staffing, I know you expect this from me often to ask about this, but usually I'm asking you about the field inspectors in terms of staffing every year at this time. And more recently, as you and I have discussed, because I'm receiving requests that somehow they think the alder can expedite permit issuance by the plan reviewers, certificates of occupancy, et cetera. You've articulated that plan review in particular has been very short-staffed for some time, and thus has quite a load. Can you give us the current status update as of tonight, where you are with any vacancies, but particularly in plan review?
Sure. Building plan review, we're fully staffed. We have a new employee who started just over 6 months ago. She's come along really well. She's focusing on 1 and 2 family review and does a wonderful job. So we're on the building plan review. We're doing, I would say, exceptionally well right now. On zoning review, we've had 2 recent hires. They are coming up to speed. So while I would say they're not, fully versed in it, they are very close to being there. They're working with a mentor to make sure that they're looking at all aspects of the zoning code when they're doing their review, to make sure that something doesn't pop up later and create conflicts for our customers. We've also had one employee who's been out for 4 months, and so that's put a chink in our armor also. So we're doing much better right now than we were 6 months ago, and I would expect that curve to continue in an upward path.
Thank you. And what about the rest of the division?
We are fully staffed with the exception of 1 housing inspector that we will be filling, probably starting that process in the next 15 to 30 days. We, in a very rapid succession, filled an electrical inspector's position that became vacant basically at the end of September. We had the process already started to fill that position, and that employee will start, my understanding is, probably around late October. He's currently an electrical contractor and wants to finish some of his jobs that he currently has open. And finally, the inspection supervisor retired. We have that position still open. We did that because we had interest from a couple of employees that would like to apply for that position but did not have the necessary credential at this point. And one of them is working feverishly to get that credential, taking tests at a rapid succession, and I believe we'll be there very soon. So we will be posting that position probably, I would think, in the next 30 days. And then, but in the interim, Kyle Bunow and myself have basically divided those duties. Other than that, we're fully staffed.
Thank you for that detailed explanation. Lastly, I just wanted to ask you about the idea of requiring pre-application for various zoning applications, land use applications. From my experience, the ones that I'm familiar with, again, speaking parochially in the 4th District, that maybe it's just that they're always so major, but it seems like that always is a given, that, if nothing else, they go to DAT for those meetings, for rezonings, for demo permits. So the only thing that I can think of that really wouldn't be where folks are already having those conversations, perhaps is food and drink, outdoor use. But are you saying that your colleagues receive a huge number of folks walking up to the zoning counter and saying, here's my application, and it's the first conversation they've had with anybody there?
Yes, actually, that does happen.
Wow.
And it can be very painful. We have people come in that think they can walk out with a permit to tear down a house. Wow. And they're really surprised of the process that's involved. And we are hoping to get this information out, to a much higher degree, so that when people are thinking about doing something like this, that they can do it. We also run into problems where somebody has great visions to take over a building that was severely deteriorated, and they're going to rehab it. And I think that's a wonderful thing when that happens, but when they open it up, they find out it's far worse than what they envisioned, and they end up with what's called a technical demolition at that point. It gets stopped, and then they have to go through the plan commission process at that point to get the permit to tear it down. We need to identify those as they're coming in, and I think encourage them to do that at the beginning, because all of a sudden you get a building where they've been moving forward and it's torn apart, and it's been stopped then for 6, 8, 12 weeks, sometimes longer, when it's an applicant that's not very savvy with the process, or in fact is not savvy at all, and as a result they struggle getting through it. And Alder Aarons has one of those in his district right now, that it's been very difficult getting the owner back on track and getting things so it moves forward. And we don't have a building that, if you ever saw the movie Money Pit, where they said what looks like they're testing missiles, is, it's kind of like that.
So can this be all done administratively? Does it require?
Yes.
So I understand this further, you're going to actually require a pre-application meeting before you'd accept an application, or not necessarily that strict?
This is not finalized completely. The savvy developer that knows everything about this process one still might run into some problems. I see very little to be gained by doing that with them, but the kind of the one-offs that come in here and want to try and do something, like you mentioned, food and drink, things of that nature, conditional uses, those certainly would be geared to them.
When do you anticipate that your division and the planning division would be working together to figure this out? I mean, it seems like everybody is already so busy to have face-to-face sit-down pre-application meetings. I presume that will take a fair amount of work to.
It's our belief that if we do this, we pay for it at the beginning, but we save a huge amount of time at the back end.
I get that completely.
So to me, that's why we believe this will be very beneficial to us. It's the final 3 or 4 items on getting an approval that sometimes can take a really long time and can be very painful for the applicant. And if we can resolve some of those issues at the beginning, or at least, do like a critical path chart so that they understand what they need to be doing at those certain times, that will help us at the end. In many ways, it's very self-serving. We want to make it easier for us, too.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So how soon do you think it'll be implemented? Then what quarter of the, I presume this will be in the new year?
I'd like to say, right now with the move, things are a little chaotic. I would like to see this start late fourth quarter, early first quarter of next year.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much, George.
Okay, that was the last person on the queue. Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Next, we have CDA Housing Operations.
Hi, my name's Tom Conrad, and I'm the interim director of the CDA Housing Operations Division. Our budget is mostly composed of federal funds that flow from HUD or from HUD through WIDA. I would like to point out that we're looking at flat funding from city funds, but I need to point out that we have 6 supplemental requests. Let me just go to budget highlights first, though. The Section 8 housing program is currently serving just under 1,600 families, making up the difference between what families, low-income families, can afford to pay for rent and the actual cost of housing in our jurisdiction. HUD's funding this past year was based on renewal of the previous year's funding. The 2019 funding we expect to be somewhat higher than last year. And we also expect to increase the number of families that are on the program from about 1,700 right now up to about 1,800. So that will add substantially to the number of people that we're assisting. And it will also generate higher administrative fees that HUD pays to housing authorities for operating this program. The additional positions that we're requesting are in the public housing program, and we expect that we'll be getting better operational funding from HUD, due partly because of increased occupancy and also because of a better formula for providing the operations subsidy called the operating fund from HUD. We have submitted a number of proposals for additional positions, 5.5 additional positions, in order to improve the services that we're providing to our residents. And with those positions, we'll be able to more promptly process requests for reasonable accommodations from our residents who have disabilities. We'll be able to more promptly address grievance hearings. we'll be able to provide better service to applicants and participants at our front desk at the central office, improve unit turnaround time when we have a vacancy, and also provide a new kind of security service to our residents in the Triangle who are currently served by a contractor for after-hours security, and we want to bring that function in-house and do it a little differently. We'll also be reducing contracting at our East Public Housing site in order to provide a better level of service there for things like groundskeeping and tree trimming, freeing up our regular maintenance staff to do quicker turnarounds of apartment vacancies. Specifically, these changes are to add what we're calling an accommodation specialist who will process those reasonable accommodation requests. We'll add a clerk typist who is currently at halftime, so that's really a 50% increase or a 0.5 increase in staffing. The security services would be referred to as this community resource officer. We're starting to work with the community police, the Madison Police Department has a community police officer assigned to our Triangle public housing site currently, and we're working with that officer to develop a job description for a different kind of community service officer who would get to know every one of our residents on the Triangle on a first name basis and provide what we're calling it sort of an officer friendly kind of service, as opposed to after hours law enforcement profile that our current contractor is providing. The info clerk position would be to enhance our services at the central intake office, where we process applications and we greet our Section 8 participants when they come in for their annual review. The groundskeeping function that I was referring to at our east site is there as a laborer, and we'll also be adding a tenant services aide at in our West Public Housing. Tenant services aides have been part of the way services are delivered by housing operations for years, but we also have assistant managers at each of our 3 public housing sites. We have a tenant services aide and a assistant manager at our East and Triangle sites, but not at our West site. So this would be to provide a higher level of service to the folks who live at Romness, are one of our biggest buildings, and the scattered sites that make up our West public housing. So highlights of the highlights for 2018 in the Section 8 voucher program. As I said earlier, we plan to increase the number of families that we're serving with increased funding that we're receiving from HUD. And in public housing, we're going to continue to help maintain stable housing for our residents who are increasingly more vulnerable. I'd like to point out that as time passes, more and more of our public housing residents are either disabled or elderly and require a higher level of staffing in order to make sure that they can maintain their housing. At the same time, we want to provide opportunities to move up and out for those families who no longer need to live in subsidized housing and are interested in becoming self-sufficient. Particularly, I'd like to talk about what's happening at the Triangle and refer to engaging community partners to provide services to our residents so that they can maintain their housing and move towards self-sufficiency. Our residents at the Triangle are particularly vulnerable, and one of the things that we're doing is reaching out to the hospitals that are so close to where our Triangle Public Housing is, and talking with them about the high level of emergency room visits that our residents are accounting for, and trying to work out a way that the healthcare providers that are so close to us can provide appropriate health care to our Triangle residents instead of seeing them turn up in emergency rooms. Another initiative at the Triangle is that we've applied for a federal Department of Health and Human Services grant specifically to provide staffing for memory care and memory and dementia care, which is becoming a greater problem for our residents there as they try to age in place. We're applying for that grant through the Aging and Disability Resource Coalition, so they would actually be the recipient of the grant, but they would provide services at the Triangle, so there's no budget impact for us. So, and finally, as I said, we would add these positions to increase our occupancy, shorten apartment turnaround time, and improve our response in routing work orders for our public housing residents. So, with that, I'll take any questions.
Nobody's on the queue. Any questions? Alder Vivier.
Hi, Tom. I didn't want you to have no questions at all. Congratulations on such a hefty budget compared to previous years. Certainly, this is very impressive increase in services to your residents. Could you what's most impressive to me is the fact that you're able to serve more folks on the housing voucher program in particular, at least 100 additional residents. Can you remind us, please, how many folks are currently on the waiting list or generally are on the waiting list when you say it'll be the first time in 4 or 5 years that we reopen the waiting list?
Well, we actually have over 1,000 names on the waiting list right now, but we prioritize applicants who either live, work, or go to school in our jurisdiction, so City of Madison residents. Of those, we only have about 150 names. So the majority of the people who are left on our waiting list right now are from out of town and don't have any living, working, or going to school relationship with our jurisdiction. So that's when we get to this point, that's when we decide to open up the waiting list.
I see. And that's been the practice of CDA in the past?
Yes.
That's when and I know you've been with CDA for a long time, so that's when you've opened up the waiting list in the past, is when you reach the number of those folks with Madison ties.
If we don't have enough applicants on our waiting list to qualify for one of our priorities, then to fill our need for the coming year, then we open the waiting list. So we opened our waiting list in 2008 and in 2014. So it's been a number of years since we conducted a lottery for potential applicants.
How often do you stay in touch with individuals on the waiting list to know that they're still interested?
We refer to it, we send out a letter of interest, which is a process that we refer to as a purge, a waiting list purge. And we do that annually. But it's to make sure that the people who are on our waiting list are still where where they're still reachable.
I see. And then switching topics to the unprecedented number of new FTEs that the mayor is proposing that you have, 5.5 FTEs is You know, obviously more than any other agency by far. Parking's maybe a second, somewhat close second, parking utility. But can you just explain why all in 1 year, why 5.5? And I mean, the rationale you gave, I totally get, and it makes a lot of sense. For example, avoiding contracting out and bringing the in-house would actually save money in some cases. But is the 5.5 just proposed for next year just because of the increase in operational revenues and one chunk? Or
it's a combination. It's 3 of the 6 positions are paid for by either replacing contracting or reassigning staff that are, or I'm sorry, hiring staff that would be replacing folks that are working on hourly basis right now. So we're with the receptionist position, for instance, last year we covered the downtown central office receptionist job with 2 half-time hourlies. And we've determined that you need to have someone who's got more skills and is more focused on the receptionist responsibilities that happen at our front desk. So we're going with a full-time receptionist there. The reasonable accommodation specialist is something that the Assistant City Attorney Madison has recommended to us for a few years now to get someone who's professionally dedicated to dealing with our, not only our requests for reasonable accommodations that we get from our disabled clients, but especially for dealing with the informal hearing process, which is a quasi-judicial administrative hearing that we conduct for any grievance that our public housing residents have or any applicant who has been denied and wants to appeal that. More and more frequently, we're seeing legal action in Wisconsin represent the folks who make appeals to us, and we want to make sure that we do a fair job of conducting those hearings, and we do it professionally, and we do it with somebody who's at a paralegal status.
I appreciate that. It all makes tremendous sense. I'm just thinking maybe we should have added some of these positions in prior years, but.
Well, I think you alluded to the fact that the federal funding has been has increased over the last year, and we haven't been able to do this prior to this.
To my surprise, by the way, speaking politically here, when the mayor's budget came out, I was shocked to see that you could afford to add so many positions and serve so many more people in this administration.
The public housing program, especially the operating subsidy that is essentially designed to make up the difference between what our tenants can afford to pay us in rent and the actual cost of what it takes to run our housing, has suffered deep prorations of the subsidy. So the HUD's own formula would say that we would get one funding level, and we routinely have been getting 80% or less of that from the federal government. That proration factor was much better last year than before, and we expect it to be that way for the coming year.
I see. Thanks very much, Tom.
Further questions? Nobody? Tom, I have a question. Of the triangle that you are talking about, is this security person that you're working on recruiting, will he be going around these properties or just at one location?
We want to try this idea of having a community service officer at our triangle development in particular first. What would be special about, first of all, what's special about our population there is that there are very few police calls and there's a very low crime rate there. The residents there are almost exclusively single, disabled, or elderly people, as opposed to our east sites and west sites, which have a higher concentration of family housing and also have a higher incidence of police calls. So what we're looking for is someone who can work with our residents who tend to be very frequently are very troubled individuals, but don't generally generate crime.
So what is the apartment turnaround like?
Our turnaround time needs improvement. It is substantially better than it was many years ago, but it's not as good as it has been in recent years. And we tend to turn a unit around within 60 days, but we'd like to decrease that time.
All right. Alder Palm.
I have a real stupid question. I just want to confirm that all your supplemental requests were funded, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because everyone else sort of has it and then funded yes, and yours didn't. So I just want to. Oh, okay, there you go. Maybe you went faster than me.
Sorry. Yeah, we were very pleased, and we're very grateful to see that they were all funded.
Further questions? No? All right, thank you. Next is Community Development Division.
Oh, no, economic development.
Or Economic Development Division.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Matt Mikolajeski, the Economic Development Division Director. Budget summary. Our EDD budget has been increasing slightly over the past couple of years. Our proposed executive budget for next year maintains the same staffing. We have 18 individuals for 17.1 FTEs. Our budget highlights for next year, our executive budget includes an additional $50,000 to fund a new Kiva program, which I'll talk a little bit about further. Likewise, increasing funding for the Business Walk program by $7,000 for $12,000 total. It maintains our current staffing levels and also maintains the remaining supplies and purchase services budgets. I'll start now with our supplemental requests. The first two are included in the mayor's executive budget. The first is to capitalize a new Kiva program at $50,000. Kiva is an international program that helps crowdsource fund small businesses. So it's an online platform where the community is able to go and provide loans to small businesses, often for equipment purchases, for working capital, and for other projects related to their business. The great thing about the Kiva program is again, it's community-based, so it allows individuals to contribute to business development and also allows organizations such as neighborhood associations to participate in this process. As I mentioned, Kiva is an international program, so the $50,000 that the city would contribute would be paired with funding from WIBIC and some other organizations locally in order to provide for the administration of that program in Madison. And this would be $50,000 per year for 3 years if the city were to have a full commitment. Our second supplemental request that was included is to increase Business Walk funding by $7,000 so that the total budget is $12,000. And this would allow us to complete 2 business walks per year. Our business walks are a half-day activity where city staff, along with numerous volunteers from throughout the community, will try to visit every single business within a given business district. It's a great opportunity for the city to present itself to that particular business community, to learn a little bit more about what's happening, both what's happening positive and also potentially areas where the city can make improvements. And again, it's a great way for city staff to leverage significant volunteer hours to touch businesses that we otherwise would likely not be able to visit on a regular basis. Our next 2 supplemental requests were not included in the executive budget, and they include increasing staffing for our Office of Real Estate Services. The first by adding a new real estate agent, and the second by increasing our part-time clerk typist position to a full-time position within that office. Within our real estate office, we continue to see increasing workload. In 2011, they on average had about 300 open projects. That's increased to about 500 open projects in 2018. Our real estate staff play a very important role in sort of the background activities associated with a lot of city projects, whether it be road construction projects where we're acquiring property, or projects such as the Penny Library where we're negotiating real estate transactions. And we've seen both an increase in the number and the complexity of some of these city projects. And we've also seen a lot of private development throughout the community that often has associated right-of-way and easements or encroachment agreements that go along with that private development. And so we're seeing both public projects and private projects increasing the workload of that staff. This year, one of our agents left for a new position. We're likely facing another retirement next year. And so we're just in a need to expand the bandwidth of that office through additional staff. Again, these were not included in the executive budget. Likewise, the remaining two supplementals were not included. The first is to increase our part-time street vending monitor to full-time. For many, many years, the street vending program has been staffed by one full-time coordinator and one part-time monitor. Again, this is a case where we're seeing significant growth in the program. In 2006, there were about 30 downtown food carts. Today, there's about 60 with an additional 30 food carts elsewhere in the community. Likewise, we've seen this program expand by creating new programs such as our tabling permit and also working on areas such as the top of state vending area. Again, our current street vending coordinator is putting in a lot of comp time, and we believe that by increasing the part-time monitor position to full-time, we'll be able to have the monitor do more field work, which will free up the coordinator to do more office-related work relative to the program. A very successful program and in need of expanding staffing as it expands. Our final supplemental summary is to subscribe to the CoStar program. CoStar is an online database that provides real-time real estate and construction information, and we believe that having a subscription to CoStar would help us underwrite our TIF projects by providing us with more current information about real estate trends and construction, whether it be vacancy rates, absorption rates, current lease rates. We think that this could be helpful. The city already has one subscription through the assessor's office, but we would need $5,000 to get an additional license to use it within economic development. Again, these two programs were not included in the executive budget. Moving on to our two service areas. The first is our Office of Business Resources. This office works to help businesses locate, expand, and succeed in the city of Madison. Our 2019 activities are to continue responding to business inquiries. In 2017, we responded to about 800 business requests, and we're on a similar pace for this year. Continue to manage our business support programs, such as Kiva, the Facade Grant Program, the Healthy Retail Access Program. Managing our Street Vending and Sidewalk Cafe program, organizing business walks. Apply for grant funding. We've been successful in recent years with partnering with businesses and developers to help them seek funding from the state and the federal government. Most recently, we helped secure funding from WEDC for the Oscar Mayer redevelopment. And finally, finishing work on public market planning to hopefully lead to commencement of construction late next year. Our second service is the Office of Real Estate Services, and they facilitate both our city's real estate work as well as help facilitate private real estate needs for those developers that need things such as easements and leases on city property. Our 2019 activities are to continue to acquire and lease property to meet city needs, to manage private use of our public property, and those are those leases, encroachment agreements, and easements, to maintain property and sell property within our business parks, and to manage the city's TIF program. And with that, I would open it up to any questions.
Questions? Alderman.
It's so warm in here for me. So this may not be a question for you directly, Matt, but so CoStar is being used for TIF. So, and we've done a lot of things where we charge back TIF-related things to the TIF. So why wouldn't we include that in the capital costs or related? So it might be Dave or Laura or maybe you.
I I don't know, I'll be honest. If that could be a capital cost.
I mean, we're charging people who make the capital budget to the capital budget.
We might be able to charge this depending on the, how it's characterized. I think this came in as a general fund request, so it's something we could look at.
Right, because
as a possibility.
because if it's related to the creation or development of a TIF, you could charge it back to an individual TIF as an administrative cost, right?
We could, and we certainly do charge administrative costs now.
Okay, so we'll talk.
Sounds good.
Anybody else? Matt, can you speak to the Kiva program? I mean, how does it work in detail?
Sure. So there's, so it's administered by Kiva, which is a corporation that administers these similar programs throughout the world. And what happens is if you have a small business owner, let's say that someone that is starting their business and they need a piece of equipment, they can work with Kiva to get set up on the Kiva website and state that, I need $1,000 to buy this piece of equipment. Members of the community can then effectively loan that business any sum of money. So let's say if someone wants to give $50, someone wants to give $100 as a loan to that business owner. Kiva manages all the money. So the individuals provide the funding to Kiva. Kiva then provides the funding to the business. At the point in time when the business is able to repay the loan, they then pay Kiva back, and Kiva in turn distributes funds to those individuals that made the loan, or asks if those individuals would want to just turn it over to another business, which is often what happens. These are 0% interest loans, so from the standpoint of someone providing the funding, you're not going to make any money on it, but it does provide an opportunity for community members to directly help businesses in their community. All Kiva loans need to have a sponsor, so the business owner needs to work with a community-based organization to be their sponsor. This could be a neighborhood association, it could be another entity such as WIBIC. Through our partnership with WIBIC, who's one of the Kiva partners, Kiva will also provide some wraparound services to the business as well. So this is a great program sort of in the continuum of programs that we have for businesses, and what's unique is the great community focus and the ability for individuals to help directly support businesses in the community.
Okay, thank you. Alder Vivier.
Thank you. I had a follow-up about the CoStar licensing as well, Matt.
Yes.
I had the same thought that Alder Palm did, that it seemed to me that it would be TIF eligible, so I would encourage you to pursue that. I had a larger question, though. When I look at the entire list of supplemental budget requests, your agency by far has asked for some requests that are so tiny in the grand scheme of things. Could you talk more generally about your budget? How is it that your budget can't absorb a relatively small cost of $5,000 for the CoStar subscription, or for that matter, the Business Walk request for $7,000, when, with the exception of Employee Assistance Program and their meager budget, almost every other agency is asking for supplementals that are many times the two requests I just mentioned. Why couldn't you absorb one or two of these within your existing budget?
Sure. I mean, well over 90% of our budget, our operating budget, is salaries and benefits. We really don't have, other funds, other items that are funded through the operating budget. When you look at most of the programs that we work with, they're actually housed in the capital budget. So the co-op loan program, the Healthy Retail Access Program. We have our supply budget. We have a, training and conference budget. We have some capacity for purchase services, so for holding costs for some of the properties that we own. But overall, we don't really have significant dollar amounts associated with items outside of staff.
I mean, I'm not trying to be argumentative. It just seems to me that this is peanuts compared to you know, the average size of a supplemental request. I don't mean, of course, the FTEs you're requesting are not peanuts, but the two I mentioned. And then speaking of the one related to the business walk program, I'm not familiar. I have to confess, I'm embarrassed to say, with the business walk program.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it that there's that much money attached to the cost of having a business walk?
Sure. We hire an outside third party to manage the walk, for lack of a better term. We've been using an individual for the initial couple of walks that we've done that she does this in other communities. And we felt it was a lot more cost effective for her to organize the walk. So she takes care of organizing all the volunteers, putting together all the packets that all the volunteers take with them when they're out at the walk. So all of the logistics around the walk, setting up the space where everyone meets in the morning to debrief and then, brief and then debrief at the end. So that's the fee for the management of the walks by a third
consultant, in other words.
Yep.
Thank you for explaining that. And then I found your argument for additional real estate agent FTE compelling, and I know you had convinced us a few years ago to add an additional real estate agent FTE. And so in I don't know if that was 3 years ago or something like that, what could you identify, and you gave us a fairly long list of areas that your agents work in and why their workloads are so extensive. Could you explain, please, what specific areas have increased so much in the last couple of years? Is it like communication licensing requests? What exactly is it, if you could pinpoint one or two?
Sure. One has certainly been road construction projects. So the Highway M project had significant right-of-way acquisition requirements. Buckeye Road is another one that's had a lot of right-of-way acquisition associated with it. And looking in the future, there's upcoming road construction projects that'll continue that trend. Another area is just sort of the complexity of some of the other city projects. So for example, the city recently purchased what's called the Sands property, which is a mini storage property adjacent to Central Park, the purpose of which is to expand Central Park. It was a very complex negotiation to purchase the property. Now that we own the property, we're maintaining it in an interim basis and sort of winding down that mini storage center. That takes a lot of time on the part of the real estate staff to complete. Likewise, you look at something like Penny Library. It's a more complicated condo negotiation than perhaps in the past when we would do a simple lease for a library. So I think we're seeing both the number of city projects increase, but also some of the complexity associated with them, which is good because we're doing some great things as a city, and we should keep doing those great things. But it's just, these are more complex than perhaps we've done in the past. And then on the private side, there's just, as we all know, just significant levels of private development that is continuing. And the private development, individuals often need, an easement for a communication line or an encroachment agreement for part of their project. And again, as that private development is at a good pace, that has resulting needs for our real estate staff.
And you have 6 FTEs currently as real estate agents?
Yes, in terms of agents.
And have you ever done the calculation as to what percentage of their salary and benefits are chargeable to capital projects?
I don't know off the top of my head. We do bill to capital projects, though, as we are able. And I do say that our real estate staff does a very good job of tracking their time and billing their time. They have a good system in place to do that.
I was curious, so when you asked the mayor to provide I don't have your supplemental form in front of me, but when you asked the mayor for that additional position, how much did you say would be chargeable? Or did you not make that argument?
I did not make that argument. I'd have to go back and do some additional.
Well, I'd be curious if
studying
you wanted
over
to
that.
follow up with me offline on that
Okay.
angle to see what percentage would be chargeable, perhaps. Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yep.
Further questions? No? Well, thank you, Matt. Next is Planning Division.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Heather Stouter, the Director of the City's Planning Division. For our 2019 budget, we're looking at about a $3.2 million budget, the most of which is salaries, salaries and benefits. We have some slight changes in our authorized positions. As many of you know, one of our principal planners just transferred recently to the Department of Transportation, and 3 others have ended their LTE time with the city. One was working on the urban footprint project. 2 others were just completing the comprehensive plan process. And luckily, we were able to keep all 3 of those LTEs through attrition. Some of the highlights for 2019. First, a special request for funds for 2019 and 2020 to support the Census Complete Count Committee. And this is something that we've done in the past. We really want to make sure that the City of Madison is getting as close to a complete count in the census as possible, and want to do that by hiring folks out in the community who can operate as community liaisons to really stress the importance of filling out the census, particularly to groups that are often underrepresented in the census responses. I just mentioned the 2 positions that, or the transportation planner position and the 3 others that are eliminated from the planning budget. We want to continue funding many of our current programs just at the current level, and just wanted to run through those quickly. First of all, the mayor's roundtable will be held in 2019. There is some interest on the part of the mayor maybe having multiple roundtables around the community, so we're continuing to talk with him about that. The neighborhood grant program will continue to administer that at the same rate of $30,000 per year. The municipal art grant program and related programs with the annual municipal art fund will continue at their normal rates. And then the $65,000 that we serve basically as a pass-through for the bid to continue work, particularly on the top of State Street and along State Street. Again, planning serves as a pass-through and often provides some staff support for efforts that the bid is working on. And then finally, our local match to the Metropolitan Planning Organization is right around $150,000. We're currently divided into 3 service areas. These service areas will be changing and in the near future based on our work on Results Madison. But now I'll just mention the services as they stand today. This is actually 2 separate sections, but we have our comprehensive planning and development review functions. In 2019, and these are really activities that are aside from the huge volume of work that our development review staff do, and that's almost all just salaries and benefits, no special line items for the huge amount of work that our development review staff do. But special projects we'll be working on in 2019 include just monitoring the progress toward the comprehensive plan recommendations. As many of you know, that was just recently completed, and we want to do a really good job of coming back to the council with an annual report on some of the indicators that we've been looking at to really be able to demonstrate to you all and to the greater community how well we're doing in reaching some of the goals and working toward the strategies in the comprehensive plan. One of the recommendations in the comprehensive plan that we'll be working with finance, engineering, and others on is the initiation of a long-range facilities plan for the city. We believe that will likely be able to be initiated in 2019. So I wanted to mention that here. I mentioned the support for the Census Complete Count Committee. That will come out of this section. Our long-range planners will work with community liaisons to further that program. We also want to complete 2 or 3 peripheral neighborhood development plans with input and cooperation from other city agencies and the public. We're working on a couple of those right now, and those will be completed in 2019 on the far northeast side. And then finally, one major project that we will not complete in 2019, but that will start with the help of other agencies, is to initiate the planning process for the attachment of the town of Madison. So that's a very significant process to think through the zoning, the infrastructure needs, parks, et cetera, as the town of Madison prepares to come into the city in 2022. Our neighborhood planning, preservation, and design section. This section focuses on neighborhood planning mostly in areas that are already developed within the city, and also holds the historic preservation function, the arts, and plan implementation and design as well. Some of our major activities for 2019 are to complete the city's first historic preservation plan, focus on the completion of 3 sub-area plans that are already underway today. First, Oscar Mayer, the Triangle Monona Bay sub-area plan, and finally the Mifflin West Washington plan that will just be underway at the end of this month. We also will continue to administer art grants and neighborhood grants through the staff working in this section, and then finally the organization of the mayor's neighborhood roundtables in 2019. And then finally, our Metropolitan Planning Organization, which really functions as almost a separate entity, but formally sits within the Planning Division. They will, one of the notable things that they're taking on in 2019 is a real assessment of their data and their performance measures. They'll be implementing a strategic plan to improve data analysis moving forward, and they're working with a consultant in order to accomplish that. And then they'll also be working to implement the public participation plan recommendations and really try to further and enhance their public engagement for regional transportation planning. That's my summary, and happy to take any questions you might have at this point.
Questions? Anybody? Alder Palm.
Yeah, can you describe more the citywide long-range facilities plan? Is this, because, I mean, the facilities are under engineering, so I'm trying to, is this in coordination with the?
Absolutely. It would be a multi-agency effort to really look forward, a couple decades in the future and think through what our facilities needs will be based on population projections. And we envision this as a partnership with finance and engineering. And planning, not necessarily even the lead. I think it will be those 3 agencies working together to establish something so that we're not operating on a CIP basis, but we're looking further out based on our population projections to imagine what facilities we'll need 1-2 decades in the future.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Alder Vivek.
Thank you. Hi, Heather. I wanted to just alert you, I don't know if this is a question, although I guess I'm looking to you to confirm this, but the dot point under your budget highlight related to the Downtown Business Improvement District, and then this additional language, the phrase is, quote, including resources to study, review, and plan for the future of the top of State Street. Am I correct that is not anything that was proposed by your division to be added, but rather a letter from the bid that went to the mayor in the last month
Correct.
or so?
This is not a new item. We've been operating as a pass-through. I think before last year was the Economic Development Division that operated as that pass-through for the bid, and now it's the Planning Division.
Right. I'm sorry, I'm not explaining myself very well. Right. So it was in economic development. Then this current year we transferred. It was $60,000 current year for the bid that's passed through, and recognition of the fact that frankly Rebecca Kinnair is the one that administers the contract and works on it so much. But what I'm asking about is, so the money is for actually programming, and it's an initiative that the mayor has proposed funding for again several years now. But then the additional phrase, again, the bottom to the last dot point on the slide, my understanding is that the bid was, in their letter, wasn't asking that be something that they do as part of this funding, that they discontinue what we call Summer in Your City. I'm on the bid board. Summer in Your City program, and appreciate that the mayor added that. But then he added an additional paragraph in this letter, which I don't think you've ever seen, that encouraged staff to coordinate and remind the mayor that the top of State Street are continuing daily issues. And in terms of the environmental issues at the top of State Street, as you know, on your staff. Bill Fruling and Rebecca Canara have been working on that consistently for years. So I just wanted to make sure that was, that you're under.
But aside from the 60.
Right, that your agency wasn't responsible for that second to last dot point, and that second from the bottom, and that your commitment that your staff will continue doing what they're doing in terms of the top of State Street. And with that commitment, I'm going to ask that an amendment be drafted to rewrite this budget highlight to be more consistent with what the bid intent was, which somehow got a little confused in between their letter and the mayor's office.
Okay.
But is it your understanding that in 2019 your division will continue the work that you're doing in terms of environmental and potential changes at the top of State Street and environmental?
It is my understanding that we'll continue to work with other agencies to address issues at the top of State Street.
Modifications, perhaps, with new development, like the proposed new museum at the top of State Street, is all work that your agency would be doing in any event, correct?
Correct, on the development review side. But I think we will do some more proactive work as well on the top of State Street that doesn't involve the private sector development proposals.
Part of the genesis of this, just to explain a little further, and I realize the hour is very late, and I apologize for this, but is that there are some within downtown stakeholders that believe that we should look strongly at perhaps opening up the cul-de-sacs at North Carroll and or West Mifflin Street, particularly in conjunction with the proposed Hovde and State Historical and perhaps State Veterans Museum proposals in the future. And if not, look at other environmental modifications in the public right-of-way in that area. And so they wanted kind of a commitment that staff would be looking at that sort of thing. And as you say, in conjunction with other agencies like engineering.
Traffic engineering.
NTE, you would be doing that.
Yes.
In any event. Right. Yeah. So thank you very much. I just wanted to explain that, and you'll see an amendment to that effect.
Okay.
So I took the opportunity now to explain it to everyone publicly. Thank you. Appreciate that very much, Heather.
Anybody else? That was it. Thank you, Heather.
Sure.
So next we have PCED, Office of Director.
Hello, I'm Natalie Erdman. I'm the Director of the Department of Planning, Community, and Economic Development. And the division heads have done an excellent job for each of their divisions. The Office of the Director is a relatively small section of the department. We do have 7.75 FTEs. We're about an $800,000 budget. A fair amount of that is salaries, and we have some purchase of services money as well. There's really no change in our budget for this year. It's a continuation budget, no changes in staffing. The one minor shifting is that we had an admin clerk who was also a graphic technician working 0.75% time. It's very hard to hire somebody who wants to answer the phones and be a graphic technician. So we're making the move to have a 0.6% time graphic technician, which would support the entire department, and then add hourly staff to help with the front desk answering the phones, and really then give ourselves a better opportunity to hire somebody in that graphic technician spot that's interested in the work that they're going to be doing and is qualified to do that higher level and more skilled work. There were no supplemental requests for the Office of the Director. There's really one primary service for the Office of the Director, and that's to provide leadership and administrative support to the remainder of the department. And so we really look at performing our duties by working with each of the divisions on those things that are administrative in nature, budget, performance excellence, and really trying to increase the effectiveness of each of those divisions and the work that they do. This year, we'll work with each of the divisions on the implementation of the data management plans that are coming out of Results Madison. We'll continue to work with each of the divisions on efficiency and process and all the other work that we're doing here at the city to make sure that we're being as effective and efficient as possible in meeting the goals. So So that's not a very exciting report, but that's what we have for the Office of the Director. Any questions?
Any questions? No question, I guess you continue.
All right, so I'll go on and cover the CDA redevelopment. As a reminder, the Community Development Authority is actually legally a separate body politic, but it operates almost as an agency of the city. The vast majority of the funding and the work that gets done at the CDA is through housing operations, and Tom Conrad has successfully given you the breadth of what they do there under Section 8 and the public housing programs, which are primarily federally funded. CDA redevelopment is the conglomeration of the other things that are allowed by Housing Authority and Redevelopment Authority statutes at the state level. And so it really does two things. One, it works to operate, maintain, and create affordable housing. It also works to revitalize neighborhoods. We do both of those things by ownership, operation of real estate. There are approved two positions. One of those positions is the executive director position, which we've left vacant and will continue to leave vacant in 2019. Many of the duties that were done at the executive director level have been farmed out more specifically to people who have the right skills and talents to do those things. Adam Faust, who was added as the Budget and Performance Excellence Manager for the department, is handling budget and finance matters for the CDA, and so those responsibilities are going to him. We have a group of folks in the housing operations group that are billing back CDA redevelopment to handle the management of our owned but not federally funded affordable housing. We have 4 developments that we own, and third parties management, we have to oversee that. And Office of Real Estate Services provides support with the oversight of the Village on Park and with our work at Mosaic Ridge on Allied Drive. So we're really making an effort to use some of the skills and talents we have and have those skills and talents applied to the CDA and build back. We will fill an open position for a housing specialist, and that's really to add that skill base of doing housing development work and real estate development work more specifically for the CDA. So 2 positions, one of them will remain vacant, the other will be filled. I just skipped over it, but what you will also notice is CDA redevelopment is a zero levy entity. So it brings in revenues and has expenses, and those 2 things always equal out. And so we do not ask for a contribution of tax levy money from the city. Of the $2.4 million budget we have, $1.7 million of that is the Village on Park. So we get in about $1.7 million in rents, and we cover about $1.7 million in expenses, and we run the Village on Park on South Park Street. That would be a fund, so there are 4 funds that make up CDA redevelopment. The first is the general fund, primarily salaries, and debt service on bond transactions where we stand in the middle for the city. The second is Monona Shores Fund, which is a 104-unit apartment building that we wholly own on the southeast side. And that development generates about $200,000 of cash flow to the CDA in a year. We have the Allied Fund, which covers Revival Ridge, which is an apartment building, 50 units, as well as our single-family home development in the Allied neighborhood. And that leaves us with General Fund, Villager Fund, Monona Shores, and Allied 4. So there's 4 major funds. In terms of budget highlights, what you'd want to note is the General Fund runs about a $100,000 deficit right now. We make up for that deficit with the money that we're pulling off of the Monona Shores. The Allied Fund has a positive fund balance that's significant. The Villager has a bit of a positive balance. Both those funds, those extra funds, are used to reinvest capital into the Villager and into Allied Drive. So really, we're looking for ways to fill that gap in the general fund to be long-term sustainable. We had no supplemental requests. Again, our work is around the development and operation of affordable housing and the revitalization of neighborhoods through development and ownership of real estate. If we look at our housing, affordable housing, it really comes in two things. In the coming year, we will work on the redevelopment of the triangle, which is the redevelopment of public housing, the most affordable of housing options here in our city. We will also work at the bottom on the redevelopment of some public housing that exists on Teresa Terrace. We have 2 duplexes, which we're looking at removing from the public housing portfolio and redeveloping into some moderate income or affordable housing that's not so heavily income restricted as public housing. And then in terms of revitalizing neighborhoods, we have the Village on Park, which we are continuing to work on, and we're really looking at setting forth a path for what the next phase of the Villager is. So we've done all of the work on most of the building. It's very well occupied. But we have an old north end, 35,000 square feet, old bowling alley. We need to make some decisions about what we're going to do with that and how we're going to continue to support that south side neighborhood through the work that we do at the Villager. And then finally, we'll continue work on Mosaic Ridge, which is a single-family subdivision on Alline Drive, really meant to provide ownership options for a wide range of diverse people. And we hope to sell 6 lots next year, which will take us a little over half finished on Mosaic Ridge. That's what we have for CDA redevelopment.
Questions for Natalie? No? Thank you, Natalie.
Thank you. They're saving up for Jim O'Keefe.
Next is community development. Yes, Jim.
Good evening, and thanks for hanging around. I'm Jim O'Keefe. I'm the Director of the Community Development Division, and am joined tonight by 3/4 of a very, very fine management team in the division. Laura Noel in the back, Lynette Rhodes, and Coral Manning. We're missing tonight only Christine Beatty, who some of you know has announced her retirement effective at the end of the year. So I'll try to go through these slides quickly and let your questions guide the discussion. Our agency budget continues to creep up. We're now pushing over the $13 million mark in general fund expenditures. We also receive and administer a good deal of federal and state grants, some of it ongoing and formula driven, and some of it discretionary one-time funding. But it's a significant part of the division budget and operation. We're holding steady at 40.5 FTE positions and moving ever closer to being fully staffed as we fend off of a few more retirements. I would draw your attention to 3 highlights in the executive budget. You've heard talk about some of this tonight, the $300,000 that the mayor is proposing in increased funding for the peer support initiative, which is still a relatively new effort to reduce violence in the city. It has shown some early signs of promise. It's still very much a work in progress, and through this funding, the mayor hopes to build on that progress and expand the reach of this program and make it a bit more proactive than it's been. Secondly, there's $150,000 in the executive budget to support a couple of very critical and culturally responsive services. One of them is a $50,000 increase in funding for legal services to immigrant populations. Second, and building on work that Alder Badar has done in the last month or two, is $100,000 in the budget to support programming that has previously been provided by Journey Mental Health through the Kashia House program. That has effectively ended with Journey's closure of that program, and Alder Badar has secured your support for funding to maintain and keep that programming going through the end of this year, and then this budget provision would pick it up in 2019 and beyond. The third highlight is an aggregation of several modest increases to support for neighborhood centers. The single largest part of this, I'll talk to it in just a minute, is the establishment of an effective $50,000 floor for center support payments to neighborhood centers. There's also $20,000 internally funded, so reallocating resources in the budget to recognize the transition of the Park Ridge Neighborhood Employment Center from their temporary quarters into a new facility that we anticipate will open in the spring of 2019. And then there's $30,000 in the executive budget to expand operations at Teresa Terrace. We put before the mayor 5 supplemental requests totaling just a little bit under $400,000. Funding for 2 of them is included in the executive budget. Funding was not provided for either of the largest 2 proposals. The first was a request to subsidize a wage increase for youth workers to $15 an hour, and funding to provide training and professional development for those workers. All of this part of an effort to improve provider agencies' ability to recruit and retain quality staff and a diverse workforce. They continue to struggle to retain and to keep good staff. And so this proposal was part of an effort to address that. It is in a much larger form. It's a central element of the Dream Up proposal. You might recall that we communicated a week or 2 ago that the City of Madison is part of a collaborative group in pursuing a much larger grant application through the Schmidt Foundation. And so a wage supplement, trying to get those wages for youth workers up to the $15 an hour mark is a central element of that proposal. And we are one of 11 finalists yet competing for that funding. Secondly, there was a $90,000 request to increase support for rapid rehousing. Rapid rehousing is a strategy that has gotten increasing favor in Madison-Dane County. It's a strategy whereby there is temporary, often short-term assistance provided to individuals or families, usually in the form of security deposits or first few months of rent. But it's been demonstrated to be an effective way to either head off in incidents of homelessness or shorten the length of homelessness when it occurs. Additional funding for rapid rehousing was the #1 priority of the Homeless Services Consortium. This particular proposal would target these resources to rapid rehousing strategies for singles. Much of the work that's being done in Madison right now is focused on working with families. The third supplemental request was largely prompted by Mayor Soglin asking to address a situation in which there is just a single neighborhood center that does not receive neighborhood center support. So we returned that prompt to the mayor in the form of establishing a $50,000 floor. So along with the Bayview Community Center, which was really the underlying reason for the proposal, there are a couple of other centers that currently fall just short of that $50,000 mark, and so the $72,000 is needed to bring everybody up to at least that $50,000 mark. The fourth proposal was one to increase the city's contribution toward the operation of the Beacon, the Daytime Resource Center, from its current level of $150,000. This was a subject of a lot of discussion a year ago. The city's contribution was set and the foundation of it really was a projected budget need of that facility by a group of us who were not real familiar with what might be required to operate it. And now, armed with a full year of experience, Catholic Charities has projected a 2019 budget that is showing about a $225,000 deficit. So it seemed to us to be an appropriate response to increase the city's support based on more realistic information than what the current subsidy is based on. And we had suggested that an increase in the city contribution should be at least matched by increases by Dane County and perhaps also by the United Way. I understand that County Executives Parisi's budget does include a fairly significant increase in funding. But in any event, the Beacon is looking at about a $250,000, $230,000 shortfall for 2019. They either need to generate additional revenues or they're going to need to cut back on services or hours or in some way address that budget shortfall. The last supplemental request was a small one, a $40,000 request to support financial education activity, providing financial literacy and homebuyer readiness training and targeting low-income households. When we discussed this proposal with Mayor Soglin, we suggested that we probably could get matching contributions from the private sector, and I understand that Lynette Rhodes has already made progress toward getting a $20,000 commitment or more from the private, some of the private financial institutions. So based on that information, the mayor saw fit to reduce funding for this request from the $40,000 we asked to $20,000, and we're just fine with that. We have 5 service areas in the division. These should all look familiar to you. Much of the work that we do around affordable housing is housed in the division's capital budget. So we'll continue the work that we're doing through the capital budget to add new housing units. We also support through the operating budget direct assistance to home buyers, direct assistance to homeowners and to senior citizens that need help financing property tax payments. You might recall from the capital budget that funding for much of that activity has been moved into the capital budget. That reflects the general fund contributions to those programs. The federal funding for those same programs is still housed in the operating budget, and it's shown here. In the community support service area, this is where we offer support to a broad network of community partners and programs dedicated to serving primarily low-income families and youth, other marginalized populations. In this area, we own and manage and operate the senior center, which will become a more challenging task with the start of the year and Christine Beatty's retirement. We anticipate, in addition to continuing existing contracts for that network of program service providers, we anticipate conducting new requests for proposal processes in 2019 around early childhood care and education, around youth programming, including elementary, middle, and high school youth, and our access to services programming. Strong and healthy neighborhoods, really dominated by the work we do in developing and sustaining physical assets, including neighborhood centers. I mentioned we'll be transitioning the Park Edge, Park Ridge Employment Center from a temporary location to a new center in the Park Edge, Park Ridge neighborhood. We will be spending much of 2019 working with residents in the Bridge, Lake Point, Winona neighborhood on planning for and designing a replacement center for their existing center in that part of the city. And then, very importantly, we will be developing the parameters and embarking on a new funding process for neighborhood centers in 2019 that will allocate 2020 funding. In economic and employment opportunities are really two key areas here. The continuation of resources committed to agencies and programs around youth and adult employment that were part of a major funding process a year ago. And then we are planning in 2019 to conduct a new request for proposals process for economic development work that we do supporting small businesses and entrepreneurs using federal funding. And I had skipped over the program administration, just noting that that in the division, we manage and administer a number of different funding streams, both city levy and state and federal funds through a whole host of programs. We administer about 100 separate contracts covering some 275 different programs. We don't do a lot of direct service provision, but we do some in the housing area, in the consumer lending area, and have about 100 loans in that area a year. City staff, CDD staff are, I think it's worth mentioning, very, very active in ongoing initiatives around and involving neighborhood resource teams, the Racial Equity Social Justice Initiative work, and the Results Madison and Performance Excellence Initiative. So I will stop there, and with the help of my colleagues, try to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions? Anybody? No? All right, thank you. Huh? No. No, I was going to let him go. All right, all the people.
You're going to get off easy tonight, Jim. Usually you're here for an hour of questions. I know nobody behind me will be disappointed by that.
Well, we have a pool.
And?
I'm not sure what the
who's going to win? You all predicted an hour of questions. Well, the number of alders here is obviously diminishing by the hour. So just so I understand, I'll start out with a broad question, Jim. And it helped, and I remember complimenting last year the budget presentation for CDD and thanking the finance department for helping the budget presentation, because it really helped me understand as a non-member of any of your committees, save for the Committee on Aging.
Can we lose quorum?
Oh, we don't have quorum.
Oh, I was just sitting here.
Oh, you were just sitting there? So I think.
Hey.
Now you do. Now you're back.
All right. So we have quorum again. Continue all the way there.
Even more than we need. So what I was getting at, the preamble to my question here, is that it's always been difficult for me to follow which processes you have planned for requests for proposals and all the myriad of areas that your division funds and supports, Jim. So I very much appreciated the improvement a year ago in terms of the budget presentation. So, and that's obviously continued for next year as well. So just so I understand, in this budget, your staff and your committees are planning on RFP processes for, I don't know if you wanted me to just review them and tell me if I'm right or wrong, but childcare services,
early childhood,
youth. Why don't you
early child care and education will be one. We'll be doing youth programming, which encompasses, as I mentioned, elementary, middle, and high school youth programming, out-of-school time programming. We will be conducting funding process for neighborhood centers. So neighborhood center support, one element of that, and neighborhood centers do a lot of the work in that out-of-school time programming, a little bit of it in the early child care and education. And we will be doing a funding process around our economic development work. That'll be in addition to the annual processes that we conduct in the Emerging Opportunities Program and in the community building and engagement program. So we're kind of coming out of the sort of the last portion of the post-FCI study work. I think with these RFP processes that I've mentioned, did I undo that?
No, the meeting's gone longer than the battery life, so.
By the way, I'll just add, as we're talking about the meeting length, that when I first joined the Board of Estimates, these were 3 nights of hearings, not 2. Maybe we should think of next year for going back to that format, as it's getting late. But anyway.
So Laura, what am I missing?
We'll also be doing funding process for restorative justice programs and restorative justice programs. The access to resources area is part of the neighborhood center, middle, high school, and elementary school youth programs. We said CBE. I'm not sure when the RFQ process and all of that will happen for Bridge Lake Point.
We'll be, in 2019, we'll be undertaking a request for qualifications process to identify a development partner for the construction of that Bridge Lake Point Winona facility.
And to round it all off, we'll do our Affordable Housing Fund RFP, which we do annually, that works with the tax credit projects.
So some of those have gotten, I don't want to say routine, but I think we're in a pretty good rhythm in some of those ongoing programs, and we've got a couple of big funding processes ahead of us in 2019. Again, setting the stage for funding for 2020.
Yeah, I'll say. So you anticipated my question about the Forward Community Investment Study, since many of us participated in that exercise. Can you remind me, Jim, what was the recommendation from FCI as to how frequently we engage in these larger processes?
Well, a primary recommendation was to break up those different program areas. We used to, there was a point in time when we accepted proposals and pretended to evaluate proposals across the gamut of program areas. And so a primary recommendation of the FCI study was if we really want to do justice to not just receiving and evaluating those proposals, but better articulating what it is that we're looking for in those proposals, that we needed to segment that process and break those up into more manageable chunks. So this would be, I believe, the last year of putting out to bid sort of the last element of funding. We will, if we do what we're hoping to do in 2019, we will have addressed each program area post FCI study, and then I think we're prepared to get on a bit more predictable schedule again. And the direct answer, Alder Verveer, I think the FCI study was suggesting that these contracts could and probably should extend to the 3 to 5 year range rather than the 2-year commitments that we had made in the past.
Thank you. So the last time that some of these processes occurred was back in 2012. Is that as far back as they go?
The last full funding process was in 2012, and so the programs, the neighborhood center funding, the youth programming, I think the early child care and education funding areas, those have not been bid out since 2012.
Thank you. And could you repeat what you said about neighborhood center process for next year that's proposed? What aspect of neighborhood center funding again?
So there are 2 elements of city support for neighborhood centers. One is inaptly named center support, which is essentially funding that is supposed to ensure that centers kind of keep the doors open. It provides funding for certain key positions and facility costs that are ongoing. And that is offered in addition to program-specific funding. And that program funding, again, dominated by, for most centers, by youth programming, out-of-school time programming for elementary or middle or high school kids. And the mix of programming really varies from one neighborhood center to the next. So some of them also seek funding for employment services or senior services. But that core group of programming in the youth programming, in early child care and education programming, that's in most cases the bread and butter of neighborhood center activities. So all of that is going to be in play in a funding process in 2019. And I think we envision, and we'll be working with, certainly with you all and with neighborhood center directors and others, we envision making some substantive changes to what we have done in the past. For example, center support payment, in my opinion, defies logic the way it's currently construed. And so we hope to begin this year probably a multi-step evolution of that process by which we allocate money to neighborhood centers.
It's long overdue in my estimation as well. I think it's sad that we could never act on the recommendations that Hickory Hurry worked hard on, among other things, and how that all kind of, well, the hours late, I'll say, blew up. Moving on to other areas, thank you for explaining all that again. It's still hard for me to grasp since I only serve on the Committee on Aging among your committees. Obviously, you have quite a work plan for next year for you and your staff. I'm glad you're fully staffed, at least close to, finally. I wanted to ask you some specifics additionally, Jim. You had mentioned that the Homeless Services Consortium #1 recommendation was your supplemental request for rapid rehousing expansion.
What I meant to say is that additional funding for rapid rehousing was that organization's #1 request, not necessarily our proposal.
Right, the consortium.
We chose to direct our funding request to singles, but I think in general, and I don't know if the consortium specified singles versus families, but they identified as a #1 need or #1 priority funding for rapid rehousing.
Did you want to add anything on that? So my question was, I don't recall receiving any correspondence from the consortium. If we did, I apologize. I don't remember seeing it. Did they have a long list of funding recommendations? Could you please? Is your mic on, Lynette?
We had a long list, yep.
Okay, so now none of the Finance Committee members can leave the room, otherwise we'll lose quorum. Thank you. Go ahead, all of you.
We're just waiting for you to turn on Lynette's mic, please.
So their recommendations were they would like to see an addition of rapid rehousing. That was their first one. The second one was homeless prevention services. The next one was more housing navigation. That one so just to give you dollar amounts now that I'm going back, for the homeless prevention, they like to see about $130,000 added to homeless prevention. Housing navigation, they suggested about $50,000 to be added for housing navigation. Specifically for the housing navigation, they wanted it to be people who are currently kind of paying at hotels or potentially doubled up, so not literally homeless individuals who are accessing the shelters, but people who are currently kind of in that doubled up situation and not literally homeless. And then the last request was just more support for homeless service providers. So overall, a general increase to all of the services that are under that kind of HSC membership.
Thank you. Could you forward that to the Finance Committee, please? Thank you very much. I'll cut my question short here because I realize that we're losing quorum rapidly. I just wanted to ask you one other question, Jim, about your supplemental request, and this one relates to the beacon. Do you know tonight how much the county executive is proposing for next year, or maybe Alder Wood does, or Lynette or somebody? So I'm just curious. So you're asking for another $50,000. What is the county committed, or is the county exec proposed in his budget last week?
So I'm just drawing this from a newspaper account that I read, and based on that, they're currently at $175,000. I believe they were up into the 230,000 range, so that would represent what, about a 60-ish?
That sounds about right.
So 230, you think? 230,000 for 2019 operating?
That's the number I recall seeing in the account.
And do you by chance know about the United Way commitment for next year?
There's nothing yet to suggest from the United Way that their contribution would increase. I don't know that they've discussed it or made a decision, but I've seen nothing from them. I believe we are scheduled later this week to meet with, as part of the funding partners group, to discuss the 2019 budget and options that might need to be considered if that funding gap cannot be closed.
Okay.
In terms of reduction in hours or services, et cetera.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jim, and all the rest of the staff.
Alder Farmer?
Thank you, Council President. I just have a quick question about the $15 an hour salary increase. What is the current salary?
The average salary for youth workers is about $13 an hour. So our proposal was confined to a subset of youth workers in the city, and we specifically were focused on about a dozen providers and about 32 FTE positions that they employed. Providers that were in the business of providing youth services to children age 5 and above, I believe, and programs that were either accredited by the city or that met some other kind of national best practices standard. So it was that relatively small subset because we wanted to keep the cost reasonable or manageable, and that generated about a $130,000 price tag. And then we also were proposing about a $15,000 request to support training and professional development. Training and professional development, which we think stands a good chance of allowing those service providers to attract higher reimbursement rates from other sources, including the state. So that was the proposal we put forward. And again, it's being built on in a much larger way as part of the Dream Up proposal that the city is a party to.
Thank you.
Further questions? So Jim, I have one question. Can you speak to the community development support, like the early childhood care? I mean, and how equitable is it? How is it spread around the city? How does it work, and how is it?
You said out of?
The early childhood care?
Early childhood care.
Yeah.
I can, but Coral Manning can a whole lot better if you don't mind her responding to that question.
No.
Are you asking about the geographic?
Yes.
Yeah.
How is it run? I mean, what does it look like, but also geographically, how does it serve the city?
So right now, there are definitely areas of the city that are geographically underserved by childcare. Regulated care in general has been declining statewide. So in the city, we've seen some decreases in the in-home childcare programs over the last 10 years. Group childcare has remained pretty steady. Part of the work of the Early Care and Education Committee, we have on our agenda for the next year to do that sort of mapping to see where the care is being provided currently as with an overlay of where children are in the city using census data. But what we're really focusing on is looking at the areas of the city where there's concentrations of low-income families and not as much accredited care. And so last year at the budget meetings, you'll maybe recall, I talked about a program that we started this year called the Pathways Initiative. So we're looking at pulling in centers that are already regulated and are already serving a large number of low-income children, but they're not yet accredited. So this year we accredited one city, and what that does for them to add that accreditation is it increases their ability to pull down revenue from the state child care subsidy system. So if they're getting a subsidy for a child, once they're accredited, that subsidy increases by 25%. It'll soon actually go up to 30% starting with the new year. And so our investment is about $10,000 that we put in initially in grants to that program to help them improve the quality, get some materials, things like that. And then our investment is more than replaced by the state subsidies that come in after they're accredited. So we have that one, and then we have 2 more that are in the pipeline right now. The goal is to get 5 more accredited within the next 5 years. So we're well on our way to do that.
So apart from the accreditation, what other services do you provide? I mean,
we have a tuition assistance program, so that helps low-income families afford childcare. We recently modified the ordinance around that so that when families come and say, I qualify for this tuition assistance program, then they can go to any accredited child care center, and we calculate the amount that they should be able to pay based on their family size and their income, and then we cover the cost for whatever remains between what they can afford and what the cost of care is. We also provide training and technical assistance to the programs that we accredit, and just more broadly to any child care provider in Madison. And then we're part of this Dream Up initiative as well that Jim mentioned, which is a larger idea to not only help existing providers, but to get some of the programs that are not regulated and thus not eligible for state subsidies into that at least regulated level so that they can pull down that state funding stream.
And do you see, is there a waiting list, or everybody who's applied for these services has been
for accreditation?
For the child care?
For child care, for tuition assistance, we don't have a waiting list, and we are actively looking for more children to come onto the program. For accreditation, we don't typically have a waiting list. We're in the position right now where we're soliciting providers to become accredited, and we're sort of being we're targeting those that are already serving a higher proportion of lower income children in the city.
And finally, maybe what is your outreach strategy? How do
outreach?
Yeah.
So on the tuition assistance side, the staff person I have there, Ramel Tijerino, is involved in a lot of different organizations around the city. But this summer, he, after we made some changes in the ordinance to make the program more accessible, he did significant outreach. I think he spoke with or attended meetings to over 75 organizations who are already doing community work, either that had either a direct or a somewhat indirect relation to the population we'd be interested in serving. Our child care staff is also involved in almost every initiative that has to do with education, child care, out of school time in the city. So we're doing the outreach that way through our natural connections, but then we also have done a lot of proactive pushing of information out through all of the community listservs and through our contracted entities and things like that to try to get our flyers out there, get more people engaged in any way we can. It resulted in a large uptick of individuals calling. We still have a little bit of an issue though with, even though individuals will call and say, I'm interested in getting childcare tuition assistance, many people aren't eligible. And so we're finding a lot of the folks that need help are actually eligible for county or state subsidies for childcare. So they're making a little bit they're making too little money to qualify for ours, but what the state and the county are providing isn't meeting their needs to actually pay for the childcare.
Thank you. So, Jim, I remember last year, there was an issue with the storage at the Bacon facility, the day shelter. You're asking for additional funding for the day, shelter. Will that address the storage issue that came up last year, or is that already addressed?
It would not address the storage issue, nor has that issue been addressed yet.
Okay. So have you had any discussion since then as to, or it is no longer an issue?
Well, I wouldn't say that it's not an issue, but there have not been meaningful discussions about resolving it
so
since last year.
As you go into this discussion of additional funding, is this something you can bring up to the county and all the other players, including the Christian group that is running the place?
Well, it is, but we're talking about, Catholic Charities is talking about a $230,000 deficit just of their base operations without the added responsibility for a shelter, for a storage shelter. So I think adding that service would add further to the cost.
Do you know why they are so off? I mean, they just...
Well, I think it may not be totally fair to Catholic Charities to describe them as being off. I think you could make the case that those of us who were involved in projecting that budget were off. We had very little information upon which to base our budget projections, and so as they gained a year's worth of experience, they learned that our budget projections understated the cost of running that facility. They've incurred, I think, higher costs for security than they had anticipated. They've incurred higher costs for staffing that they believe are important to attract and retain quality staff. So some of those things weren't anticipated when we put together budget projections. And I think we brought this proposal to the mayor because we didn't think that it was fair, perhaps, for Catholic Charities to have to bear the burden alone of those initial projections not being very accurate. And so now, with their experience, they've got a better sense for what it costs to operate that facility, and their numbers suggest that they've got a fairly significant financing gap. Alder Verveer, Dave Schmiedecke was able to run down the numbers that you asked about. So the county executive is calling in his budget for a $67,000 increase in the county's contribution, which would bring their total to $239,000. And we are currently at $150,000, and the United Way at $100,000.
Alder Wood.
Sorry, Council President, I got in touch with Supervisor Young. That was the exact information I buzzed in to share with Alderman Verveer.
All right. Alder Palm.
I mean, there's no question that I'm going to propose a supplemental budget request for the 50,000 at least for the. But I also want to note something that Jim didn't mention, a little tangentially, but I think it's harder for the Beacon to get volunteers to do the work. The original budget had sort of basically depended upon the kindness of others to come and volunteer, and the work is challenging and stressful, I think, for many volunteers. The climate it's a rough climate, and people just don't want to go and volunteer, and so they're being forced to supplement the volunteers with paid positions, and that costs money. And I think it's, I mean, I'll speak on this when I offer an amendment, but I mean, I think it's tough because we've made so much strides. I mean, we've spent years trying to get a day center, and now we have it, and it's just not the right time to just say, well, and that's the way it is. And so I think we should advance money, but we'll talk about that later.
Okay. Nobody's on the queue. Kim, you have the hook. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the parking utility.
Good evening. I'm Sabrina Tolley, the Assistant Park Utility Manager. Quick summary of our budget. Revenues are $15.5 million. Expenses equal that at the 15.5. Including those expenses are fund balance generated and other pilot, which is listed under the debt services section. The main highlight, there was a request for 4 additional positions. I'll get into the details with those, but those are included in the executive budget. So budget highlights. The 2019 budget reflects a full year of the parking permit fee increases from mid-year 2018. It also eliminates, there was an $85,000 transferred from the general fund related to an increase in citation revenue. And that was in last year's or the 2018 budget to help offset some of the residential parking permit enforcement fees. That was eliminated from the 2019 budget. It also reflects $200,000 increase in our annual building repair project. That's a number that can fluctuate considerably from year to year because those scheduled maintenances are on a 10-year plan. It also reflects an increase in credit card service fees, other expenses related to the full year of Capital East Garage, as well as those revenues. And the 4 positions here, it's parking equipment tech and parking maintenance worker for a total of $132,000. Parking revenue lead worker, which is $66,700, and civil tech, which is the only non-field related position, and that one is $68,300. Highlight also reflects a full year of payment at the Capital East or South Livingston Street Garage as we now know it. And there were some changes made in terms of finance allocating costs for service agencies that are funded by the general fund. So you'll see those, I believe it's about $340,000 additional in interdepartmental expenses attributed to the parking utilities share of those costs. Returning here, just a quick overview on those positions that were requested and included in the executive budget. The parking equipment technician and parking maintenance worker, both those positions are really related to the increased quantity and just higher technology overall in our facilities. So those positions are needed to provide better coverage, more routine maintenance, both in the garages and after hours and on the equipment. The civil tech position is one that would be located in our main office, and that is to do kind of the day-to-day GIS data entry. We have a GIS specialist, but this would be more of the ongoing maintenance and less of the development side of thing. That position would also be responsible for field studies, occupancy, et cetera. And finally, the 4th position is a parking revenue lead worker. This position is to help provide additional coverage, evenings, weekend hours, when currently there's maybe only one or sometimes no one available on those helplines, and those are going to our JBM, so to provide higher levels of staffing and more coverage where staff is directly responding to those types of calls and able to respond either in the field or remotely. Garage parking. This service goal is really about balancing needs of residents, businesses, community events. Some of our planned activities include completion of our installation for our parking access revenue control upgrade and trying to roll out some of the new capabilities with that technology. We are waiting until the full system is installed before we're able to do that. And once we're on basically the newer version of software, we can start to work on developing and implementing some of the other capabilities like a barcode system and the ability for businesses to print their own coupons. We'll also have a full year of operations at the Livingston Street Garage, and Judge Doyle will be opening in 2019. Lot parking, these are our surface lots. Really our goal here, or what these serve, is almost like an on-street convenience type of parking. We try to utilize these for that convenient short-term or special event-related needs, so oversized vehicles, art fair, and typically trying to increase utilization of those and provide greater availability of on-street parking and using those off-street first. On-street parking. So we have a number of programs, on-street meters, residential parking permit program, other unpaid restrictions are in effect. And really it's looking to find the balance and address specific needs of that local area with either paid or various restrictions. Next year we are going to be taking a look at what we want to do with our aging multi-space machines, looking at replacement options for an installation either late next year or beginning early 2020. We'll also be beginning an installation, assuming the resolution that you approved here tonight is approved at council for the purchase of single-space smart meters, to purchase and install about 650 of those and do that by the end of this year. And parking operations is really just the administrative aspect of our operations, planning, policy. Some of the planned activities are the opening and operations of Judge Doyle, also South Livingston Garage, and the new smart meters that will be getting installed late this year or early next year. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Any questions, anybody? No? All right, you have to, thank you.
All right.
Sorry, Alder Vivier has a question.
Sabrina has a lot of facilities downtown.
I do.
She knows I care deeply about the PU. I realize the hour's late. I shouldn't waste time joking, and I appreciate you and your colleagues being here so late. The main question I had is, in some prior years, there was narrative in the budget highlights, et cetera, that called for increase in parking revenue. I didn't see that in the 2019 executive budget, either for garages or lots or meters or RP3 permits. Does the parking utility anticipate seeking any revenue increases in 2019?
Potentially a residential parking permit increase, but at this time there are none planned or in the works. So in terms of a rate change for on-street or off-street facilities, no, we just had a mid-year rate change in 2018 and that went into effect June. So the kind of standard timeline that we'd be looking at would be 2021 for the next sort of system-wide rate change. But certainly we are operating the residential parking permit program at a deficit of hundreds of thousands each year. So we may be looking to increase that slightly this year and continue to try to get to a break-even point on that program.
But do you have a ballpark figure as to what, now that you were forced in this current year to cover the alleged MPD enforcement costs of the program? And I say that because I still don't believe to this day that those PEOs only enforce RP3, but I won't revisit that tonight. But out of curiosity, what do you think what is the ballpark deficit that is being subsidized by other parking revenue?
So the total amount for the permit would need to be 105. In terms of the deficit is 320,000 a year.
320.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that's largely because of the enforcement costs
Correct.
that you
Yeah,
assumed.
it was at a break-even point prior to those costs.
Okay. Thank you very much. I also just want to congratulate you on dropping the assistant in your title.
Oh.
Which we'll be obviously considering shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? Anybody? No? Thank you. All right, now we go to traffic engineering. Loya? Hmm?
Yeah. Yeah. Good evening, everyone. My name is Yan Tao, and I'm an interim city traffic engineer. I also have one of a traffic engineer staff, Keith Pollack, the operations analyst here with me. As you know, traffic engineering offers a lot of variety of different services, so I have lots of contents to go through, but I know a couple other agencies are still waiting. So I will focus on the first few slides with some of the high-level highlights, summaries, and I'll go through the individual surveys rather quickly. But if you need more information, please stop me. So with that, quick summary of 2019 operating budget. For general fund, we're looking at about $1.3 million in revenue. Those are mostly for work we do for city's public works projects, service other agencies such as state, county, UW, other municipalities. We also maintain the MAFI network, that's Madison Unified Fiber Network. For expense, we're looking at $7.9 million. That's mostly salary, supply, and materials. For example, for streetlight poles, for paints, for other electronic device, for signals. We also have to pay a lot of electricity cost because, as you know, we maintain tens of thousands pieces of electronics in the city, such as traffic signals, streetlights. So the net budget is $6.6 million. It's in line with previous years, but a little bit higher due to adjustments for cost of living and also for increased price for supplies, especially for steel products. That I'm going to mention that a little bit later. We also have $76,000 in other area. That's for grants. And that's mainly covers 80% of one position we have. That's the pedal bike safety educator position. You may notice that for 2018, we don't have any cost on that. That's because we have a vacancy. So the previous occupant retired December 2017, and we tried to fill that position. Actually, we got problems with a federal grant. The federal grant has to go to the state, and the state refused to sign the paperwork to pass through that money to us. So I've been working with MPO and the state on that, and I'm happy to report that after quite a few months working on it, the state finally approved the cost. So we'll be so that was actually just a few days ago. So we're starting the recruitment process pretty soon on that position. So total number of positions remains unchanged, 65.6 permanent positions. Also break down them by functions. Some highlights. We'll have some savings in charges from engineering and fleet service for costs allocated to capital budget. That's $130,000. I know these languages are very hard to understand. It's basically the office rent and the fully service cost. We were able to build that into our overhead, some of those overhead, and pass on to the capital projects we're working on. Second, increase in work supplies to accommodate rising prices, especially for steel poles because of the impact of tariffs. So over the past year, we saw the raw steel cost rose by 40%. So that's going to have a huge impact on our cost for the poles we order next year. Also, an increase in electricity costs to reflect current year activity. We're moving towards a more energy efficient products like LED streetlights, LED traffic signals, but we're constantly adding a lot of devices as the city is growing, and also as the public demands more high level services. So overall, that cost is rising. We do have one supplemental request. That's for funding to hire consultant to annually inspect sign bridges for potential safety concerns. So as our infrastructure gets older, the concerns about the structure failing to cause property damage, injury, or even death, that's concern is rising. We got the budget in 2017. We were able to use that to inspect about the 70, 80 structures, and we identified quite a few problems. So we're lucky to fix some before problem arises. So that's annually we're looking at the $60,000. It's an ongoing cost. It's not funded in the executive budget. So we have been working with finance staff trying to build that into the supplies. But from our experience for 2018, we were in the same situation. We found that it's really hard for us to fit into the supplies because I have to cut something else. So we haven't got any progress on that this year yet. So we'll be concerned for 2019. So hopefully we can get the $60,000 so we can make sure everything is safe. Now quickly move on to different services. The first one is bicycle pedestrian services. So this is to manage the city's pedal bike infrastructure and programs. A couple of highlight activities. So we're going to review the use of new pedestrian and bicycle traffic control devices to improve our network. For example, the rapid reflashing rectangular beacons, the RFBs. Also, we are going to work more, we're already doing that, going to work more with the duty director, more systematically review the gaps in the system so we can address them in a more systematic manner. Communications. So we're maintaining city's two-way radio communication system for 911. We're maintaining 8 towers. We service 3,500 users, including fire, police, public work agencies, transporting agencies, also some outside users like Dane County, the state. We also maintain the city's signal communication network, and as I mentioned, there's a muffling network. So for 2019, we plan on actually taking on more work from outside communities. The reason is that, so in the past, we've been declining a lot of service requests from these outside agencies because we're servicing our own agencies in the city. But as you remember, over the last few years, the city undergo a major upgrade for our system. So most of our radios are now brand new radios that's still under warranty. So we don't expect a lot of problems with them. So that free up some of the time from staff that we can take on more work from outside. Pavement markings. We maintain a lot of pavement markings in the city. For example, every year we do 140 miles of center line marking on the street. We do 850 school crosswalk markings and 1,500 other regular crosswalk markings. So for 2019, we're really looking at to bump up the efforts for pedestrians and bikes. For example, the green paver markings to highlight the bike crossings, better crosswalks for bikes and for pedestrians. Special services. So these are to provide the expertise for city's transportation planning, design, working with neighborhoods on various traffic issues, and also do development review. So we would like to accommodate the city's growth with minimum elective impact on our transportation network. So for 2019, we'll continue to focus on working with residents, others, neighborhoods, on solving traffic problems, especially the traffic calming project. Traffic signals. We maintain about 350 traffic signals in the city and for surrounding municipalities. For 2019, one highlight I want to mention that we really want to take advantage of our advanced signal management system and do more real-time monitoring, and then take actions. For example, do timing changes, do traffic rerouting, post messages on electronic signs to help manage traffic better. That's kind of shown in the recent traffic engineering response to the flooding events. So that was a success story, and we look to do more of those next year. Signing, we maintain 48,000 signs in the city, so that's a lot of signs. Highlight for 2019, again, we try to do better quality signing for pedestrians and bikes in the city. Finally, street lighting. We maintain 15,000 street lights in the city. We own 15,000 street lights. We maintain over half of them. The rest of them being maintained by the MGE and Alliant Energy for us. So for 2019, we'd like to push for more LED lighting, for our own projects and also for MGE and Alliant Energy. So that's a quick summary of our 2019 budget. And any questions?
Alder Palm.
I've got a couple, and I sort of.
Okay.
So, just a weird question. What is a sign bridge?
Okay, that's a really good question, actually. Yeah. So the sign bridges are the bigger sign structures to support, the bigger signs. On highways, you see a lot of signs kind of cross the roadway.
Okay.
And you have structures across the roadway as well. So those are kind of sign bridges we're mostly talking about.
They're not bridges.
They're not bridges. They just come over the roadway. Yeah, actually, some of those does not even come over the roadway, but we call it the sign bridges.
So I mean, I can appreciate that we want to have someone inspect that, but I guess there's a question about why the budget is in the thing. It says basically finance says that you can't have the thing, which confuses me because I didn't think that was. It's no finance staff required the use of existing supplies. I presume that's not really the finance staff.
It was an item that was put before the mayor for consideration, and it was not funded.
Right. It seemed a little confusing that why you would.
Gotcha.
And so I assume what it was take your. So the question I have is, if this is an ongoing thing and if someone's just inspecting the sign bridges, why wouldn't we hire someone to do that? I mean, why do we have to have a consultant to drive around our city and study that stuff?
Yeah, that's a good question. So this will require a licensed structural engineer to do the inspection. So there are some companies working with the state doing all of their inspection, and they actually can do it quite cost effectively. It's an option for us to hire someone, do it internally, that's an option, but we may have not have that volume of work to support a full-time employee. Maybe if there is a need somewhere else in the city,
Right.
maybe we can share a position.
I'd be curious if you could follow up with that and me and
Sure.
see if, I mean, $60,000 goes a long way to pay for someone.
That's right.
So,
Yeah, maybe that's
and I recognize that it's probably a pretty high-level skill, but we have lots of people, good people in the city with high-level skills. So moving on, what's the lifespan of a steel pole?
Good question. So typically about 20 to 30 years.
So
also depends on the road condition. For example, you have a lot of salt.
Sure.
That's going to cut down the lifetime of the poles.
So to our friends in finance, why is a steel pole that lasts 20 to 30 years in the operating budget and not the capital budget?
Some of that is in the capital budget. Some of it is equipment though, so we don't really capitalize it per se. So it's more, under accounting rules placed in the operating budget.
So I'm sorry, what's the distinction between a steel pole that's equipment
Some
and?
of it's inventory, so it's sort of characterized as equipment rather than something that we're going to capitalize and depreciate over time.
But we don't.
And sometimes we do.
Right, I'm just trying to understand, if it's just, hopefully we don't have a storage of poles that we just sit around and let sit, right? You're putting it into inventory so that you could put it into the ground and fix something, right?
Good question. So we do have an inventory, and my understanding that for projects that we have in mind, for new projects especially, or replacement, something that's a plan, that will be in the capital budget. But for something we keep on hand that do maintenance, for example, there's a lockdown somewhere, we have to have a pole that's quickly available. We have those in our hands for maintenance. Those are included in the operating budget. So every year we place a big order, for cover all the next year's projects.
Sure.
Those will probably be 95% of the order, but we do order a little bit extra for a little bit everything, so that we have a few spare on hand. And in case we need it very quickly, we can have them put up.
But so the increase, which I think it said the steel price has gone up 40%.
Yeah.
So the increase is 112,000. So that would mean 200 and some odd $1,000 is of us buying steel poles and not considering that a capital purchase?
Yes, some of those are supplies as well, but I think big portion of the increase caused by the poles.
Okay, well, I'll ask finance to follow up on that.
Yeah, it's really a maintenance expense, so it's a part of the operating budget from that perspective.
Because we're maintaining an existing asset, we're not purchasing.
We're not adding a new asset.
Or adding a new asset.
So if the library, because this is my lovely scenario, if a library buys a book that replaces a book that was lost by a customer, that would not then be a capital expense?
Yeah, so the library capital collection, or the collection item that got added to the capital budget, those are purchases that are adding to the asset. What Yang's referencing here, we're maintaining something, maintaining an existing asset. And so it's really that buying new versus maintenance that.
Right, but we're replacing, there's no way to, in my mind, to repair a pole, right? So you're replacing an existing pole with a new pole. I'll use buses, right? We're not adding many new buses, we're replacing all the existing buses, and we don't consider buying a new bus to replace a bus a maintenance item. I mean, I know it's semantics, but, you know,
Some of it is,
we've
some
sort
of
of
it's
wandered down this path with the book, so.
Some of it too is, you're right, you can make that choice to debt finance it, which I think is your question, rather than the operating budget. And, you know, at a certain point, we are already financing a lot through debt that we probably should be financing the operating budget, just starting with computers.
Right.
Is a good example. So those are sort of different policy choices that have been made over a number of years on this.
What I'm asking really is a question is about consistency in policy.
Well, we're not consistent. In order to be consistent, we'd have to spend either a lot of money in the operating budget, probably more in the operating budget than in the capital budget.
Or then move it over to the capital budget and just debt service everything. So, my next question.
AAA bond ratings.
Well, books. My next, so in your pavement markings, two questions on that.
Okay.
So what's your strategy on identifying and being equitable about the green pavement markings? Because, I mean, we have the new market tax credits. It's a late night. neighborhood traffic management program. Little letters are the same, and you have a big you have the petition, and you're part of it, and you're ranked. You have the street lights where you're ranked, and then, you know, I see green pavements in certain places and not in others. So I'm wondering how you're going to be equitable about that. That's
a great question. So. For the green paints, so right now we typically do that at select locations strategically, where you have high volume of bicycle users and high volume of turning vehicles. There are lots of conflicts. So we're trying to address those areas. So no matter whether it's in a affluent area or low income area, we're going to do that as long as they're high.
So you have a data set you're comparing, and you're not just doing it based upon someone calling and saying.
Exactly.
Okay, great. That's so. And then the second question is, so the 2017 actuals was 700,000. The 2018 adopted was 925,000. You're spending less than your actuals in 2017, and now this year you're asking for the same $215,000 more. What can I expect that you're now really going to do that $200,000?
That's a great question. So, traffic marking is a little bit different than, like other operations, because a lot of that's going to be done at the end of the season. Like at this time of year, it's our busy time, a few weeks before we shut down our paint trucks, because that's when the projects are finishing. For example, by Easttown Boulevard, Easttown Boulevard is just finished paving, and we're ready to do the painting. So we have been waiting for lots of public works projects to finish, so we can actually do the painting, because that's the last step of finishing a street. So the project number is probably based on more like a constant rate of distribution throughout the year, but pavement marking is a bit different. So I think we'll see much more work being done later part of the year than the early part in the year. So the actual number will probably be much higher than the projection for 2018 for pavement marking. And Keith can probably add to that as well.
Yeah, because I mean, my assumption was the 2018 projection was in coordination with the finance department on taking your actuals and
right, and based on project down to the whole year.
So did you review the 2018 projected dollars with finance and agree to that, or?
Yeah, I'll defer that to Keith, but I think from the past experience, it's always the case. Our projection is always because we do a lot of work kind of following like street projects. Sure. So we always have a lot more.
We only snowplow in winter.
Right. Yeah. And end of year. But I can ask Keith to.
Because 2017's actual was the same dollar amount.
Right.
So, I mean, and they had the same cycle, so that's why, so did we anticipate we were doing more projects this year and we just haven't done them, or we anticipate and we won't be doing them? I'm, 200,000 out of 900,000 is a good chunk.
Sure, yeah. In case you want to see more
I
of
think
that.
we were doing that based on 6 months of data. We're actually having our third quarter projection meeting this week. So we'll have a little bit more data now. That we probably an incomplete picture at that time. So, I mean, I think the estimate was a little light in retrospect.
What is your estimate?
I think we're probably going to be closer to the 915, but I couldn't tell you for certain.
Okay.
Yeah, also planning to doing more, higher level bike markings.
Sure.
Next year. So, yeah. So we're pretty confident that we'll need that amount.
The
will
green
probably
is
be not enough.
The green is crushed up dollars that's just been stuck to the pavement. So thanks.
All right. Olivier.
Thank you. First and foremost, Yang, congratulations on your very, very well-deserved promotion.
Thank you very much.
As you know, I'm very, very happy for you.
Thank you.
I hate to revisit sign bridges, but I'm going to.
Sure, yeah.
And not about capitalizing the cost of them.
Uh-huh.
Given the increase in the work supplies line item, I mean, I apologize if you asked and answered this already, or asked and answered this already, but are you anticipating that the entire increase in the work supplies line item almost exclusively would go for replacement steel poles or new poles? Let me ask it another way. Is there no, either the work supply line item or anywhere else in the proposed 2019 operating budget, is there no way to hire a structural engineer or consultant to inspect even a lesser number of sign bridges than you had hoped?
It is possible. It might be pretty hard. Depends on how much cost increase that we see next year for steel poles. So that might eat up, the vast majority of the supply increase, budget increase for us. So it's going to be really hard to tell at this moment. But from our experience this year for 2018, we found that has been pretty hard. Also when you do a contract with a firm, they want to look at the volume, right? If you see I only have $20,000, you don't have that kind of volume discount, so you end up paying much more. So when we found like 75 structures inspections, that's kind of a sweet spot for us. Give us the discount for the volume. At the meantime, does not create a lot of burden for a city for 1 year.
I see. A lot more bang for your buck. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And
So,
just
yes,
to
Laura.
clarify on your question, Alder Verveer, the increase was split across multiple, for work supplies, was split across multiple services in traffic engineering. So the signing work supply budget is up by about 70,000. Pavement markings is up by about 30. Communications is up by about 20. And then the rest is smaller amounts in the other services.
I see. So if I could just follow up on your question, your response, Laura, which I appreciate. In the second dot point budget highlight, when it says the increase in work supplies for steel pole prices, that's
for a port, 70,000 of it, and then the rest is for other sort of inflationary increases for supplies for various other pieces of TE's but work supply budget.
okay. And last question on sign bridges, Yang. When you last hired the structural engineer, you said it was for 75 or 80 bridges?
Yeah.
Again, I apologize if you already answered this, but how many sign bridges approximately are there in the city?
The city? Actually, we have probably about 400 of those.
400?
Yeah. So these are, the bigger ones. And, for smaller ones, our staff can inspect those ourselves. And we have been pretty good about doing this. But for the larger ones, more complicated ones, it requires a licensed professional to do that. Actually, there is a kind of state form you have to fill in. So it requires more expertise. And so we're thinking about like, for every, if we have $60,000 every year and we cover 75 of them, so about every 5 years we'll be able to cover the whole city.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's kind of the general plan.
Is that how, when you did it last, was it only one geographic part of the city, or did you go with the ones that were the oldest in the?
We went with the one that's oldest,
and
where we drove by, we were staff wondering, whether there's structurally whether there's going to be issue with certain structures, so we prioritized those.
Thank you.
And we did find quite a few problems, and we were able to fix them.
Mm-hmm. I can appreciate that. It can be a life safety issue.
Exactly.
If you don't catch those.
Right.
Certainly.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to switch topics,
Okay.
but hopefully no other topics besides this one,
Okay.
given the hour. I wanted to ask you about the street occupancy permit program.
Okay.
As you probably are aware, Eric Halverson has been talking about, has been asking for increased resources to administer that, given the number of permits issued and the increased requests to occupy the street by various contractors in there. So could you just, I'm, as I've told Eric, I'm inclined to sponsor the increased street occupancy fee structure to fund 100% of the cost of an additional technician, 1.0 FTE technician. So in advance of us, my colleagues likely seeing that amendment in the coming weeks, could you give us a couple-minute rationale for why you believe why your current staffing levels aren't appropriate to handle the program?
Sure, great question, and thank you for bringing it up. Yeah, so
you're welcome.
Yeah, so Madison has seen a lot of growth over the past few years. So there's not more construction work going on, lots more development. So the volume of the requests for these permits, occupancy permits, has been growing over the past few years. And also, enforcement of the condition of the permits requires a lot of follow-up. We have encountered quite a few problems in the last year also, like contractors occupying a portion of the street and they're doing things they're not supposed to do. Traffic engineer does not have a staff that's going out to check on everything very frequently because we simply don't have people to do that. So there is a need for we have more staff so that we can provide more permits and we can service the contractors better, and also we can follow up on their work to be better. We also look at the fee structure for other cities like Milwaukee and Chicago. We found that our fee is really low comparing to cities like Chicago and Milwaukee. I think we are about less than a quarter than Chicago charges and less than half of what Milwaukee charges. So we think it's reasonable for us to increase the fee a little bit to find another position, so we're in a better. We put ourselves in a better position. One, to service the requests from the contractors better, so turn around the permitting process a little bit faster. Second, provide more eyes on the street, so that when the contractors do not follow the conditions, we can find out that out. We can work with them to get that corrected in a timely manner.
So one last one follow-up, just to maybe get a commitment from you. If the council does go ahead and fund this additional civil technician one position, would that person definitely be on the street and not replacing one of the other capable staffers you have, Mike and Scott, that are on the street? That I'm referring my complaints to those two gentlemen. So we'll have 3 people on the street. One won't become a desk position then or something, only processing permits, I hope.
Right, that's another great point. So our plan right now is for this position, it's primarily be on the streets. but we does not want, someone constantly doing one thing. So we want to kind of provide a little bit of cross-training for this position. So this person will be involved in lots of, handling the permits for that reason. So we'll spend, some office time, working with the contractors, reviewing the permits. This also would be beneficial, if the other 2 employees has to take time off. So only this 1 employee is available at a time in the office. The customer comes in, wants a permit, so this person can know how to assist the person getting the permit. So that's the plan, but the primary focus will be probably on the street. But we do want to get him cross-trained so he can handle a little bit of everything.
And those that are currently my question though is those that are currently in the field will also still be in the field?
Yeah, currently in the field, still be in the field, but may put back a little bit. But again, I think, most of our problem right now, we have 2 problems. One is to how can we make the process faster for the applicants, for the customers. So we can improve on that, but that's a less problem. We're doing pretty good on that, but we can improve. The biggest problem we have is to put eyes on the street. So that's going to be a bigger need. So that's going to take majority of these new positions time. So we'll end up probably have to take a less cost from others like you and others, hopefully. So we can correct the problems before that comes to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Further questions? Nobody's on the queue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so next is transportation. Huh?
I'll try and be brief, and then you can ask questions if you have them. There you go. Just an outline. What I'm presenting today is just really the management function of the DOT director, and then our department is going to be absorbing some of the transportation planning functions, and so that's what's before you there. As far as transit, parking, and traffic engineering, you'll hear those separately. Here's a budget summary. The 2018-2019, the key changes are, one, you'll have a full year of a transportation director, but then we're also transferring 2 positions. One is from Metro into the transportation department, and one is from planning into the transportation department, for a total of $461,000. Highlights include what I just mentioned, the transfer of the 2 people. We have expenditures of about $34,000, which include memberships for the City of Madison in 2 organizations. One's NACTO, which is National Association of City Transportation Officials. It's a association with a lot of resources of cities that are dealing with similar transportation problems that we are. Currently, a lot of the reference literature that is most current is coming from that organization, and then as well as the Smart City Collaborative. And then interdepartmental charges from finance. We did make one supplemental request for a program assistant. It was not approved, which is fine. We'll move forward. I think it would be good for us to get a year under our belt doing some planning activities, understand the needs and the capabilities needed for that position more fully. What are some of our current planning initiatives? Our mission is to maintain a safe, efficient, economic, equitable, and sustainable transportation system for Madison's residents and visitors. Some of the planned activities from the planned portion, which is beyond kind of the management support of the 3 divisions, is one. The bus rapid transit study. I have an arrow there. It looks like while we'll be managing a bus rapid transit study, it's likely that the study will include a broader transit improvement package, so it just won't be this one corridor, but how can we institute transit priority measures for a lot of the system that includes Metro. We're doing quite a bit right now with the Metro facility site selection, and I'm imagining that that will be coming before decision-making bodies in the next couple of months. Right now, we are revisiting and revising MATB's bike plan for Madison. This answers a lot of your questions. In 2015, the Madison Area Transportation Planning Board created a bike plan for the region. What we've done is we've broken out the Madison portion of that, broken it into 5 quadrants. And we're evaluating the bicycle infrastructure for each of those quadrants, central, southwest, northwest. And we anticipate that we will spend all of Yang's budget for paint by providing and enhancing some of the on-street facilities that we can. As far as studies, we are initiating some studies actually probably within the next month. These include Wilson Street, Bassett Street, Shanks Corners, and then also that should say intercity bus terminal rather than intermodal bus terminal. But those are some of the studies that are on deck, and will be 2 of them will be initiating within the next month, and then the other 2 we will probably follow up with later on in the study, later on in the year. So, any questions or clarifications?
Thank you. First, welcome, Tom, to your first formal budget hearing. Right. We missed you at the capital budget, obviously, because you were out of town. So, welcome. I hate to use the word hazing, but this, I guess, is a continuation of probation that we kept you here till after 11 o'clock tonight on your maiden budget hearing. So thanks for sticking with us so late tonight. I was just curious when you mentioned as a highlight the membership in the Smart Cities Initiative and NATCO. I don't know if you meant this, but it was implied kind of when you raised it that the city's not a member of either. Is it? Are other agencies a member, or would we be a member for the first time?
We were a member of NACTO like 3 years ago, but then we would have an associate membership, and the associate membership, NACTO wanted to charge, and I guess previous budget priorities or decisions did not include a membership. So we have not been a member of NACTO for 2 or 3 years. Is that correct, Yang? I just feel like that organization is kind of on the forefront of urban transportation problems, and I think it would be good for us to be in that community, because they're dealing with, like, for an example is they just came out with legislative guidance on electric scooters in July. How relevant is that? Very relevant. They have a bike facility. Actually, the bike boxes the green bike boxes and all that. Well, they kind of pioneered some of the initial guidance on that that's now being used nationally. They came out with a transit facilities geometric design guide last year. So they're really on instituting transit priority features on urban streets. So they're just really dealing with the problems that we're living with right now. As far as the Smart Cities Cooperative, we have partnered with UW-Madison on that, and last year, I think UW-Madison paid the registration, and this year is it our turn, Yang? Is that a correct way of?
Yeah. So as you remember, back in 2016, Madison was selected to join this collaborative along with 15 other cities that kind of most forward-thinking cities in the country. That the purpose is to put this city together so the cities can work on the issues together, how to make the system smarter. So in 2016, that's mostly like a grant program. So it's covered by Transportation for America, which is a nonprofit company, and also Sidewalk Labs, which is part of Alphabet, Google's parent company. But in last year, for 2018, they found that it's too costly for them to do that, so we want to charge a membership fee. But they're providing some support as well, but they want to charge a membership fee. So we don't have that funding in our budget. but luckily our partner UW Madison for the bill for that. And that's right, it's the city's turn for next year.
Thank you for the explanation. The last thing I just wanted to ask you, Tom, is I want to make sure that you're not being deprived of appropriate support staff. Just to clarify, you do hopefully receive full support staff from Traffic Engineering Division, don't you? You and your own employees?
I think what we're doing is, like, as we're initiating these studies, I am receiving support, but I've been here 3 months and 2 weeks, something like that. So learning to capture the resources that I need, and then having those resources available. We'll see as we move into, actually, the Wilson and Bassett Street studies will be excellent avenues for us to see how we can move forward with that and what types of skills that if we don't have in-house that we might need.
Good. Just so I understand it, and I didn't, by the way, your supplemental wasn't on the official list that I'm using, so I don't know if you withdrew it or it was a late addition, but I haven't seen your supplemental request that was on the slide. Was it for highly technical support staff, or was it for like a clerical support staff?
Well, we put it in as for clerical, okay? But the thought has, it could be technical as well. For instance, a GIS specialist could be very useful. I do have access to GIS specialists in traffic engineering and also in planning. So understanding how to capture the resources that are available in other departments and the availability of those resources, we'll have to see. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. No, I do.
So I feel like there will be a need for additional staff resources, okay? But the character of those resources, perhaps the fact that this was delayed, it's maybe a blessing so that we can understand the character and the skill sets needed for those resources next year. We'll have a better understanding.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Alderman.
Yeah, hi. So I guess I lacked a little clarity in the revise the MPO's bike plan for Madison. So you sort of pivoted and talked about using the money for the green boxes, but are you actually revising the study too? Is that what that
Okay.
language is? I wasn't really sure when you
Okay,
pivoted.
so the MPO study, it's a great study. It classified areas, bike routes as primary and secondary routes, much like you would classify an arterial and a collector for motor vehicles. It also identified routes that needed improvement, that they weren't up to desired, standards. However, it was for the whole MPO region. When I talked to the authors of it, as well as the contributing people, they said it needed to become more granular. As we start to look at it, for instance, it lists Monroe Street as a street that needs improved bicycle facilities. Well, that boat has already sailed, right? And so we need to find another way of accessing that region and providing bike access. And so that's what I mean by more granular. When we look around the Capitol, for instance, I'm a biker. We need some bike boxes on Wisconsin, to help guide people into the Johnson bike lane. Just little spot improvements that provide direction for things. And I guess there was just an article in the paper this past weekend regarding South Side bicycle facilities. Right now, because of Act 59, we cannot move forward on a lot of facilities that require right-of-way, but we do control the face of the curb to the face of curb. And so where we can implement facilities from face of curb to face of curb, we should be doing that.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting, you really, you might want to, it's not what I expected from when you revise the bike plan, so I guess I encourage you to keep talking about it so that you can further define.
Okay, yeah, we gave a presentation to the Transportation Planning Board.
Yeah.
So we've basically taken their plan,
Right.
we've blown it up, and now we are analyzing every quadrant, figuring out what has been addressed, what has not been addressed, and what our recommendations will be. Each quadrant will be going to the board, and then we'll actually bring it to the public as far as things that can be done. Some improvements can't be done without street reconstruction.
Right.
But right now, we don't know even the status of how much of the plan has been implemented. It's been 3 years. The plan might be referred to during a street reconstruction, but right now we're going to probably, rather than using it as a reference material for when a street is reconstructed, we are going to try and proactively see what we can address in the plan right now.
Right, I understand it now. I'm just saying, like, the bullet point up there just didn't.
So as a
make lot.
poor bullet point.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
good.
you.
Tom, so is that the kind of buses you are trying to bring into the city, or?
That's an example of a bus rapid transit
Okay.
bus, yes. And so they're typically articulated, and for them to be efficient, you have to institute some type of transit priority so that they can receive a time advantage. And so that's what we'll be studying.
So the buses that you are buying, I think there's an RFP out.
Yeah, they are not, those buses are standard 40-foot buses.
Okay.
The BRT study, if it's successful and we move forward with it, we would be applying for a New Starts grant. The New Starts grant that we would most likely qualify for would be for $100 million, of which there's a 20 to 30% match, local match. That grant would include rolling stock. And so right now, I think we are thinking of it in the 2023 timeframe.
So can you give a general overview of what your vision is for transportation in the city in the next, maybe by 2023?
Yes, right now.
Just right now?
Okay.
I'm just curious. I mean, you see this thing in Europe and Asia particularly, but then
okay,
they're
yeah.
still-
So you guys asked for it, and it's a. So
Is there a way we could do this presentation?
So-
I mean, I think that's a great idea, but maybe in front of maybe a pre-council meeting discussion with Tom?
Yeah, I would love to do. I'm giving the similar presentations to various different groups.
Okay.
And we are.
You're really entertaining a few people here.
Yeah.
We're talking about the operating budget, not the capital.
Yeah. So.
Right.
I think, in a nutshell, MATB's plan is that we'll have 10,000 more jobs in the Isthmus and 45,000 more jobs in the city of Madison. University, East Washington, John Nolan, they're all at capacity. So we need to find new ways to serve those jobs and that growth. And so that's my 45-second summary.
So did you say you have a presentation that you are doing to other groups that you can do to the council?
Yes, I could do that.
All right, then we'll set up something.
That'd be great.
All right, nobody's on the queue. Thank you.
Great.
Next is Common Council. We have a question. Is it for Laura or for Tom? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Balde. Could I suggest that it would be more humane if we table these last 4 items until the foot of tomorrow's agenda? Given that it's 11:30 and
We can do that.
the presenter's been coughing a lot, I presume due to illness, and hopefully we'll be better tomorrow.
I would like that, but this seems to be very short. I mean, if we cut it.
Well, I don't mean to push back on you, but I have questions on general fund revenue and direct appropriations.
Okay.
And I would feel bad asking those approaching midnight.
All right. I mean, if everybody's okay with it, we can.
Is that okay with you, Laura, if we did these, and Dave, if we did these?
Yeah, I could do the mayor's office and council right now, too, or we can
Or maybe it
wrap
would be
either.
too great
either's
if the
fine.
mayor
We're
was
gonna
here
start-
for his own budget, too.
We're going to start tomorrow at 4:30.
Right,
so-
and we won't have a closed session
Yep.
or a regular
Yep.
agenda, a regular
We probably
meeting.
won't have speakers.
Tomorrow.
That would be great. That would be, that's my suggestion.
Okay.
And I hope you feel better.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. All right. So the last item now.
So the motion is to refer to tomorrow. So we just vote on that.
Yep. Can I get a motion on that?
Recess to tomorrow.
That's the motion you made hours ago.
All right, so I
before you were
move that we
presiding.
recess until
So we just have to vote on.
tomorrow, right?
We just have to vote to refer it to tomorrow.
All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, say no. All right, we are recessed until tomorrow. All right. All right.